Chapter 14:01 Steal the Thunder. Are you kidding me? This is too unbelievable. The cultivators nearby had already been shocked by Yin Liren time and time again. Hardly had they caught their breath when they were crushed again by Li Yao's mind-boggling theory. They found it barely possible to stand on their feet. Yin Liren's outstretched foot moved back, and he turned around. Staring at Li Yao, he asked, "How did you know?" "You just killed me with the will of the sword." Touching his neck, Li Yao said, "My throat can still taste the wind and frost on your sword. If I could not distinguish what it was that killed me, wouldn't I be too hilarious? It is a surprise to me that, while the purple pole sword sect boasts all kinds of marvelous weapons made of the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even the ancient swords inherited from the primeval era, many of which are the tantalizing treasures for any cultivator in the world, you disregard all those incredible blades and prefer such a short sword that is no different from a plain sword made of regular metal." "This is my very first sword." Yin Liren pondered for a moment. He seemed to feel that Li Yao was a person worth explaining it to. "I received the sword when I was 9, and I have never been separated from it, not for one day. After so many years, I can't tell how many times I've touched it and waved it. Not only am I familiar with the weight, form, and hardness of the sword in any part, I also know every detail about the sword, including the speed and strength of the sword when it cuts into the wind at a certain angle, and the different feedback when it pierces into a shield, armor, spiritual shield, or bone. As you said, it has really become an extension of my limbs and part of my life. The 3 primeval swords, on the other hand, are too powerful and consume too much spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts because they were not built for me, but for the primeval deities and devils. Although I have polished them for decades, it is still troublesome for me to wield them. I often feel that I am not manipulating the 3 primeval swords. Instead, they are searching and attacking on their own after absorbing my spirit and vitality. Wielding such swords is like a 3-year-old wielding a giant saber. Damaging as they may be, how can they be called the strongest sword?" Li Yao was greatly moved. Yin Liren's statement showed traces that he was beginning to break the ancient cultivators' fanaticism about primeval treasures and shifting to the modern principles of cultivation. It was quite right that, however excellent the primeval items of the Panga clan were, they were created specifically for the Panga clan instead of human beings. Worshipping them blindly and taking them over directly for one's own use might be easier and quicker, but it was certainly a dead end in the long run. The best magical equipment was the magical equipment that suited the user most. The logic was very simple, and it might be very easy to understand. However, when a powerful primeval treasure was placed right in front of their eyes, how many cultivators could refuse the temptation to be their slaves? "You have cultivated to such a level," Li Yao mumbled to himself. "I only perceived it recently." Yin Liren smiled. "Over the past few decades, I was as awed by the power of the 3 primeval swords as everybody else was. I tried my best to conquer them, to polish them, and to manipulate them, almost at the cost of my life. In recent years, I had a match with Wang Shi every year. The last time we met, seeing that I was more anxious and delirious with every year, he couldn't help but offer me a few words of advice. Finally, I woke up from the bottomless abyss and grew a profound understanding. So the strongest sword had been next to me the whole time. Why did I look afar and neglect what lay close at hand, abandoning the sharp blade that was special to me for some garbage that someone else threw away? Garbage? Li Yao was deeply shocked. Calling the super weapons of the Panga clan, or the colossi in the primeval era garbage, was surely something that only the sword maniac was capable of. "My cultivation is in fact slightly lower than Qi Zhongdao's," Yin Liren said. "However, I have forfeited the garbage of the primeval era and found my strongest sword, while Qi Zhongdao is still clinging onto the so-called heaven-flipping seal without letting it go. He is so fascinated by the power of the primeval treasure that he is actually too restricted to use all of his ability. Perhaps, if the heaven-flipping seal did not exist, there would be a stronger, Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao. But it is a pity that, burdened by vanity, he won't dare it and can't make such an attempt." Li Yao was silent. He did not know whether or not Yin Liren was right. However, it was true that the heaven-flipping seal was essentially a gravity generator and not a weapon. The operation patterns and the spiritual energy supply mode of the device were not suitable for individuals either. To unleash the unbelievable power of the heaven-flipping seal all by himself, Qi Zhongdao must have paid unimaginable prices too. Were the prices worthwhile, though? Their dialogue cast all the cultivators into deep thought, especially Qi Zhongdao, who was standing below the Grand Mystery Sex banner. His slender face, which was like black coal, was turning purple. The breath of the cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage was suddenly unsteady. I get it now. Taking a long breath, Li Yao said, convinced, it's indeed a nice sword. Yin Liren did not deny it. Touching the grip of the sword gently, he replied, in my hand, it is a nice sword. But it is a pity that the nice sword has been heavily wounded. Li Yao suddenly changed the topic. Although it is a marvelous weapon that has melded with you over the years, it is made of lousy materials such as the purple martial copper and the cold mountain steel after all. The foundation of the sword is not good. As you advance, your speed and power become higher and higher, and the damage to the sword accumulates, too. After such a long time, tiny cracks are everywhere inside the sword. What is more critical is that the sword once suffered a heavy blow at 14.43 centimeters below the tip of the sword. It is a dent the size of a grain on the left side. Although it seems to be an insignificant dent, in fact, a serious crack has already spread through the entire body of the sword. One moment of carelessness, and the tip of the sword will be broken with the dent as the start point. Based on my perception, I can tell that you have tried to maintain or even reforge the sword. But your attempts did not work out, and you merely imposed a few spiritual stripes on the surface of the sword to keep it as it is. Am I right? Through their interaction, there had never been any noteworthy expression on Yin Liren's bread-like face. He seemed to be interested in nothing except for his sword. But after hearing Li Yao's words, the supreme swordsman finally put on a dumbfounded expression that was the same as an ordinary person's. Even a few nascent soul-stage cultivators and experienced sword forgers who were spectating far away stood up from their seats, looking at each other in bewilderment and disbelief. How did you know? Yin Liren was stammering. With a smile, Li Yao said casually, I also know why you are unwilling to reforge the sword. It's because you have lived together with the sword your entire life. You know the shape, weight, barycenter, and feeling of the sword at your fingertips. All your skills, arts, spells, and techniques have been practiced based on the shape and weight of the sword right now. You have reached the perfect state. If the sword is reforged and the gaps and dents are mended with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are more precious, it is inevitable that there will be a slight difference in the length, thickness, and weight of the sword. For a great swordsman like yourself, even if the renewed sword is only one hair longer or heavier than before, it will still be something that is absolutely intolerable because it will break the perfection that you have achieved after training for your whole life. Oh, I was wrong about something. This sword of yours is not only made of common materials, but also crudely made. The weight on the two sides of the ridge of the sword is not equal. The left side is a tad heavier than the right side. This isn't a perfect sword, but you have adapted to the imperfection. You have adjusted your body into an equally imperfect distribution in order to better cooperate with the sword. If the sword is reforged and the imbalance is rectified, the result will be the opposite of what you want. There will be an error in the flawless relationship between you and your sword. That's why you are unwilling to repair or renew your sword when you know clearly that it has a lot of internal damage. Am I right? The situation had been entirely reversed. Just now, Yin Liren had been suppressing Li Yao and leading the pace of their conversation. However hard Li Yao struggled, he had still been like a fish in a water tank. However, when the topic in question was the flaws of the sword, their roles had reversed. Li Yao had counterattacked and made Yin Liren completely fall into his control. Of course, for the spectators who were not clear what was going on, the two of them were almost telling a story. The sword was not even drawn, yet he could tell so much about the sword after merely tasting the will of the sword with his neck. Who would buy that? Besides, Was this master spiritual vulture not a barbarian cultivator, the likes of which were best known for their pests and their poisons? Where did he learn so many things about flying swords? Yin Liren, however, did not deny it. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "Exactly. So what?" "So nothing," Li Yao replied hurriedly. "If I say that I can help you reforge the sword and build it up with the finest, hardiest materials in the world while perfectly keeping the length, weight, shape, barycenter of the sword, and even the unique rough feeling caused by the flaws during the original forgery, fellow cultivator Yin, would you believe me?" Whatever his needs were, the entire Purple Pole Sword sect would certainly try their best to fulfill them, no matter the cost. After his sword was damaged, naturally, he did once intend to look for the famous, experienced sword forgers for maintenance. The general swords built out of purple martial copper and cold mountain steel were not difficult to maintain at all. With the heavenly materials and earthly treasures under the Purple Pole Sword sect's control and the marvelous skills of the sword forgers, there would not be trouble at all, even if Yin Liren wanted the hardness of the sword to be increased 10 times over or attach a powerful technique to the sword. However, Yin Liren's requirement was that the renewed sword should be exactly the same as before in every detail, including the length, the thickness, the shape, the outline, the barycenter, and everything else. Nothing was to be added or reduced. Even the tiny holes lingering inside the body of the sword during the original forgery had to be identical. Such a weird requirement was indeed a bit too much. Many of the masters of forgery had never heard of such an absurd request before, even though they had spent their entire lives building magical equipment. After much discussion, they found the task impossible. Therefore, it had been postponed. They had thought that the sword was Yin Liren's beloved item as a souvenir or a reminder of the past. Also, Yin Liren could prove to be a dummy who did crazy and weird things sometimes. Nobody knew exactly why he proposed such a requirement. Yin Liren had mentioned the issue twice and dropped it after seeing that nobody could repair the sword. Soon everybody forgot it. Today, after hearing Li Yao's detailed interpretation, they finally realized that there were so many more mysteries to the whole matter. They had dedicated their entire lives to the forgery of swords, yet they did not know that an invisible hole inside a sword could cause fatal influences on the attacks performed in the end. How is it possible? Is he able to do it when so many sword forgers here together can't? That's very implausible. Master Spiritual Vulture is a barbarian cultivator. It is understandable why he is very strong. However, why does he have such a profound understanding of the arts of sword forgery? But Elder Yin brought the blueprints last time to tell us the specifications of the sword to be renewed. They were exactly like what the guy just said. The famous sword forgers of the Purple Pole Sword sect were all lost, not to mention the cultivators of other sects who did not have the first clue what was going on. Intense doubt was written all over their faces. Yin Liren, however, was the only one who stared at Li Yao without blinking. He had never shown his sword to anyone alive. Even when he asked the great sword forgers in his sect for maintenance, he had merely drawn the blueprints and written the data and his requirements. Because none of the sword forgers had dared accept the contract, he had never revealed the sword to any of them. However, this master spiritual vulture not only specifically described the parameters of the sword, but also pointed out the hidden injuries inside the sword. He even understood Yin Liren's reluctance to reforge the sword. The basis of his deduction, however, was just an invisible, illusionary will of the sword. There were actually such terrifying arts of sword scrutiny in this world. Yin Liren's eyes immediately became bloodshot. He was devoted to his sword. His sword was his life. To achieve the most perfect sword, he was willing to pay anything. He had thought that the sword would be in his company in such a ragged appearance for the rest of his life. Although he could make up for it with his marvelous sword arts, it was still his major regret. Yet, out of his expectations, an opportunity had presented itself. How could he not feel thrilled? Are you really capable of renewing the sword? The eminent sword saint was bellowing like an anxious young man. Of course. In terms of the sword arts or other techniques, I may be no match for you or Qi Zhongdao. However, When it comes to forging and refining, I am absolutely invincible in the entire ancient sage's sector. His declaration rumbled across the field like thunder. Before he joined the Dragon Spring meeting, Li Yao had run a detailed analysis on the positioning of the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture. It was not enough to position the identity as a mean and brutal warrior. He was born and raised in a modern cultivation civilization, and he was used to battles in crystal suits, which was definitely not to be exposed right now. Without crystal suits or colossi, and with just his own combat ability, not just the terrifying sword saint Yin Liren, even Qi Zhongdao could force him to run away like a stray dog when the heaven-flipping seal was triggered to the maximum. Even if he could earn his fame as one of the top 10 experts on par with the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, his rank would still be low. Besides, with his combat ability alone, he was certainly able to build the image of an unparalleled, brutal man who was good at fighting. Chances were that other people would be scared of him, admire him, recruit him, and get him involved in certain core secrets. However, the role that he played would only be a muscle who would have to carry out the most dirty and exhausting tasks without corresponding benefits. But a refiner would be different. The profession of refiner could be traced back to ancient times when it was called sword forger. It had been quite popular at the time. Making friends with other experts and establishing a complicated social network were very easy things for a refiner who helped others forge swords and other magical equipment. For Li Yao, who intended to build an overseas mercenary camp of nascent soul stage cultivators for the Star Glory Federation, it was certainly a very advantageous role. The perfect example would be right now. If he could indeed successfully help Yin Liren renew his sword, he would certainly win the guy's affection. With a few nice words, it was possible for him to convince the guy to stand on the Federation's side. Furthermore, while exploring relics, refiners were highly protected assets and would not be leading the charge fighting with their lives. After all, if the team ran into any alien traps or magical equipment, they would have to count on the refiners to crack them. Compared with his combat ability, Li Yao had more faith in his expertise in refining. The reason was simple. He was now in the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Oyezi's memory pieces had been opened to the phase of the nascent soul stage too. Right now, after the mental devil helped Li Yao swallow and study Oyezi's memory pieces, the two parties would share the knowledge. The efficiency of digestion and absorption had been significantly increased. The highest level in the ancient sage's sector was the nascent soul stage. The 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators who had gone missing mysteriously 100 years ago did not seem to have any shocking expertise in refining either. Therefore, Li Yao did not think that there would be a better sword forger than himself in this sector. The only problem was that such an identity would raise suspicion or even connect him with Vulture Li Yao of the Star Glory Federation one day in the future. However, after giving it a lot of thought, Li Yao believed that it was not very likely. When he was in the Star Glory Federation, he had never told anyone that he had the memories of Oyezi, a master of refining in the age of ancient cultivators. It was true that he often performed certain methods that had been popular in ancient refining at that time. However, most of the methods were merely for ancillary purposes. They were only meant to knock the door so that he could better understand the mysteries of modern refining. At that time, the impression that he left on everyone should be a modern refiner who was adept at ancient refining arts and whose works were in a quaint style. It was completely different from refining purely with ancient techniques. As long as he slightly changed his style in refining, nobody would realize that a sword forger from the ancient sage's sector who adopted the most authentically traditional approaches was the same person as the modern refiner of the Star Glory Federation, whose works were of vintage style. Besides, he had foreseen the dangers of his journey before he left the Federation and made arrangements accordingly. If he indeed returned to the Federation with the nascent soul stage mercenaries one day, those arrangements might come in handy. You must know who I am, fellow cultivator Yin. I am just a barbarian cultivator. It's only natural that you grow suspicious about my expertise in refining. Bronze Sensor Peak was still utterly soundless following Li Yao's egotistical declaration. Li Yao glanced around slowly before he continued proudly in a hoarse voice. I didn't intend to reveal the secret earlier. However, your astounding attack has indeed benefited me a lot. I am a grateful man. Now that you have shown me respect by demonstrating your most secret sword to me. What is the big deal about my little secret? It's true that barely any knowledge in forging and refining has been passed on in the Southland of sorcerers. There are few experts good at manipulating the swords among the barbarian cultivators. My master was Elder Five Despairs. His lineage did not have any knowledge in the arts of sword forging. However, as many fellow cultivators may have heard, 70 years ago, I was ambushed by my senior brother Master Black Moon and knocked into a venomous lake at the bottom of an abyss. I narrowly escaped from being killed, but I was seriously corroded and deformed. Thankfully, the dozens of lethal poisons neutralized each other, and I managed to survive. Later, by accident, I found an ancient residence that was passed on from the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty! All the cultivators exclaimed. Great Zhou was the second unified dynasty after Cloud Qin more than 80,000 years ago. In the eyes of the ancient cultivators who believed in the older, the better, it was certainly a mysterious and incredible age. What I found was a residence left by a master of sword forging and examination named Yanzhu. To avoid the riots in the world of cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty, he fled all the way to the Southland of sorcerers. Since he passed away in his residence, the place hadn't been open for tens of thousands of years. But I accidentally entered it. Naturally, the name Yanzhu was make-believe. He had learned on his way there that the Great Zhou dynasty was a short-lived dynasty where riots and conflicts were ubiquitous. Little information of that time had survived. No one would see any loophole in the non-existent sword forger of Great Zhou that he had fabricated. The nascent soul-stage cultivators, even though a bit suspicious earlier, calmed down and listened on. Yanzhu left almost 100 methods to manipulate the sword in 36 volumes on sword forging, Li Yao declared proudly. I spent 70 years understanding and absorbing all of them. Now, I am more or less Yanzhu's successor. The 100 methods and sword arts were all stolen from the experts of other sects in the Great Zhou dynasty by Yanzhu. The quality is not very good. The 36 volumes of books on sword forging, on the other hand, were his life's work. They are all invaluable techniques. Therefore, when it comes to the sword arts, I may not be as excellent as many heroes in the world, but in terms of examining and forging swords, I have every faith in myself. If even I cannot renew your sword, it will truly be hopeless. The few sword forgers of the Purple Pole sword sect looked rather awful while they whispered to each other. They had thought that the visiting elder from the Southland of Sorcerers was a pure warrior, but he claimed to be an unparalleled expert in sword forging. Was it true? Yin Liren's eyes suddenly glittered. He stepped forward and said, "How exactly are you going to help me renew the sword? Tell me about it." "All right." Li Yao nodded and cleared his throat before he said unhurriedly, "First of all, I will have to stay close to you. We will train together and even sleep on the same bed so that I have a deep understanding about your character, your mind, your beliefs, and your cultivation. I will be the one most intimidate to you who grasps every detail of your life." "Oh!" Yin Liren's eyes quickly shuddered. He had seen a lot of top sword forgers in the Purple Pole sword sect over the past 100 years, but he had never heard of such a weird forging method before. However, the approach seemed rather analogous to the way that he practiced his sword. On second thought, it did make some sense. "The process will take 3 months to 1 year, Li Yao said solemnly, "because I will have to calculate every tiny movement when you are walking, breathing, and attacking, including the rhythm of your heartbeat and the constriction of your pores, all to build an impeccable sword. It is also why I'm willing to work as a visiting elder in the Purple Pole sword sect for a year. Only such a long time will be enough for me to figure out everything about you." Of course, he did not entirely mean what he said. How could Li Yao let go of such an unparalleled tough man? If he could train with the guy and examine all his details from a close distance, it would be a great help for Li Yao to improve his own combat ability. He would also be able to take the opportunity to rope the guy in before he knew it. Besides, as long as he stayed close to Yin Liren, if the scouts from the Imperium of True Human Beings had arrived at the sector, They would probably come to the great sword forger when they visited Yin Liren because he was equally worthy of being recruited. That way, he would have access to the Imperium scheme. Anything else? Yin Liren asked, giving neither approval nor disapproval. He tilted his head, as if he were really considering the possibility. Also, Li Yao said, I will warm myself up with the marvelous weapons in the best refining field in the Purple Pole Sword sect, so that my soul will gradually blend with the environment of the refining field before I reach my peak state. I estimate that 1.5 years is enough for me to learn every detail of the refining field here and adjust myself to the most perfect state. Deep in thought, Yin Liren nodded slowly. Moreover, I want you to prepare 1,000 of the most famous eccentric flames of the ancient sages sector, as well as 1,000 buckets of water collected from the best rivers and natural paradises. I will test them one by one until I figure out the best fire and water for the refining task. Yin Liren narrowed his eyes and said, the most famous eccentric fire and water sources of the ancient sages sector can all be found within the Purple Pole Sword sect. Their features have long been studied. You can learn them by reading the documents. What I want to know is not the features of the eccentric fire and water sources, but their indescribable nature hidden in their deepest parts. Li Yao said casually, the fire and water in the world are just like the people in the world. Their personalities and tempers are different. The brooks that flow from the top of mountains have an air of pride and loneliness around them, while the earth fire that has burnt for 1,000 years without dying in the desert is mixed with an intimidating killing intent that feels like a sweeping sandstorm. What I'm looking for is the most harmonious fire and water for your sword. Yin Liren's bald head suddenly glittered. It explains a lot. Thank you for your enlightenment. Lastly, and most importantly, Li Yao said, what you have is a sword that kills people. So, I will have to see how you really kill people that deserve to be killed. Only after I have witnessed the momentary brilliance that will be as splendid as a shooting star will I be able to craft a sword that is enough to accommodate your whole life. Pondering for a moment, Yin Liren said, do the rapscallions count as people who deserve to be killed? Li Yao nodded. Of course, as long as you find any one of them and have a fight with them. It will be enough for me to appreciate the splendor and finish the preparations for the sword forging. The 3 saints, for rapscallions, 1 monk, and 1 emperor were the group of true super experts of the ancient sages sector according to Ling Lanin. They were way above the nascent soul stage cultivators behind them. From Li Yao's friendship with Yin Liren, and when he worked as the visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, he would have opportunities to meet the 3 saints, 1 monk, and 1 emperor. However, of the 4 rapscallions, except for Han Bailing who had the connection of Han Yuantai, the other 3 would not go out and meet him easily, would they? Now that Li Yao had announced the issue to the public, even if he went out to look for the 4 rapscallions with Yin Liren later, he would have a perfect excuse. Nobody would suspect him at all. After he met the 3 saints, for rapscallions, 1 monk, and 1 emperor, he would easily be able to tell whether or not the scouts from the Imperium of true human beings were lurking around them conducting clandestine schemes. Yin Liren was finally convinced after hearing that. Taking a long breath in relief, he bowed deeply to Li Yao and said, I was so ignorant that I had never heard such incredible arts in sword forging before. I'm afraid that the deities and devils couldn't have done any better when they forged the primeval treasures. However, he raised his big head, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Master, are you not scared that after you renew the sword for me, it will be even easier for me to kill you? The sword maniac was indeed the sword maniac. After ascertaining that Li Yao was a target who deserves to be killed, he would not let go of the idea easily. Li Yao had taken such a detour, but he apparently had not forgotten it. Amused, Li Yao touched his neck and casually said, it is a tradition for ancient sword forgers to offer themselves to their swords. If I have to be killed, won't it be the best ending for a sword forger if he can be killed by the sharp blade that he made? In reality, he was sneering to himself. Damn you, Shorty. Don't be so arrogant. Your sword may be fast, but you haven't witnessed the formidability of the modern cultivation civilization yet. I was simply going easy on you today. Otherwise, If I had summoned the super mystic skeleton battlesuit, which has been strengthened by the string theory, I would have triggered my power rune arrays to the maximum and run far away. Where can you catch me? Liao had given it a lot of thought. Although Yin Liren's fourth sword was horrifying, it was certainly not invincible. If the two of them really engaged in a life-and-death battle, Liao had a tactic in mind. Step 1. Put on his crystal suit. Step 2. Activate the super compressed crystal reactor and the power rune arrays to the maximum and flee. Step 3. Summon the ground-oriented warships that had been parked in the planet's orbit to launch a saturated bombardment on the zone that Yin Liren was in with all the main guns and ensure that the entire space was shattered. After a 1-hour bombardment was over, he would bring 100 grand illusionary soldiers and 500 beast puppets to search the bombarded area. Could the guy survive that? Of course, if he did not have the fire support of an entire fleet, then he would rather not have a life-and-death battle with Yin Liren. Fine. Yin Liren naturally had no idea what Liao was thinking about. He was already deeply awed by the arts of sword forging that Liao had introduced. The sword saint of the great Qian dynasty was shining more brilliantly than colored glaze as he solemnly said, "You are the second friend after Wangxi that deserves me wasting my time in sword practicing to make. I will entrust my sword to you, master." Forging an invincible sword for an invincible swordsman is the most gratifying thing possible for a sword forger. Liao burst into laughter. On my very first trip to the Central Plateaus in my entire life, although I failed to make a name for myself, I have made friends with such an unparalleled man. The journey is definitely worthwhile. After you, fellow cultivator Yin. After you, master. The two of them smiled and bowed to each other before they walked to the purple pole sword sex banner, leaving the high-level cultivators dumbfounded as if statues behind them. All the high-level cultivators felt that they were freaking out. This doesn't look right. Qi Zhongdao clearly won the summit confrontation against Yin Liren. All three primeval swords were broken. It was not a victory with slim edge, but a crushing one. Shouldn't the 5 major sects be on fire and the purple pole sword sect be lethargic? Why is the ambience entirely reversed after the mysterious air of a sword forger from Great Zhou and Yin Liren had a seemingly sophisticated conversation? They seemed to have suppressed everyone on the spot and made the audience the background of their chit-chat. Many thoughtful, nascent soul-stage cultivators, after looking at each other in wilderness for a while, came up with a possibility at the same time. Did the two of them prepare their lines in advance? Was that show a ruse? Therefore, in the eyes of the audience, who did not know the truth, this was what happened just now. Yin Liren suffered a brutal failure in the competition. All of his 3 primeval swords shattered. One of them had even exploded into powder and was beyond repair. Yin Liren was devastated and stained by blood himself, not to mention that he fell into a pit in the end. It was indeed a crushing defeat where he had no chance to fight back at all. Right then, a guy who looked equally shabby and devastated went forward and had an uncanny conversation with Yin Liren. They said that Yin Liren could have slain Qi Zhongdao easily, that Yin Liren had a 4th sword that surpassed the 3 primeval swords, that he was the strongest swordsman in the world. Then, the guy even fell on one knee, covering his neck as if he had been cut in the throat by the will of the sword. Even his voice turned hoarse. The incredible acting skills convinced everybody at that time, but once they reflected on it, they realized that it was just Li Yao's empty talk, and he could have said anything that he wanted. The conversation that they had later was the same. At first glance, Li Yao seemed indeed capable of telling the specific shape of Yin Liren's 4th sword just based on the previous illusionary attack. Also, the guy's marvelous arts in sword forging. But was all that not their word alone? They were not bragging about themselves. They were adulating each other. Li Yao adulated Yin Liren's sword arts, and Yin Liren adulated Li Yao's expertise in sword forging. They flattered each other until everybody was confused. With some further thought, did the so-called 4th sword and the heritage from Great Zhou really exist? What 4th sword? It can't be real. This is just an act. Also, he claims to have astonishing expertise in swords that allows him to perceive the shape and weight of the magical equipment, and even the internal injuries, just based on an illusionary attack. He must be exaggerating. I have been refining for 180 years. I have never heard of such arts before. The conversation between those two fellow cultivators was indeed unbelievably incredible. The mysteries and expertise that they described can only be described as appalling. However, what if they prepared everything in advance? Their goal was to save the purple pole sword sex face after Yin Liren's brutal failure, and to make us overestimate its capabilities so that they would be at an advantage in the negotiation later. Exactly. This master spiritual vulture might have had some fortuitous experiences in the southwest forests. Judging from the fact that he could suppress two fellow cultivators in the core formation stage easily, perhaps he has really advanced into the nascent soul stage. But what of it? We have more than 50 cultivators in the nascent soul stage here. If he were just a regular nascent soul stage cultivator, he wouldn't be much help to them even if he stood on the purple pole sword sex side. Therefore, they intentionally prepared a nice play by making use of Master Spiritual Vulture's mysterious identity. Master Spiritual Vulture blurted out, "Qi Zhongdao will surely fail in public before the battle." His statement could have gone either way. If Master Righteous One indeed failed, he would have forecasted the outcome wisely. When others were appalled, he would announce that he was a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect gloatingly and demand benefits for the Purple Pole Sword sect later. If Yin Liren failed, they would do exactly what they did. After a seemingly witty conversation, they almost managed to change their passive position and make us unable to determine the Purple Pole Sword sect's potential. This is obviously a trick of the fortune tellers, who won't be wrong either way. Exactly. That must have been what happened. As expected of the wise and thoughtful senior, Tian Jizi. Everything makes sense now, after your interpretation. Damn it. We were almost fooled. 70 years ago, Master Spiritual Vulture was merely at the peak of the core formation stage. Despite his fortuitous experiences, he can only be a regular nascent soul stage cultivator at best right now. How can he be half as incredible as he described? Anyways, we have 50 nascent soul stage cultivators here. Are we going to watch them go away without even having the courage to test them as if we are scared by their few words? Below the bronze censer mountain, too many cultivators from the smaller sects are still waiting for the result of the battle. If they learn that the 5 major sects hesitated because of their empty talk when Master Righteous One secured an obvious victory, how are the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, Flying Spirit Island, and the Monster Taming Pavilion going to stand in the world of cultivators and all the 3,000 sects in the world? Suspicions, exclamations, and yells were flowing toward the center of the sword test field like tides. When the tides of fury reached the peak, a thunderous roar finally rumbled in the crowd. Fellow cultivators, Spiritual Vulture, please wait. Boom! A streak of intimidating, golden brilliance soared into the sky, unleashing a blast in midair, before it smashed toward the center of the sword test field like a shooting star. The broken stones were flying everywhere, and the sound waves were pushing out. When the smoke died down, a tall, muscular man as magnificent as a tower was revealed. He was in heavy, golden armor, and his skin was dark gold too. A golden sword more than 3 meters long, which seemed to be made of a whole piece of gold, was hanging from his waist. Wu Tiantong, the secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan. Amid everybody's exclamation, the gold-armored man bowed to Li Yao. Baring his white teeth, which must have been able to chew steel up, he smiled. Fellow cultivator, Spiritual Vulture, your lecture on sword forging was indeed enough to enlighten the benighted. However, as a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, are you just going to walk away after throwing out a few empty words? The Gold Armor Clan, as its name suggested, was a super sect that focused on the manufacture of all kinds of armor and defensive magical equipment. As a matter of fact, although the Grand Mystery Sect was leading the operation to threaten the Purple Pole Sword sect together with the other 4 sects, it was because the Grand Mystery Sect had always been a big brother in the world of cultivators. In terms of the foundation and the main business, in fact, the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword sect were quite different. The two of them were dominators in their respective fields, and the friction of their interests was not that intense. The Gold Armor Clan's case, however, was different. It was also a major sect of refining. If a furnace could produce a suit of armor, it could certainly produce a flying sword. The market for aggressive magical equipment was larger than the market for defensive magical equipment. The Gold Armor Clan was ambitious enough to have begun developing in multiple categories a long time ago. They had produced a lot of sabers and swords of their own. However, theirs was a trade where the brand mattered. The Purple Pole Sword sect had always enjoyed its reputation as the best sword sect in the world. Also, it had integrated the upstream suppliers and the downstream distributors, monopolizing the market a long time ago. It was more than difficult for the Gold Armor Clan to jump in. When lead eunuch Wang Shi was in power, not only did the Gold Armor Clan fail to occupy the Purple Pole Sword sect's market share in the aggressive magical equipment, the Purple Pole Sword sect even swallowed part of the market of defensive magical equipment by taking advantage of Wang Shi's connection with them. Stopping others from making money was like killing their parents. The Gold Armor Clan hated the Purple Pole Sword sect's guts and was more desperate to bite some meat off the sect than anybody else. Therefore, Butiantong, a secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan, had to march forward and provoke Li Yao even while knowing that the guy could be in the nascent soul stage. What was the big deal about the nascent soul stage? The guy was in the beginning level at most, while he was at the middle level. What was there to be scared of? Frowning, Li Yao turned around and glanced at Butiantong. What do you have to enlighten me, fellow cultivator Boo? You are flattering me. The golden muscles on Butiantong's face were shaking, and he patted his sword heavily and laughed. The Gold Armor Clan knows a thing or so about refining too. This Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword is an ultimate product that 3 great sword forgers of the Gold Armor Clan have produced after arduous work. Since you are good at examining swords, why don't you examine this one? Butiantong is personally taking action. He is most famous for his advanced cultivation arts that are particularly tough and violent. He is a fearless and relentless expert. I have heard about the Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword before. It is said that the Gold Armor Clan accidentally found the debris of an extraterrestrial weapon that fell from the sky. 3 great sword forgers spent 5 years finding hundreds of materials to merge with the debris. Finally, a marvelous sword was created. I'm told that the Gold Armor Clan has been hoping to test the new weapons that the Purple Pole Sword sect produced with the sword during the Dragon Spring meeting and earn their fame. Whispers were soaring up to the sky again. Even Qi Zhongdao, who had been seated below the Grand Mystery sect's banner the whole time, could not help but stand up and stare at Li Yao without blinking. All right, Li Yao thought to himself, thank God this bro jumped out. If they were all cool enough to bear my provocation, I would have had no chance to show off. Hew. Before Li Yao's voice died down, his clothes suddenly shivered. A few streams of smoke seemed to be crawling out. What? The high-level cultivators felt that their heads were dizzy. Li Yao's blood-stained, common gray robe was standing there in midair, but the person inside was gone. Or rather, it seemed to be worn by someone transparent. A long shriek that sounded like the shriek of a vulture suddenly echoed above Butiantong's head. A cluster of green, ghostly fire suddenly burst out into a dominating figure. At this moment, Li Yao was like a totally different person. Right below the gray robe was in fact another glamorous robe that was pure green, as thin as cicada wings and as smooth as silk, giving every feeling that it was extraordinary. While his black hair was shaking, the green spot at the center of his eyebrows spread into a green vulture whose wings surpassed his eyes and extended to his temples. Together with the ripples of spiritual energy that were spreading out like fire, the demeanor of an unparalleled, brutal man was fully revealed. Chapter 14, 05 Nice Sword. Many elders and leaders in the nascent soul stage had guessed that Li Yao was probably also in the nascent soul stage. But they never dreamt that Li Yao would trigger such dominating auras when he had seemed quite plain before. His spiritual waves alone suggested that he could not be in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. He was even better than the rarely seen middle level of the nascent soul stage and on par with the supreme experts such as the 3 Saints and 4 Rapscallions. It was a tough man who could make it to the top 10 experts in the world list. He might even really be qualified to be compared to experts such as Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren. His chit-chat with Yin Liren just now was perhaps not a bluff. The green spiritual waves that Li Yao triggered snatched at Bu Tiantong brutally like a bizarre bird flapping its wings. Bu Tiantong was the one under the most pressure after his sudden outbreak. The toughest person of the Gold Armor clan felt that he was indeed being swooped upon by an eagle that could stir up the clouds in the heaven. Bu Tiantong had never thought that his opponent would be so strong. However, the expert in the middle level of the nascent soul stage was not a fish on a chopping block. With the marvelous weapon Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword in hand, Bu Tiantong's comprehensive combat ability was perhaps even higher than Han Yuantai's when he had no time to retrieve his magical equipment in the Southland of Sorcerers. Shua, golden brilliance was flourishing on his armor and expanding into a giant golden ball more than 3 meters in diameter. The brilliance was so intense that it looked like a tank of molten steel that could melt anything. The Gold Armor clan was best known for their defenses in the first place. The extraordinary mystic rays released from the armor could not only disrupt the enemy's vision and telepathic thoughts, but also cover the operations of the user. It was definitely some of the best magical equipment. Z. The green flames of spiritual energy around Li Yao changed from a giant eagle into almost 10 tentacles and spread out. Like an enormous ghost hand, they clenched the golden ball released by Bu Tiantong's armor. One green and the other gold. The two flames in different colors crashed, rubbed, and consumed each other, and had chemical reactions like two incompatible liquids. Not only were ear-splitting shrieks echoing, colorful smoke was also dashing up into the sky. This was purely a war of attribution. It was the immensity of their spiritual energy that was being tested. At first glance, they seemed to be in stalemate. However, Li Yao's ghost claw was infiltrating the golden ball, and he seemed to have everything under control. As it turned out, a moment later, a roar echoed inside the golden, shining ball. The Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword turned into a raging gold dragon that broke out the shell and stabbed toward Li Yao's face. Bu Tiantong could not sustain it any longer and changed his move. The auras of the sword were neither straight lines nor arcs. Instead, they shot out in the shape of a sector like the dazzling brilliance of the sun, covering dozens of square meters around Li Yao. Locked onto by the auras of the sword, one would feel like one was standing in the middle of a desert with a scorching sun overhead. There was nowhere to run. Li Yao did not bother to blink. He rolled his fingers and threw out the needles that had once horrified Han Yuantai in the Southland of Sorcerers. The needles darted toward the sun like a hazy drizzle. Ding, 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 ding. Every needle hit one of the auras of the sword precisely. The auras withered like balloons that had been stabbed. They perished into nothingness, leaving lingering echoes behind them. When the hundreds of crisp sounds overlapped, it sounded like a piece of weird music. Half narrowing his eyes, Li Yao appreciated the melody of fire and war to his heart's content. As if he had drunk delicious wine, his face became flushed, and he seemed to be intoxicated when he observed, "Nice sword." The auras of the sword gave a feeling of emptiness and boundlessness when they were tapped, which is not something that ordinary metals can offer. They can only be found in the sea of stars above the firmament from the real star metals. Li Yao had noticed something weird after he landed on the Ancient Sages sector. Infinite stars could also be seen at night in the Ancient Sages sector. They were even more brilliant than the stars seen in the outside worlds. Quite a few colorful galaxies were flowing in the sky. It was quite illogical. Because the Ancient Sages sector was at the center of a dark nebula, it should be difficult for the brightness of other stars to penetrate. Even if some of the stars were visible, their numbers should be few. However, after pondering for a long time, Li Yao finally realized that the stars in the sky were not real stars in the universe, but the battlefield debris around the Ancient Sages sector left in the primeval war. The debris was heavenly materials and earthly treasures that boasted many special characteristics. It also had such intense radiation that it had not dissipated after hundreds of thousands of years and was still releasing all kinds of waves nonstop. When the ancient cultivators of this sector raised their heads to look at the sky at night, that was what the stars they saw were. The debris was not absolutely stationary in the universe. Instead, it moved randomly due to the interference of the gravity of the sector's planets and their satellites. When some of the remnants crashed into each other, or when they were captured by the gravity sphere of the planet, it was possible for them to drop down to the planet. The debris was made of the super alloys that the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan had crafted with their spectacular technology, which was tens of hundreds of years ahead of the current era. Naturally, they were the best materials for refining, because they were the stars in the knowledge of the ancient cultivators of this sector. Such remnants had become known as star metals. The high-level cultivators did not expect that Li Yao could still talk in the middle of the fierce battle. They were even puzzled about his expertise. After looking at each other for a moment, they all fell silent. Sha, 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 sha. Manipulating the thin needles, Li Yao bypassed the sword auras and pierced at the real body of the gold crow devil, sweeping sword at a higher and higher speed with less and less strength. When the needles tapped the body of the sword, it was no longer the ear-splitting sounds, but the pleasant, gentle sounds of raindrops falling into grasses. Those are some good materials. The craftsmanship is quite remarkable, too, Li Yao said with both surprise and amazement. The star metal should have been much too hard for you to melt or forge. It was supposed to be just a block of metal and could in no way be forged into a weapon. However, the sword forgers of the Gold Armor clan selected an innovative approach. Instead of heating it with the eccentric fire, they mediated it with more than 30 kinds of liquids that could melt metals. After it was softened, they reinforced it with various materials, including the 100 dry vines, the long, hateful grasses, the devil-taming bones, and the blood-rain stones, among a few others. As a result, the features of the star metals were changed, and they could be refined into weapons. Since the Gold Armor clan has such extraordinary sword forgers who are not restrained by traditions, no wonder you are confident in competing with the Purple Pole Sword sect. All the cultivators were dazed by what Li Yao had said. Was it even possible to deduce the forging procedures of the magical equipment by the sounds of collisions and infer its raw materials? How unbelievable was that? Shwa, 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 shwa. Everybody looked at the elders and leaders of the Gold Armor clan. All of them from the Gold Armor clan appeared so shocked and devastated that they might have just run into ghosts. No, even if Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, the mother of all ghosts, showed up in front of them, they would not have been so shocked, unless Wang Mingzhu not only showed up but also offered a strip dance. Bu Tiantong's previously shining gold face was pale, and his sword auras were in disarray. Li Yao roamed among the sword auras that were as scorching as the sun and sighed. Nice sword, nice materials, nice approaches. It's a pity, his countenance suggested that he truly felt regretful. It's a pity that because the 100 dry vines, the long hateful grasses, the devil-taming bones, and the other materials are ancillary ingredients for the ease of forgery, they have to be replaced one way or another after the forgery is complete in order to increase the purity of the sword. You chose to absorb them with jade ocean sand and then remove jade ocean sand, which had been attached with the useless materials. That's not a bad idea. Every grain of jade ocean sand has billions of tiny holes that are invisible to the naked eye. It is the best material for absorption. However, at the last moment of refining the star metals, the temperature of the furnace must be raised to above 3,300 degrees. Yet, you didn't know that the jade ocean sand could possibly be vaporized into smoke when the temperature is between 3,380 degrees and 3,392 degrees. Maybe only 1 grain of the jade ocean sand was vaporized at that time. However, the smoke after it was vaporized, which could have been multiple times thinner than a hair, was enough to leave a crack that regular cultivators cannot perceive at all deep inside this sword. Therefore, even if this sword is made of star metals, and you have gone through all the trouble of carving more than 500 rune arrays at the periphery, turning it into an unstoppable an invincible weapon. As long as the tiny gap caused by the jade ocean sand is located, Li Yao smiled. His speed suddenly accelerated to a higher level as he marched forward toward Bu Tiantong's chest against the brilliance of the gold crow devil sweeping sword. Ah! Bu Tiantong was both shocked and infuriated. After his roar, the dazzling brilliance on the gold crow devil sweeping sword suddenly expanded. It no longer looked like a sword at all, but a shining, golden pillar. Li Yao's right hand extended into the gold pillar directly against the brilliance. The sharpest auras of the sword were about to mince his right arm and right shoulder, yet all of them suddenly vanished after a clang. Half of the tip of the enormous sword flew into the sky and stabbed to the ground after rotating several times in midair, still shivering. The gold crow devil sweeping sword had been broken in half by Li Yao when he flicked it with his thumb and his middle finger. The result seemed to be even more unbelievable than the confrontation between Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren. During Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren's confrontation, the two parties had used their primeval treasures. The three primeval swords being shattered by the heaven-flipping seal was still within the range of their perception. However, breaking the marvelous weapon that the Gold Armor clan had crafted with star metals after surmounting multiple problems over the years with just a snap of the fingers? How is it possible? Even Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren combined would not have been able to achieve such a terrifying feat. I didn't break the sword. Looking at his slightly red middle finger and glancing at Bu Tiantong on the opposite side, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, Li Yao said unhurriedly, "When the sword was just created, there was already a tiny gap 1.27 meters below the tip of the sword caused by the vaporized jade ocean sand. It is the sword's congenital deficiency. In the meantime, fellow cultivator Boo, your cultivation arts highlight force and momentum. You loved the gold crow devil sweeping sword so much, and you were so determined to compete with the heroes of the world with the sword during the Dragon Spring meeting that you poured immense spiritual energy into it to polish it day and night. Because of your high-intensity training, the gap inside the sword grew larger and larger, making the sword more and more vulnerable, to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Just now, in your fury, you were inputting spiritual energy into the sword without thinking about anything else. You were preparing to perform your ultimate skill, weren't you? But you didn't know that, by doing that, you would hurt your sword before you hurt anybody else, because you imposed a heavy burden on it that it couldn't bear. At that time, as long as the gap was located precisely, not just a finger, even the softest blade of grass would have been able to break the sword. If we get to the bottom of it, it is not the strength of the finger or the grass that breaks the sword, but your own." His words cast the sword test field into dead silence. Nobody knew what to say next. Bu Tiantong was sweating hard. The sword forgers of the Purple Pole sword sect were amazed. The few sword forgers from the Gold Armor clan, on the other hand, took a few steps back, as if they were all experiencing cardiac arrest at the same time. Without the disciples of their sect supporting them, they would have fallen to the ground. Looking at the half-broken sword that was still shivering in Bu Tiantong's hand, Li Yao shook his head lightly and sighed. The characteristics of the star metals are too unique for the Gold Armor clan to craft right now. It is already very remarkable that you overcame all those difficulties and progressed this far. This isn't your fault. Do not question your expertise in sword forging at all, just because the sword is broken. In my opinion, your expertise in sword forging is already rather high. Keep it up. I look forward to your next masterpieces. Bu Tiantong. The sword forgers of the Gold Armor clan. All the other cultivators. Not far away, Yin Liren held his arms and observed with great interest. He had thought that since the will of the sword could kill Li Yao easily, it would be more than simple for him to execute the guy in reality if he drew his sword. But he realized now that it might not necessarily be so. The reason was simple. The will of the sword was invisible. It would not be exhausted, worn, or broken. Even if the will of the sword perished, he could always condense another one. However, the real weapons would have imperfections formed during the manufacture process and the dozens of years of usage. They were the magical equipment's fatal weaknesses. It was obvious that this master spiritual vulture was someone extremely good at grasping the fatal weaknesses of the enemy's magical equipment. Yin Liren could kill him with the will of his sword, but if he drew the real sword, which was already riddled with cracks, would it have been snapped in half by the guy before its edge kissed the guy's throat? Interesting. Yin Liren spoke to the fourth sword on his waist. Now that we have such a guy, it seems that we need not be in too much of a hurry to kill Wang Shi. After saying that, Li Yao stepped forward with a sunny smile beaming on his face. Bu Tiantong was hesitating over what to do now when he suddenly sensed unstoppable killing intent. Dazed, he said in confusion, "You, fellow cultivator Bu, you invited me to examine your sword just now. So, I have examined it for you despite my reluctance." However, Li Yao said with a smile before brutally suddenly shot out of his eyes, "Are you sure that you are capable of paying for my service?" The shriek that was brimming with killing intent made everybody on the spot shiver violently. It finally occurred to them that the guy standing in front of them was not a harmless, regular sword forger, but a brutal man who had scourged the Southland of sorcerers 100 years ago and who would raise a flood of blood in his dissatisfaction. Bam! Li Yao turned into a green shadow and crashed into Bu Tiantong, who was more than twice as large as himself and wearing heavy armor. The most unbelievable thing happened. While Bu Tiantong was blown away brutally, the heavy armor on his body was dissected into pieces and spluttered everywhere. When he fell to the ground like a kite whose string had been severed, he was already naked. The entire armor had been dismembered into the most fundamental pieces that littered the entire sword test field. Well, everybody was shocked. Even more shocked than when they witnessed the gold crow, devil sweeping, sword being broken. Getting to the bottom of it, sabers and swords were not the gold armor clan's traditional business. It was more or less understandable that something went wrong during such a challenging task as refining the star metals. But when it came to armor-type magical equipment, nobody in the entire Ancient Sages sector was better than the Gold Armor Clan. Bu Tiantong was a secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan, and his combat ability ranked among the top 3 in the entire sect. Naturally, the Burning Sun Great Armor on him was the best of the best, yet it had been dismantled by the enemy who was barehanded. Li Yao smiled to himself. As an experienced crystal suit specialist in the Star Glory Federation, if he had to name one type of magical equipment that he was most familiar with, it would certainly be the armor type. After all, a crystal suit was also one kind of armor. It was the most professional, the most advanced, and the most unique armor that had combined multiple kinds of other magical equipment. In the Star Glory Federation, for the convenience of maintaining and strengthening the crystal suit, he had long grasped the remarkable skill of dismantling a crystal suit barehanded. Even the most precise supercrystal suit could be dismantled by him without any tools. How complicated could the armor of the ancient cultivators be? Today is the Purple Pole Sword Sex event. To show respect for Yin Liren, I will not kill anybody here. So, just leave one of your arms as the fee for my service of examining your sword. Chuckling, Li Yao lunged toward Bu Tiantong like an enormous eagle. Naturally, he was not attacking Bu Tiantong for real. However, it was not a fairy tale but reality. The cultivators in the nascent soul stage were all as shrewd as monkeys and certainly would not ask to be killed in lines. Since Li Yao dared say that if he did not pretend that he was going to heavily wound Bu Tiantong, after witnessing his arts in sword forging and his combat ability, other nascent soul stage cultivators certainly would be sensible enough to not start a fight with him anymore. How could he allow that? He had waited 100 years for a chance to show off. Having only defeated one of them, he was not satisfied at all. He had to show off when there was a chance. If there was not, he had better create one himself. As he expected, when he lunged toward the armless and defenseless Bu Tiantong from the high stance and chuckles, 2 people attacked him collectively. Master Spiritual Vulture, we are not enemies. You don't have to be so aggressive. Since you are adept at examining magical equipment, I, Rin Chongkong from Thunderstorm Valley, have a pair of thunderous polarity symbols that I would like you to give your insight on, Master. Li Juelong of the Flying Spirit Island also has a spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear for you to evaluate. 2 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage marched out, pushed back Li Yao and protected Bu Tiantong. The two of them were Bu Tiantong's best friends. On this trip, they had planned to split some of the interest by threatening the Purple Pole Sword sect together too. So, they rushed out to help him without thinking too much. They were both respected big shots in their sections. They had certainly not considered attacking the enemy together. In fact, attacking the enemy in turn was already bad enough for their reputation. However, Li Yao had made up his mind to gain his fame. After a laugh, he took a weird turn in midair. The green flames of spiritual energy swept across the two nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time, like the two wings of a vulture. All right, let's not waste each other's time. Bring out your magical equipment, and let me examine them. Shua. Ren Chongkong shook his sleeve and released two flying symbols, one red and the other purple. They were swirling crazily in midair with extremely sharp edges where vague brilliance of electricity was flashing. They were now joining each other and now splitting in thunderous explosions. All the audience felt that the earth was shaking in thunderstorm. Excellent symbols, Li Yao shouted. Those symbols are divided into two pieces. The female one is made of ghost wind copper, which was blown by wind for 10,000 years. The male one seemed to be made of regular steel, but it has been hit by lightning at least 30 times. The will of the thunder dwells within the male symbol, turning ordinary into extraordinary. But it's a pity. Li Yao smiled and dashed over to the broken sword before he kicked it toward the thunderous polarity symbols. You once fought against a formidable enemy with those weapons, and the female part was left with a tiny hole. Although it was repaired carefully, it was no longer the perfect state it used to be. Bam! The thunderous polarity symbols crashed into the gold crow devil sweeping sword. Although the broken sword was blown away, a tiny hole indeed appeared on the bright purple female symbol, which seemed to have been pierced through by the teeth of a beast. After the hole appeared, the thunderous polarity symbols were 10 times more lackluster than before, just like Ren Chongkong's face. What about my spear? Before Li Yao chased after Ren Chongkong, Li Zhuilong, the nascent soul stage expert from Flying Spirit Island, stabbed his spear toward Li Yao's face. Hiss! Li Yao gasped and shouted, "Perfect! This spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear is flawless from its materials to its craftsmanship. The maker of the treasure must have spared no effort. The user has been carefully wielding and maintaining it too. There is no major damage. It is impeccable, except for one problem." Problem? Li Zhuilong was very proud of his spear. He did not know where it was flawed at all. He asked in a hurry, "What's the problem?" The biggest problem of the sword is that Li Yao chuckled. "You are its owner." On the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear, countless helical spiritual stripes were glittering at the same time, forming a dragon that had been tied onto the body of the spear. The scales of the dragon were all rising, while the tip of the spear raged forward. As it moved, there was not the sound of the sonic barrier being broken, but the roars of a dragon. Centered at Li Yao's nose, his facial muscles were spreading out in ripples, as if the air currents concentrated at the tip of the spear had already deeply pierced into his face. The powerful attack raised rounds of exclamations among the cultivators nearby. The ultimate skills of a nascent soul stage cultivator were not something that could be witnessed often. On the route of the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear's attack, even the high-level cultivators hundreds of meters away felt the tremendous pressure and could not help but get out of the way quickly in case they ended up as collateral damage. Li Yao, however, did not evade at all. He did not even move away his head when he crashed into the tip of the spear directly. At first, he seemed to be committing suicide. Then, an amazing scene took place. The spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear was about to penetrate through his head, when the tip of the sword suddenly shivered, as if Li Zhuilong was unable to hold it steadily. It brushed past Li Yao's left cheek and only scratched the part of the skin on the tip of his ear. Li Yao took the opportunity to stride forward. He was only one hair away from Li Zhuilong. The larger a weapon's range was, the more powerful it would be. For a piece of magical equipment such as the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear, its power could only be maximized with enough distance. What happened? How did the attack miss the target? Li Juelong's hands trembled. How is that possible? As an unparalleled expert in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, he certainly boasted the most thorough control over his beloved magical equipment. Such a mistake was too lousy for even an ordinary fighter. When all the high-level cultivators were confused, somebody suddenly pointed at the end of the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Everybody widened their eyes and observed. However, despite the bright sunlight, they could only see certain vague shimmers on threads and did not know what it was exactly. Only the nascent soul stage cultivators with the highest expertise could tell that there were some kind of metal threads that were much thinner than a hair, but extremely tensile. Those metal threads had been released from Li Yao's sleeves and attached to the tail of Li Juelong's spear at some point. Like the springs behind a marionette, a tiny tug on the threads would have been enough to cause a subtle change in the attack route of the spear tip. What kind of magical equipment is this? The sword forgers from the Purple Pole Sword sect, the Gold Armor clan, and other sects alike felt that their jaws were dropping. It was a piece of magical equipment that had never appeared in the ancient sages' sector, or for that matter, in any other world of ancient cultivators. They were the molecular mica threads that Li Yao had brought from the Federation. It was only one molecule large in diameter, but the hardness and tenacity of the material were unbelievably high. The spiritual energy conductivity of the mica threads was very satisfactory, too, which allowed them to be controlled by the telepathic thoughts. They were the best product in the field of material science in the Star Glory Federation. When Li Yao poured his spiritual energy into them and made them vibrate at a frequency of tens of thousands of times per second, they were like the tiniest saws, capable of cutting the hardest materials. It was not a piece of attack magical equipment in the first place, but a tool for refining that Li Yao used to perfect the metals. Back when he was in the Flying Star sector, Li Yao was already cutting multi-surface components with similar mica threads. Moreover, since they were able to cut the hardest metals and crystals, it was certainly not a problem for them to cut the flesh and bones of a human being. Schwa! Dozens of molecular mica threads, with a needle tied to the front as a balance weight and a lead, darted toward Li Juelong's critical parts. The molecular mica threads that Li Yao had secretly tied to the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear were even jerking up toward Li Juelong's hands like vipers. If Li Juelong did not intend to be cut into thousands of pieces by the molecular mica threads, he would only have one option. "Release it," Li Yao bellowed. Li Juelong was obedient enough to let his weapon go immediately and retreated. But although his hands loosened, two attraction forces were flowing out of his arms as he tried to manipulate the spear with his spiritual energy to attack Li Yao from behind. The nascent soul stage cultivators did not necessarily have to use their magical equipment with their hands after all. It was a pity that while he was retreating fast, Li Yao stomped in midair and stopped his momentum before running backward too. While retreating, Li Yao pulled the spear hard with the molecular mica threads. The magical equipment had been polished by Li Juelong for decades and connected to his heart. Now that it was also closely attached to him with spiritual energy, it was certainly not something that Li Yao could snatch away easily. The spiritual energy and the molecular mica threads from the two of them exerted forces from two different directions. Then, with a crisp snap, part of the lower half of the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear was cut off because of the high-speed oscillations of the molecular mica threads. Seeing that his most beloved magical equipment had been destroyed, Li Juelong felt more hurt than he would have after losing arm. He cried and fell to the ground. He looked at Li Yao with bloodshot eyes that were filled with hatred and craziness. Like a crazy animal, he roared desperately. "A true man should be killed before he is insulted. How dare you insult me like that?" "You are overthinking it," Li Yao sneered. "Do you think that I was mocking you when I said that the biggest problem with the spear was you?" Li Juelong was dumbfounded. His crazy face froze. Sitting on the ground, he asked, "Were you not?" "Of course not. I was only speaking the truth," Li Yao said casually. Even the best magical equipment requires a corresponding user to maximize its power. This spear is made of the icy steel deep inside North Sky Ocean of the Frost Moon State together with dozens of veins of dragon-type animals. In terms of the materials, rune arrays on it, and temperature when it was crafted, every detail was impeccable. Even I can't find any flaws. However, I am very certain that you are certainly not the original owner of the spear. This spear is 2.279 meters long and weighs 54.835 kilograms. The tail of the spear has been thickened by an additional embossment, partly to make it easier to be wielded and partly to slightly adjust the barycenter. Judging from those features, the spear should have been designed for a cultivator who is 2.19 meters tall, with an arm span of 2.03 and a weight between 92.5 kilograms to 93.5 kilograms. Only such a height, arm span, and weight could perfectly match the spear in order to use the weapon to the fullest extent. It was certainly an expert who crafted the spear. When he forged the spear, he did exactly what I am about to do to renew Yin Liren's fourth sword. He took the body details and the habitual movements of the user into account. You are 2.13 meters tall, and your arm span is 1.95 meters. Although these two details are close enough, your weight is the most critical problem. You weigh 117.5 kilograms, with muscle all over your body. The spear is devised for agile, erratic attacks. You are too strong for the spear. When you wave the spear, your height is not right. Your weight is not right. Your barycenter is not right. Everything is not right. Even if you have polished the spear hard for decades and have copied all the moves, arts, and techniques of the previous owner of the spear, how can you expect to wield 1/10 of the spear's original power? You can't possibly have never sensed the anomalies during your training. So, am I wrong to say that the biggest problem of the spear is you? Tell me. Boom! Li Juelong's face seemed to have been bombarded by a crystal bomb. His face reddened to such a point that he seemed to be choked by the blood that he was about to vomit. He did not even know whom he should curse. Looking at Li Yao and the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear, which had been shortened, he was lost for words. All the high-level cultivators were whispering to each other. The spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear was a famous piece of magical equipment among the cultivators. It was Li Juelong's family treasure, and the earliest owner of the spear was his father. When his father was alive, his father had indeed been taller and slimmer than him. It was not a secret. Many cultivators of the older generation still remembered it. I don't know what the relation between you and the original owner of the spear is. Perhaps it is your friend or family, Li Yao said solemnly. Therefore, after you retrieved the spear, you were determined to revive the spear's former glory no matter the cost. However, everybody has their own features and habits. Even the same cultivation art and the same magical equipment should have minor adjustments when they are utilized by different people according to the user's idiosyncrasies. It is definitely not practical to just follow the traditions. Since your height and arm span are shorter than those of the spear's previous owner, and you are heavier with a lower barycenter, by shortening the spear by a little bit like right now, and adjusting the balancing weights to move the barycenter of the spear forward by 2.5 centimeters, it should be able to match your body figure perfectly. Li Juelong was dazed for a long time before he asked in disbelief. You did not intentionally break my spear, but were helping me revise it? You're in for a treat. Li Yao smiled. My service is supposed to be very expensive. However, I'm obliged to show fellow cultivator Yin my proficiency in sword forging, so that he can hand over his fourth sword to me for renewal without worries. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when Li Yao suddenly widened his eyes and bellowed. The molecular mica thread spread out in the airwaves, hooking not only the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear, but also the thunderous polarity symbols and the gold crow devil sweeping sword that had been split in half. Shwa! The three pieces of damaged magical equipment were all thrown high into the sky before their owners realized what was going on. Chapter 1408. This is what I'm talking about. Heal. The furnace, which was made of pure spiritual energy, revolved rapidly. The immense attraction force that it generated absorbed the broken pieces on the burning sun great armor, emboutillanting that were scattered on the ground, and tossed them into the furnace. Look, many high-level cultivators exclaimed. The clouds above the furnace, pulled by the attraction force, were changing into the magnificent shapes of dragons and tigers as they lunged into the furnace. The bronze censer peak only looked like a furnace but could not be used for real refining. However, Master Spiritual Vulture, the savant who had received the heritage of the Great Zhou dynasty, was now demonstrating the most incredible refining arts with the sky and the earth as the furnace and the clouds as the fuel. Is he going to repair the 3 pieces of damaged magical equipment right here without a furnace? How is it possible? The 3 pieces of magical equipment are all badly damaged. They won't stand a chance of being repaired without tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures and days and nights of polishing in a furnace. Will they? How is he going to do that? When all the cultivators and sword forgers were astonished, tiny, broken, crimson powder suddenly spread out of the furnace of spiritual energy before it was suddenly ignited. For a moment, the hundreds of square meters nearby became a smoking inferno. Even the high-level cultivators standing hundreds of meters away felt that the fire was licking their eyes and that their skin was breaking apart. What kind of eccentric fire is this? The temperature is so high. This temperature is high enough to melt steel into liquid. But is Master Spiritual Vulture safe and sound deep inside the flames? Look, the fire is still changing. While everyone was exclaiming, the crimson fire suddenly turned purple before it changed from purple into pure white. It was so beautiful that it looked like a cluster of shining diamonds. Yet, the temperature of the fire was even higher than before. The air was utterly twisted. Viewed from afar, the furnace of spiritual energy was fluctuating like an enormous, beating heart. All the cultivators heard the stunning noises echoing from deep inside the furnace. They also saw that the previous black smoke, gradually nurtured by spiritual energy as the temperature grew higher, had turned colorful and looked as translucent as crystals. The trails of smoke extended toward the sky like colorful jade pillars, turning the entire furnace of spiritual energy into a piece of jewelry. The splendid view almost made everyone stop breathing. They had never seen such a magnificent performance of the refining arts before. It was quite understandable because this was not refining at all, but the visual and sound effects that Li Yao intentionally made up. Only the outermost layer of the furnace was thousands of degrees high in temperature, which was the ever-changing, gorgeous shell. As for the inside, because of the blockage of barriers, the temperature was still normal. The shell of thousands of degrees was partly to awe other people and partly to prevent them from spying with their telepathic thoughts, so that Li Yao would be able to conduct the unattractive operations inside. The 3 pieces of damaged magical equipment were floating right in front of Li Yao's eyes. The marvelous tool that Li Yao took out of his pocket, however, turned out to be a tube of glue that was designed to temporarily repair magical equipment. Such glue was similar to the liquid metals that could automatically repair the shell of a starship. It was also a state-of-the-art product in material science from the Star Glory Federation. Once it was smeared to the broken part of magical equipment, it could generate immense attraction force and cover the damaged parts while keeping consistent characteristics with the surrounding parts. Such a glue had the best performance in elasticity and hardiness. Its spiritual energy conductivity was very high, too, and it was very steady in nature. It was compatible with almost all metals and superalloys. After being repaired in such a way, the magical equipment would regain at least 2/3 of its performance. The only shortcoming was that the working time of the glue was brief. It would gradually lose effect after it was exposed in the air for several days and end up being dust. Therefore, it was only for battlefield usage. Li Yao intentionally mixed a few pure natural heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the glue so that he could claim it to be a treasure that he had inherited from the Great Zhou dynasty. Sure, he could have fixed the magical equipment with the glue dutifully in front of everyone without the gaudy shell that he was hiding in right now. However, would he be any different from a shoe repairer on the street if so? Cool and splendid apparently meant a lot for the cultivators in such an age. All right. I'll clean the lower half of the spear first and remove the embossment, which is used as a weight. I'll attach it somewhere higher. This sword is rather easy to deal with. I only need to align the 2 parts and fill the gap in between with the glue. The real tricky one is the hole on the thunderous polarity symbols. It can't be helped. Let me cut a fixation granule in an identical shape. Right. I can't impress anyone with such a soundless maintenance job. Let me play some music with my abdomen. Boom! When all the cultivators outside were waiting, an explosion suddenly echoed from the brilliantly shining furnace of spiritual energy, and the entire bronze censer peak began shaking. While all the heroes were in disarray, not knowing what was happening inside the furnace, the daunting sounds of tides were escaping from the depths of the furnace. The sounds were higher and higher, and gradually turned into the music of a battle, as if thousands of troops were fighting fiercely inside the furnace. The scene was so shocking that not only were the high-level cultivators on the bronze censer peak deeply awed, the low-level cultivators who were waiting for the result anxiously below the bronze censer peak also noticed what was happening in the sky. What the heck? Has the Sword Maniac and Master Righteous One's competition taken so long? It doesn't feel like their aura. This aura is rather strange, yet it is extremely dominating. Look, the clouds in the sky are concentrating into an enormous swirl. Something seems to be absorbing them. The astonishing process of refining lasted about 10 minutes. Then, the furnace outlined by smoke and fire spread out like ice melting in water, turning into hazy mist floating into the sky. The sky turned into a turbulence of various colors, which did not disperse after a long time. Li Yao was sitting cross-legged at the center of the sword test field like a meditating monk or a tree that had grown for tens of thousands of years. He was truly like someone who had traveled through time. The 3 pieces of magical equipment were floating above his head quietly. Mystic rays were shooting out and vibrating the air, creating the roars of tigers and dragons. Suddenly, the 3 pieces of magical equipment darted to their original owners in 3 streaks of brilliance. This is... Li Juelong was the first to exclaim. After he shook the spear, he felt that a dragon moved from the tip of the spear into his body and melted into his flesh and blood. He could not have felt swifter, more comfortable, or more satisfied. It was like the spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear had never belonged to him until that day, even though he had polished the weapon for decades. So it was too long. Li Juelong almost roared into the sky. For decades, he had been practicing the sea-piercing sky-burning arts that his father had left for him. But however hard he trained himself, and even when his level far exceeded his father's peak ability, he always felt that there was an intangible gap between him and the best of the spear and the arts. He had thought that it was because his training was flawed. By referring to his father's training notes, he trained himself even more crazily, trying to be identical to his father in every detail. But as it happened, he was getting farther and farther away from the perfect state in his heart. It had been bothering him for a long time, and he was about to be mentally deranged because of it. He did not know until that moment that it was not his problem, but the spear's. Touching the newborn spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear, Li Juelong sighed with a complicated feeling. He eyed Li Yao with indescribable emotions inside his eyes. Bu Tianong of the Gold Armor Clan and Rin Chongkong of the Thunderstorm Valley, the 2 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, were the same. They touched their magical equipment carefully, but they failed to sense the tiniest gap in the previously damaged parts. The 2 of them looked at each other and noticed the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. They felt that their magical equipment had never really been awakened until Li Yao's repair. It was almost like their magical equipment was just a counterfeit previously. It only became the unique, authentic product after Li Yao modified it. Don't feel happy so fast. With his eyes half closed, Li Yao casually said, "Today, we do not have much time, and there are no tools and materials here. So, I merely made a rough example of how to repair them. I didn't cure the internal injuries of the magical equipment completely. Right now, the weapons are not as excellent as they appear to be. They cannot weather through a real battle despite the ostensible perfection. If you find my work satisfactory, you are free to come to me and tell me what kind of price you are willing to pay to have your magical equipment really repaired. Of course, if you feel that the sword forgers of your own sect are good enough to solve the issues without leaving any hidden problems, you are welcome to take care of the weapon on your own. The demonstrations I showed just now will be complimentary. However, if you choose to tend to it yourself, Do not come to me and waste my time if something goes wrong again in the near future. That was the vocational benefit of refiners. As long as they seized what one cared for most, they would never be afraid that one would not bend to them. Oh, Yezi's memories had been expanded to the nascent soul stage, where he was a pillar of the 100 Smelting clan. Naturally, Liao had learned a lot of things about the arts of blackmailing from him. Well, Bu Tiantong, Ren Changkong, and Li Zhulong, 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage who came to make demands of the Purple Pole Sword sect, looking at the perfect magical equipment in their hand, lost all their aggressiveness. But that seemed to be what was happening. The low-level cultivators could only hear the astonishing sounds on the bronze censer peak and see the spectacular views where the mountains were chopped by the sword auras, the clouds were churned by spiritual energy, and all kinds of variegated brightness were soaring toward the sky. When they thought that the battle was over, new noises erupted before they were replaced by dead silence. They waited and waited, yet there seemed to be no end. All the cultivators were waiting so earnestly that they almost hated that their souls could not leave their body to see what was going on there. Of course, that was impossible. The entire bronze censer peak had been surrounded by barriers. Not just the outsiders, even the Imperial soldiers responsible for security did not know the result. After waiting for a long time without any new message, as if an invisible behemoth had swallowed everyone on the bronze censer peak, everyone at the bottom of the mountain grew rowdy. What's going on? Why have the Sword Maniac and Master Righteous One fought for such a long time? This doesn't seem like their style. Who do you think is the winner, the Sword Maniac or Master Righteous One? Who is the well-deserved best in the Dragon Spring meeting? The Sword Maniac is best known for his fast sword. If he is the winner, it shouldn't have taken so long, right? Did anything unexpected happen on the bronze censer peak? Is it possible that Yin Liren or Qi Zhongdao were killed by the opponent, and the Purple Pole Sword sect waged a war upon the other 5 major sects? Is it really possible? Then, how do you explain the fulminations and the surging spiritual energy there? Look, the clouds in the sky are galloping like stallions. It is a sign that the spiritual energy has been activated to the maximum. Who else except for super experts such as Yin Liren or Qi Zhongdao can unleash such intimidating flames of spiritual energy? The yells and shouts spread like wildfire. Not only were the thousands of cultivators from the smaller sects ill at ease, even the Imperial swordsmen of the Purple Pole Sword sect were apparently less confident than before despite their fake calmness. They did not expect the battle to drag on to such a point. What exactly happened on the bronze censer peak? Was it Yin Liren who won? Or was it Qi Zhongdao? Or every Imperial swordsman's hands were sweating while they clenched their swords. Just when the raucous scene was almost out of control, a dull gong noise finally echoed on the top of the bronze censer peaker. The barriers that surrounded the mountain ebbed like colorful tides. The elders of the 6 major sects slowly descended on their lotus jade discs. The result is out. What happened? What happened? Did the Sword Maniac overwhelm Master Righteous One? Or did Master Righteous One eclipse the Sword Maniac? An elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect stepped out of the crowd. He flew above the thousands of cultivators on the lotus jade disc before glancing at the messy crowd with a half-smile and declared, "The result of the sword test between Elder Yin of our sect and Master Righteous One of the Grand Mystery sect is now out. Master Righteous One's heaven-flipping seal deserves to be known as the ultimate treasure in the world. It has suppressed all 3 primeval swords that our sect recently produced. The Purple Pole Sword sect has lost the competition." Ah! Lost. Yin Liren lost. The Purple Pole Sword sect lost. Heaven-flipping seal. Heaven-flipping seal, the best treasure of the ancient sages' sector. To think that it has destroyed 3 primeval swords in a row. How amazing! It seems that the Purple Pole Sword sect suffered such a crushing defeat that they were not able to fight back at all. Otherwise, why would their elder be admitting it so frankly without any whitewashing? This is good. Many of the smaller sects had followed the 5 major sects there because they intended to split the leftovers after the 5 major sects claimed the trophies. Now that the Grand Mystery sect was on the winning side, they were naturally simmering with delight. The greed in their eyes was obvious. The few cultivators who were not bemused by their veracity, however, felt that something was off. They noticed that the leadership of the 5 major sects who were slowly landing all had weird expressions. There was not the joy of victory at all, but certain uncanny embarrassment. The elders and the managers of the Grand Mystery sect, in particular, had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. They did not look confident and ambitious at all. What's going on? Didn't Master Righteous One win? Why does it seem that the 5 major sects have lost? The elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect caught the reactions of all the cultivators from the smaller sections. With a feigned smile, he said, "There are also 3 things that we would like to inform you of. Firstly, our sect and the Grand Mystery sect have just reached a deal. We will provide 3,000 Moonwave swords made of Moonwave steel in 5 years. For the deal, we will join hands with the Grand Mystery sect to develop Violet Moon Mountain, which has abundant reserves of Moonwave steel. Violet Moon Mountain is remote, with dense forests and animals. We're going to need a lot of hands. If any fellow cultivators here are interested in the business, you are welcome to cooperate with us." What? His announcement dumbfounded all the cultivators who were planning to loot the burning house. Moonwave steel was nothing rare. Moonwave swords were low-level flying swords that were usually distributed to the newly recruited disciples. For the super sects such as the Purple Pole Sword sect and the Grand Mystery sect, the business of 3,000 Moonwave swords should be insufficient to fill the gap of their teeth. At such a moment, the public announcement of such an insignificant deal and the claim that the 2 sects would develop the Moonwave steel reserves together were just a gesture suggesting that the Purple Pole Sword sect had reached a secret deal, or at least laid the groundwork for the deal, with the 5 major sects led by the Grand Mystery sect. But how is it possible? Since 1,000 sects had come to threaten 100 Blade Mountain under the lead of the 5 major sects, the situation was highly unfavorable for the Purple Pole Sword sect. After Yin Liren, the top expert of the sect, had failed, they should have been like meat on a chopping block waiting to be butchered. How did the 2 parties reach a deal so fast? The smaller sects did not even have time to enjoy the leftovers. Also, judging from the casualness and the smile of the elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, the deal that they had reached was even more advantageous for the Purple Pole Sword sect. What exactly had happened up there? The low-level cultivators could not figure it out at all, and they scratched their head as hard as they could. Secondly, the elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect dragged his tone and said unhurriedly, "According to the news that we have just received from the Southland of Sorcerers, Ling Shojing, the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, has fortunately accomplished his mission. With the enlightenment of Master Spiritual Vulture, a local senior, he has pronounced Huowuji as the chieftain of Southwest, banished the disobedient rogues including Huowuji, and executed Master Black Moon, who was shameless enough to rebel. Even Han Yuantai, Lord of Behemothic Eagle from Ghost Chin, was heavily wounded and kicked back to his own hometown. In half a month, the chaos in the Southland of Sorcerers has been addressed." It was another piece of explosive news. Everybody knew that the Ling family, a vassal family to the Purple Pole Sword sect, had been asked to fix the mess in the Southwest. It was also not a secret that the Purple Pole Sword sect, to cope with the pressures from everywhere, could not dispatch too many nascent soul stage experts to support the Ling family. Ling Shojing, on the other hand, was just a core formation stage cultivator. Few people were optimistic about his mission to the Southland of Sorcerers. But as it happened, even guys as brutal as Master Black Moon and Han Yuantai had been suppressed. Ling Shojing certainly did not have such capabilities. Many people located the most critical name from the whole announcement quickly: Master Spiritual Vulture. As they expected, the elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect went on. Thirdly, our sect has recently hired a new visiting elder. His name is Master Spiritual Vulture, a man who has been renowned in the Southland of Sorcerers for 100 years. Not only does Master Spiritual Vulture boast an immense cultivation that has arrived at the peak, he is also an extraordinary specialist in sword forging, which happens to be the specialty of this sect. In order for more cultivators to appreciate Master Spiritual Vulture's demeanor, we have just decided that the Dragon Spring meeting this year will be specially extended by 1 day. Master Spiritual Vulture will hold a lecture that covers the mysteries of the secret arts from Great Joe on forging and refining. If you are not in a hurry to go home, fellow cultivators, I strongly suggest that you do not miss it. The elder of the purple pole sword sect's words raised rounds of whispers, each louder than the last among the thousands of low-level cultivators. Master Spiritual Vulture? Wasn't he a barbarian cultivator who disappeared decades ago? I recall that his senior brother, Master Black Moon. Watch your mouth. I'm told that he is an old monster who is brutal, petty, and blatant. How did the Purple Pole Sword sect invite such an old monster? Were the anomalies on the bronze censer peak related to him? Is he the key to everything? The secret arts from Great Joe? What Great Joe? Is it the Great Joe dynasty from 90,000 years ago? Every mouth was shouting the name of Master Spiritual Vulture. Every pair of suspicious eyes was gazing at the bronze censer peak, trying to find any traces of the barbarian from the unpredictable mist and clouds. In the middle of the doubts, sighs, and exclamations, the name of Master Spiritual Vulture was spreading over the entire 100-Blade Mountain like an unstoppable storm with the bronze censer peak as the center. In less than an hour, it had been learned by all the cultivators who went to participate in the Dragon Spring meeting. It would not be long before the name was spread to every corner of the ancient Sages sector. In the north, Ghost Sheen had suffered a lot of losses during their armed robbery the previous year. After they retreated to their nest, they slowly treated their wounds and digested the trophies. They showed no intention of marching south again in the near future. In the southeast, the White Lotus cult had not been on a rampage for a long time. The terrible scenes where ghosts were singing in thousands of households became nightmares of old. In the west, Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army was crushed by the Court Sky Ascension Troop again. Hundreds of thousands of homeless peasants surrendered on the spot. The leadership of the heaven-battering army, including Qi Chongqing and hundreds of cultivators who betrayed their sects, fled in panic. They had fractured in the snowy world and were divided into dozens of disordered groups of bandits. Rumor had it that even Qi Chongqing himself had been heavily wounded during the split and disappeared. Although both the White Lotus cult and the Heaven Battering Army were not so easy to eradicate and had been through similar desperate situations countless times before, only to rise again later, it was expected that the two forces would not be able to stir much trouble for a year and a half. More importantly, ever since lead eunuch Wang Shi fell, the cultivators who had been in conflict reached a new deal on the distribution of interests after the Dragon Spring meeting and gradually stabilized. The new balance among the sects and between the sects and the new emperor had been achieved. It meant that the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty were finally freed from the complicated internal strife and shifted their attention to the external problems such as the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and Ghost Qin. The fate of the dynasty seemed to have been changed so shortly after the new emperor assumed the throne. Even the capital city had recovered from the depression when it was besieged by the Ghost Qin's army after only 1 year. The previous prosperity and liveliness had been restored, with even more vivacity. The capital city, Divine Capital, was the largest city in the ancient Sages sector. The splendid city, claimed never to fall, had been regarded by more than 10 dynasties as the capital city. It was divided into 4 levels in total. The underground space at the bottom level was the residence of the ordinary people. Like diligent ants, they had excavated sophisticated and splendid caverns below the ground over thousands of years. Then, with all kinds of huge bronze mirrors, they directed the sunlight hundreds of meters below the ground. As a result, not only was the underground golden and spectacular, even the entire capital city seemed to be floating on a blossoming golden lotus. It was indeed fabulous and brilliant, and could be called a heaven on earth. The buildings on the ground belonged to the cultivation sects that were headquartered in the capital city and their vassal families. The red walls and the vast yards were too intricate to be measured. In the sky, dozens of floating mountains were listed in a strict square. They were the pivot of the Great Qian dynasty. The central offices of the dynasty and the elites of the troops, as well as the tea houses, hotels, fairs, auctions, and casinos for the cultivators, together with the headquarters of the 6 major sects, or their most important local office in the capital city, had all been founded here. Right above the floating mountains was a group of carefully built palaces made possible by emptying an entire floating mountain. It was also the headquarters of the Thunder Qian sect, the founder of the Great Qian dynasty in the past. It was surrounded by barriers that were glowing purple. Even a full-strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to shake it. Known as the Forbidden City, it was the royal palace that could theoretically command the entire ancient sage's sector. At night, when just the lanterns were on, the tea houses and restaurants below the Forbidden City would all be packed with guests. The cultivators from all over the world had come to the same place. Those qualified to be entertained, there were at least above the building foundation stage, which meant that they were the main forces in the world of cultivators. Many of the guests were in the core formation stage, or even in the nascent soul stage. They were all well-informed. Naturally, their conversation topics were the latest changes and the celebrities in the world of cultivators. However, in whichever tea house or restaurant, after the conversation went on for a while over the delicious wine, the same name would always been brought up. Master Spiritual Vulture. It had indeed been the most heated topic in the world of cultivators over the past 3 months. The glaciers at the northernmost deserts, the volcanoes in the westmost lands, the islands in the depths of the Eastern Ocean, the sultry forests in the south. In any place that had a cultivation sect or cultivators, somebody would always mention the name mysteriously. It was said that he was the strongest cultivator in the Southland of sorcerers in the past hundreds of years. His cultivation was already unimaginably high. During the Dragon Spring meeting, he had suppressed 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage in a row with ease. It was said that not only was his cultivation immeasurable, he also boasted the most extraordinary refining arts. In his debut during the Dragon Spring meeting, he pointed out the shortcomings of 3 marvelous weapons. He even turned on his furnace and repaired the 3 marvelous weapons on the spot. Later, he also hosted a lecture in the Dragon Spring meeting on the mysteries of the ancient arts of sword forging. When he reached the best part, flowers were falling from the sky, and countless experienced sword forgers were enthralled. It was said that after he became a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, he did not stay there all the time. Instead, he traveled far and wide, searching for eccentric fires, water sources, and other materials desirable for refining. He also visited a lot of super sects, including the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, and Flying Spirit Island, partly to fight with the experts of the sects in combat, and partly to compete with the sword forgers of the sects in refining. There was no telling the outcomes of the matches, but there was a theory among the cultivators stating that Master Spiritual Vulture was the one best at refining among all the fighting cultivators and the one best at fighting among all the sword forgers. Some of the gossipers even claimed that, after Master Spiritual Vulture broke out of seclusion, another name had to be added to the 3 saints of the Great Qian dynasty, making it 4 saints. Did you hear? A few days ago, Master Spiritual Vulture officially turned on his furnace and began refining. He completely repaired the Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword of the Gold Armor Clan. There's no telling what the result was, but the price that the Gold Armor Clan paid was shocking enough. Not counting anything else, they offered 2010 square star soul pearls the size of fists. It is certainly more than that. I'm told that Master Spiritual Vulture is best at forging and examining swords with the heritage from the Grey Zhou dynasty. Right now, not only is the magical equipment refined by himself invaluable, countless people have also visited the Purple Pole Sword sect to ask him to examine their swords and analyze the advantages, disadvantages, and hidden injuries of the magical equipment. The fee for the examination is scary enough. I have also heard an interesting tale. It is said that you-know-who in the Forbidden City is of a mind to invite Master Spiritual Vulture to visit the royal treasury, examine the treasures that have been left for 1,000 years, and clean and maintain them. Well, isn't it? Similar conversations were underway in every tea house and restaurant, but they were interrupted by an ear-splitting roar at the same time. Hiss! The long roar, like a peal of thunder on a sunny day, made the hearts of all the cultivators on the floating mountains palpitate. They threw away their cups and chopsticks, ran out of their rooms, and raised their heads. As they expected, a crimson shadow covered in vague, golden brilliance was rushing over from the southeast. The long flames at its tail seemed to be tearing the night sky into halves. Get lost! Among the floating mountains, a lot of cultivators were flying slowly on their rafts, cranes, or jade discs. On the crimson shadow, a tired knight was yelling at them furiously and even slashed out a red sword aura, blowing away many cultivators standing in his path with no consideration for their probably honorable identities. All the cultivators looked awful when they saw the crimson shadow. The red lightning flying horse? Even the red lightning flying horse has been boosted to the maximum without bothering about the cost. Something terrible must have happened in the southeast. Shwa! The red lightning flying horse rushed right toward the Forbidden City. The purple glow around the Forbidden City shook slightly and took it in. Before midnight, rumors were already spreading on the streets and valleys on the floating mountains. The great Qin dynasty, which had just caught its breath, suffered yet another unbearable blow. It was said that the largest typhoon in decades had already landed on the southeast. When the news that the typhoon had landed made too many cultivators unable to sleep at night, on the God-shocking peak, the highest place in the 100-Blade Mountain, which was 9,500 kilometers south of the capital city, two unpredictable shadows, like two clouds that were ripped apart by the rocks, were flickering in their fierce fight. The God-shocking peak had the roughest terrain on the 100-Blade Mountain. It was like a wolf's fang stabbing right upward toward the sky. The cliffs in many places were adjacent to the ground, with no place to set foot on at all. The peak was not worth developing. The top was frozen in ice all the time, too. It was too high, steep, and cold even for a cultivator if they intended to turn it into their residence. Therefore, it had been abandoned by the Purple Pole Sword sect for hundreds of years. But after the sword maniac, Yin Liren distinguished himself. The place became the best location for his meditation and hard training. At this moment, it was naturally Li Yao and Yin Liren who were engaged in a fierce battle above the God-shocking peak. Although Yin Liren's sword was fast, it was not invincible. Even the fastest sword had a range of attack and had to lock onto the enemy. So, it would do if Li Yao could find a way to make Yin Liren unable to lock onto him or keep out of the range of his attack. Theoretically, yes, but in reality, Li Yao was almost rolling on all fours as he tried to get rid of the will of the sword that was right behind him. He had kept his speed above 3 times the speed of sound. Only in such a way could he get away from Yin Liren's sword. Whenever his speed was below 2.9 times the speed of sound for more than 3 seconds, he would feel chilly in his neck, waist, and ankles. It was the threat of Yin Liren's sword. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bow strings being broken echoed in the seemingly empty air. The dozens of molecular mica threads that Li Yao deployed in midair, without anybody knowing, had been severed by Yin Liren's invincible sword. Li Yao's movement became faster and faster. A streak of brilliance flashed above, and he appeared at dozens of corners on the God-shocking peak almost simultaneously. Yin Liren, however, slowed down. He squatted like a gyro that was rotating at such a high speed that it actually seemed stationary. He grabbed his sword with his right hand and touched the sheath with his left sword gently. He was mumbling something to himself and put on a charming smile. He even half closed his eyes, not looking at Li Yao at all. Suddenly, the dozens of shadows scattered all over the God-shocking peak perished at the same time. Li Yao shrieked, with cracking noises echoing from inside his body, which seemed to be split in half and gathered again dozens of meters away. His face was pale, and he was breathing like a cow. His sweat was pouring, only to be frozen into white frost on his face because of the frigidness. Crack! Behind Li Yao, a rock more than 10 meters in diameter split apart from precisely the middle, broke through, and fell to the bottom of the peak thousands of meters below in deafening noises. Before the rocks fell, Li Yao noticed that the fracture was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest gap or dent. It seemed to have been dissected with the most state-of-the-art knives of the Star Glory Federation. Walla! 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 The 3 layers of armor on Li Yao's chest exploded one after another, the broken pieces spluttering out. The assault did not stop until the last protective glass in front of his heart. But a deep crack appeared at the center of the heart protection glass, too, and it fell into two crescent pieces with that slight touch. Liao felt excruciating pain in front of his chest and behind his back. A thin, long line slowly extended, and drops of blood were crawling out in a hurry. Nice sword. Looking at the wound on his chest, Liao observed Yin Liren at the same time. He was complimenting Yin Liren's sword arts. Yin Liren, on the other hand, was complimenting the sword that he refined. It was the first sword that Liao had crafted for Yin Liren in the past 3 months. The past 3 months had been particularly comfortable for Liao. After revealing the fourth sword in public during the chit-chat with Yin Liren, and crushing 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, and then hosting a personal lecture where he bragged about the conclusions of the 100 Smelting Clan under the pretext of the non-existent notes of the Great Zhou dynasty, his plan indeed worked out. The name of Master Spiritual Vulture soon spread out to the entire world of cultivators through the mouths of the participants of the Dragon Spring meeting who returned to their hometown. Then, Liao took the opportunity to visit the super sects including the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, and many others, further consolidating his status as a great sword forger. Since he distinguished himself at the Dragon Spring meeting and earned tremendous benefits for the Purple Pole Sword sect, naturally, the Purple Pole Sword sect met his demands for every material and provided all of them in slightly more than 1 month. With those materials, it took Liao only 1 month to craft the components to maintain and strengthen the star beacons. Many of the components, having adopted the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, had even a better performance than the original components from the Federation. As long as the components were brought back to Spark, which was still docked on the satellite to assemble before they were projected to the Sea of Stars to be activated, the coordinates of this sector would be sent back to the Federation immediately. Now that the most important job was done, Liao focused his full attention on Yin Liren. As the saying went, he who has no desires is unassailable. The converse of that was, those who had desires had weaknesses. Yin Liren was not a man without desires. His greatest desire was his sword. Anything related to the sword would intoxicate him. Liao had Oyezi's memory pieces. There were too many unverified records and anecdotes in terms of sword forging and sword arts in the 100 Smelting Clan. Some of them were even ridiculous tales about deities and devils collected from hundreds of different sectors. Naturally, they were much more interesting than the stories of the ancient sages sector alone. As an expert of personal magical equipment, Liao's passion for sabers and swords came from the bottom of his heart, too, and was certainly not faked. Yin Liren's understanding of sword arts, including the clandestine arts and techniques, hooked Liao. Just like that, the two of them spent days and nights in the world of sword arts. They found too many things that they were both interested in. After only a couple of months, they had become good friends. Liao's capabilities soared after his competitions with Yin Liren. Yin Liren was indeed the most formidable swordsman that Liao had ever encountered in his life. In terms of explosive attack, he was even stronger than Xiao Xuanzi. However, Liao was also an unbelievable monster. Other than anything else, his body that had been strengthened by the blood-striped virus boasted of very high cell segmentation and self-recovery ability. It was not hard to imagine the formidability of such a body if Yin Shibei in the past could connect his broken body to a hideous apocalyptic beast. As long as his head was not chopped off entirely and kicked 10,000 kilometers away, even if he was half chopped away, Liao was confident that he could survive. It was his belief to be braver upon setbacks and to be stronger during battles. Almost his every major upgrade had been achieved on the brink of death. In the last 5 years in the Star Glory Federation, although a few opponents could still have a gratifying battle with him, hardly any of them could bring him the life-and-death thrill that was the greatest momentum to stimulate him to improve. For Liao, the 1 month of training was equal to the last 5 years. Maybe he had not achieved a breakthrough in his level yet, but his damage had definitely been multiplied. It had to be noted that he had not put on his crystal suit yet. At this point, he had successfully realized the primary target on his journey to the Ancient Sages sector. He had finished the preparations to repair the star beacons, assumed a very reasonable identity, and become acquainted with the unparalleled experts of this sector. He had not quite figured out his new targets yet. He did not know where he should begin to investigate the mysterious signals sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago, and he did not know whether or not the spies of the Imperium of true human beings were working in this sector. In Li Yao's opinion, if he were a spy of the Imperium of true human beings, getting in touch with Yin Liren was a necessity. On one hand, although Yin Liren lost the battle against Qi Zhongdao in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago, the mysterious Fourth Sword had more or less proved him to be the best expert of the ancient sages sector. On the other hand, Yin Liren, as the sword maniac, had no attitude or stance. No trouble, save the delicate sword arts and the modern blades of the Imperium of true human beings, was required to persuade him. But over the past 3 months, Li Yao had never seen any suspect of the Imperium of true human beings spy, although he had spent almost every minute with Yin Liren. It was quite uncanny. Did the Imperium of true human beings not notice the ancient sages sector? Li Yao secretly hoped so. Yin Liren appreciated the complicated stripes on the first sword that Li Yao crafted for himself right in the cold moonlight on the snowy mountain, full of amazement. After appreciating it for a long time, he finally put the sword back into his sheath, not entirely satisfied, before he leapt toward Li Yao. This sword is already very similar to mine. He was as merry as a child who had just gotten a new toy. The length, weight, barycenter, and feedback are all identical. It is identical, Li Yao said. I have forged it entirely according to your fourth sword. Every detail, including the distribution of the tiniest bubbles inside the body of the sword, is exactly the same. But I still feel that something is slightly different. Recalling the battle just now, Yin Liren said, "Odd. Everything is the same. The length, weight, and feedback have no errors, but why was there a tiny bit of hindrance?" Of course, something is different. Even though all the dimensions are identical, the new sword is still missing one thing, Li Yao said. That's why I said that I would repair your old sword for you, instead of building a new one. Forging a new sword is easy. As long as you grasp all the features of the old sword and copy them based on brand new materials, it will be done. However, it will be quite difficult to repair the old sword, which is riddled with holes and bruises, ensuring that it is renewed and reborn while not affecting the unique idiosyncrasy in the deepest part of the sword. The whole process has to take at least 1 year. Is that so? Yin Liren sat on the rock that had been entirely frozen and asked with great curiosity. If the old sword and the new one are identical to each other in terms of length, weight, barycenter, and sharpness, what exactly is the difference? The routine sword discussion had begun again. Li Yao sat cross-legged in front of Yin Liren and replied solemnly, "Commitment. The best magical equipment is not a cold, dead object, but an item that accommodates your whole spirit, will, dreams, and even memories. I call your spirit, will, dreams, and memories collectively commitment. For a cultivator, a piece of magical equipment with commitment is the best magical equipment. Without commitment, it will be like the 3 primeval swords that you wielded at the Dragon Spring meeting. However powerful they are, they will only end up being shattered in the end." Yin Liren's eyes were deep, as if he were dwelling in memories of a long time ago. There was no telling whether it was delight or sorrow on his face when he mumbled, "It was indeed someone very special who gave the sword to me. As you can see, I am a natural dwarf. When I was young, nobody had any hope for me. They believed that my accomplishments would be limited however hard I tried. She was the only one who believed in me and supported me. After I was deprived of any training resources, she secretly shared her medicines and heavenly materials and earthly treasures with me. She also bought me this sword with all her belongings. Did you notice the flamboyant decorations on the sheath? She wasn't a person who understood swords. She thought that the more spectacular a sword appeared, the more powerful it would be. This sword cost her almost everything. She was certainly charged much more than she should have been. I remember that when she offered the sword to me, I was at the lowest point on my path of training. I was so depressed that I even considered abandoning the sword arts and working as an ordinary disciple who dealt with mundane affairs. She was much nobler than me at that time. I was both surprised and delighted to see the sword, but I did not have enough self-esteem to pick up the sword. Out of nowhere, I asked her, what would happen if I could not achieve anything or become a world-famous swordsman despite her trust? In the blowing, freezing wind, Yen Liren's voice was mixed with weird magnetism. Li Yao could not help but feel hooked by the story. He asked, how did she reply? Yen Liren smiled. He took out the immaculate short sword that Li Yao had crafted and stabbed it into a random crevice. Then, he unsheathed the damaged old sword from his waist and held it in his arms. Looking at the world below the clouds, he casually said, she smiled in a very silly way and said that it didn't matter. She said that she didn't give me the sword because she wanted me to be a great swordsman, but because she liked to see me wielding my sword. Li Yao acknowledged his story with a long, after becoming cultivators at the level of you and me, as long as we find a suitable technique, it is not entirely undoable for us to twist the shape of our bones and flesh and therefore change our appearance completely. Looking at the volatile clouds in the cloud, Yen Liren continued. The Purple Pole Sword sect has already gone through the trouble of searching for cultivation arts that can alter the body. They found quite a few secret arts that can extend one's height and limbs. Although the secret arts are not enough to turn me into a tall, magnificent-looking man, they are certainly enough to make me look like a normal person. I know that, although they never say it explicitly, they always consider me to be too much of an eyesore as a signage for the sect. A swordsman should look gracious and otherworldly. How can one be as hideous as I am? However, if what she liked was how I wield my sword in my current appearance, why would I bother to change my appearance just because of some irrelevant people's opinions? Understood. Li Yao took a long breath and said sincerely, thanks for your candor, Brother Yin. I know how the sword should be renewed now. However, it will take a long time and cannot be hurried. You must not be impatient, Brother Yin. It doesn't matter. Yen Liren smiled causally. Take your time, fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture. Not just a year and a half. Even 10 or 20 years are fine with me. Why? Li Yao was dazed. Pondering for a moment, he asked, do you not want your sword to be renewed as soon as possible? Frowning, Yen Liren said, it will certainly be great if the sword can be renewed sooner. However, my sword arts are already incredible and marvelous as they are right now. If I have a sword that integrates with me perfectly, won't I really be invincible in the world? Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. What's bad about being invincible? Being invincible will be too lonely. Yen Liren sighed. With my ability today, there are fewer than 10 people in the entire world who deserve my full attention and most perfect attack. There will be fewer still if I start killing them. I really can't bear to kill them. However reluctant I am, I will kill all of them someday. Even Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin, the two dominating divinity transformation stage cultivators, will be found by me. Their body together with their soul will be completely slain by me. Now that you are helping me to forge the sword, the day will come much sooner than I expected. After all the experts in the world have been executed by my sword, who shall I wield my perfect sword against? Li Yao. Heavens, heavens, why are you so unfair? Yen Liren suddenly leapt at and cursed toward the infinite sky furiously. Why? Why did I have to be born so strong? Why did you allow me to train myself to an invincible level so easily while making everybody in the small world hens and hares instead of giving more experts to me so that I can kill them all? Why? Why exactly? Like a crazy devil, Yen Liren triggered his invisible sword auras and launched them into the sky, which ripped apart narrow and long fractures in the clouds. Pale traces lingered in the sky. Brother Yin, don't get too excited. Have you ever thought that there might be a vaster world other than the one we are living in, where plenty of worthy experts are waiting to be challenged by you? Are you referring to the deity's realm? After his catharsis, Yen Liren gradually calmed down. He turned around to look at Li Yao, but shook his head with disapproval. For tens of thousands of years, rumors among the cultivators have said that, as long as you advance to beyond the divinity transformation stage, with the most mysterious secret arts, you will be able to break the void, ascend into the deity's realm, and become immortal deities. However, where exactly is the so-called deity's realm? I have read a lot of ancient notes. Tens of thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of the ancient sages' sector was far denser than it is right now. There were many experts above the divinity transformation stage, many of whom had marched out of the ancient sages' sector and into the sea of stars, looking for the deity's realm. However, most of the super experts above the divinity transformation stage never returned and simply vanished into the unpredictable sea of stars. According to the experts who luckily escaped back to the ancient sages' sector, there was not a deity's realm outside of the ancient sages' sector. Instead, it was a place of absolute emptiness and darkness without air, life, or resources. The darkness also knew no destination. It was like an ocean that nobody could get through. If anyone rushed into it, they would also end up as a dry corpse in the darkness after all the resources and spiritual energy were exhausted during the prolonged flight. That's how the super experts who once dominated the ancient sages' sector were killed. I read the notes of a divinity transformation stage cultivator from the Great Chu dynasty 20,000 years ago. The divinity transformation stage cultivator was an aristocrat of the Great Chu dynasty. He was ambitious enough to collect resources, prepare magical equipment, and accumulate spiritual energy for 100 years, all for the purpose of breaking out of the black ocean that surrounded the ancient sages' sector in search of the deity's realm. He drifted for 30 years in the dark sea of stars. He thought that he had arrived where none had ever arrived before, when he accidentally discovered a boat that was 100 times more precise than the one that he had prepared, as well as a vivid body inside the boat. After examining the items left on the body, he discovered that the body was a famous cultivator in the void refining stage who raised and destroyed quite a few dynasties 50,000 years ago. Even a great cultivator in the void refining stage, with a boat 100 times more precise than his, died miserably on the quest for the deity's realm. The aristocrat of the Great Chu dynasty, who was at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, was so frustrated that he nearly went mentally deranged. He lost all his courage to keep searching for the deity's realm. Finally, after another decade, he fled back to the ancient sages' sector. Many ordinary people believe that the erratic stars in the sky are the residences of the deities. In fact, the boundless stars we see are just glittering remnants floating in the dark ocean. The quest to the deity's realm is long and unpredictable. Where exactly is the so-called deity's realm, and how can we reach there? Liao thought of something and said, "There's need to be pessimistic, Brother Yin. Since everybody knows of the deity's realm, it can't be groundless, right? Perhaps the deity's realm does exist, but we cannot reach there by rushing the outward without stopping. We may need to resort to certain magical equipment, like portals, in order to be teleported to the place." Yin Liren eyed Li Yao in a very weird way before saying, "Interesting. Your theory is somewhat similar to Wang Shi's theory." Li Yao's heart nearly skipped a bit, as he lost his calmness and exclaimed, "Say what?" Wang Shi once asked me whether or not I feel that the ancient sages' sect is a lone island surrounded by an ocean of darkness, or just a bottomless well, and that our so-called unparalleled experts are merely a bunch of frogs that can never jump out of the well however hard we try. Yin Liren smiled and said, "Then, Wang Shi said that perhaps for 100,000 years, we have been resorting to a wrong approach. This well is too deep for us to jump out, but if we dig a hole through the wall of the well, we may be able to crawl out through that hole. He also suspected that theory of breaking the void and ascending to the deity's realm is just a scam. Could the seniors who had immortalized really live an eternal life in the deity's realm? If that was true, why had the deities never returned to the ancient sages' sector to visit us and teach us the methods of ascension in the past 100,000 years? I remember that the weirdest question he asked me was this. Everybody knows that the so-called ancient sages' sector is actually an enormous sphere that floats in the boundless sea of stars. Then, why does the sphere not fall downward? And what exactly is downward? Also, the sphere is rotating all the time. If so, Why is the water in the ocean not poured into the sky? And why are the sphere's inhabitants not thrown off the sphere? Li Yao was felt so astounded that he almost fell off the cliff. Holding back his shock, he nodded and replied, "It's very interesting. How come I never thought of such bizarre questions before myself?" "How did you answer them, Brother Yin?" "I didn't," Yin Liren said. "I'm not interested in such stuff. Even if the deities do exist, the only thing that I care about is how it feels like to kill them." Li Yao was amused. "That makes sense. Discussing the mysteries of the Sea of Stars with you, Brother Yin, is no different from casting pearls before swine." Yin Liren was not insulted to be taken as swine. He admitted frankly, "Yes, sword arts are my sole concern." In every annual meeting with Wang Shi, most of the things we talked about were about the sword. Wang Shi indeed had an extraordinary talent for sword arts. Or rather, as long as he grew serious, he could be a top-tier expert in any field. I remember that when I met Wang Shi for the first time 10 years ago, he was already the most powerful eunuch in the world, but he paid a special visit to me to ask about the mysteries of the sword arts. I'd been dedicated to my sword for my entire life, and I was not interested in fame or power at all. I did not intend to waste my time on him, but my senior brother and the rest of them begged me, claiming that the meeting concerned the future development of the Purple Pole Sword sect. So, I had to waste a few days of my time to deal with him. However, after I tested him, I discovered that Wang Shi's cultivation was immeasurable, and his passion about sword arts was genuine. He was definitely a worthy opponent. At that time, in terms of sword arts, he was still far behind me. However, I could feel his rapid growth in our competitions every year. In less than 5 years, he already deserved the full will of my sword to cope with him. In the last year, he was even able to enlighten me, asking me not to dwell in the unimaginable power of the 3 primeval swords too much. A swordsman rides his sword and should not be ridden by the sword. As I recall, that is exactly what Wang Shi said at that time. His words were like a bash right on my forehead and awakened me from my delusion. When I reviewed my experience in polishing the 3 primeval swords, I realized how ridiculous and hilarious I was. I was almost lost for good. It was not until then that I completed the polishing of my 4th sword, and I finally achieved the perfect state where my sword and I are integrated as one. Li Yao was greatly moved. According to Yin Liren's interpretation, Wang Shi, the lead eunuch as one of the 4 rapscallions, was indeed not a simple person. Having come from a modern cultivation civilization, Li Yao knew for a fact that the secret treasures of the Panga clan from the primeval era, despite their formidability, were not necessarily unassailable. There were 2 unchangeable shortcomings about the primeval treasures. Firstly, most of the primeval treasures were not designed for human beings. Their original owners could be in bizarre shapes, say, half human and half snake, 3 heads and 6 arms, or particularly monolithic. Then, the operations of the treasures might conflict with the physiological features of human beings. The colossal black sword that Yin Liren wielded would be a perfect example. Not just a dwarf, even a muscular, 10-meter-tall man would not be able to wield it in his hands easily. If the sword was driven by telepathic thoughts, there would be issues such as interference and latency. It would not be as convenient as when it was wielded in a pair of hands. Secondly, because of the erosion during the hundreds of thousands of years, most of the primeval treasures often had all kinds of rust and damaged. Even if they looked as good as new on the surface, there were often hidden injuries and metal fatigue inside. That was the conclusion that the Star Glory Federation made after excavating Kunlun for 5 years. They searched Kunlun for 5 years before they managed to find enough components to assemble 5 colossi. Therefore, the seniority of a piece of magical equipment did not imply its excellence. There were both marvelous weapons and garbage in the primeval era. Although Li Yao came from a modern cultivation civilization, it still took him a long time to overcome his blind admiration on the heritages of the Panga civilization and to realize that anciency did not necessarily lead to excellency. But Wang Shi had so many amazing ideas in an enclosed environment, such as the ancient sages sector. He even clearly recognized the advantages and disadvantages of the primeval treasures. The lead eunuch who once stirred up the entire world of cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty purely on his own was too dreadful. Who was he exactly? Could he be? Calming himself down, Li Yao simply showed that he was interested and asked directly, I've been staying in the Great Qian dynasty for almost half a year, and the name Wangxi has echoed in my ears hundreds of times. It is said that he is still one of the 4 rapscallions, even to this day, on par with Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Changxing. Brother Yin, you've had 7 competitions with him, and you must know him pretty well. In your eyes, what kind of person is he exactly? Is he a wicked and cunning man, as the rumors make him out to be? I don't know if he is wicked and cunning. I'm not interested to know it, either. Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, Yin Liren put on a weird expression as he said, Anyways, if I have to make a comment, he is an absent-minded guy. An absent-minded guy? Li Yao was slightly dazed. How so? He seems to be absent-minded about everything. He does not even seem to fit in this world. Yin Liren's eyes were slightly cramping as he gnashed his teeth. Even when we were in the middle of our fierce fights, I could still notice something uncanny deep inside his eyes, which told me that he did not fully concentrate on the fight with me. I always felt that Wangxi does not belong to the Ancient Sages sector, at least not just the Ancient Sages sector. He belongs to be bigger, vaster world. The legendary deity's realm, perhaps. Li Yao's face shifted greatly because of the last remark. He gasped so hard that his throat was shrieking. To cover himself, he hurried to ask, What? Are you suggesting that, while Wangxi was absent-minded, he was still able to draw even with you, Brother Yin, despite the slight disadvantage? Then, if Wangxi had focused his soul, attention, and spiritual energy on the sword in his hand, wouldn't he have been able to surpass you and become the greatest swordsman in the world? Probably. Yin Liren shook his head with a smile. It's a pity that he cannot concentrate his spirit on a tiny sword, just like you can't, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. He has his path. You have your path, and I have mine. Each of us has chosen our own path. Although we may share the same destination, the scenery that we see on the road is still different. Li Yao was silent for a moment. Then he observed with mixed feelings. It sounds like you think very highly of Wangxi, Brother Yin. Indeed I do. After pondering for a moment, Yin Liren said, Let me put it this way. If I am forced to choose only one person to kill for my entire life, with the options being fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, Qi Zhongdao, and Wangxi, I will choose to kill Wangxi without any hesitation. This is an example of how highly I think of Wangxi. You wouldn't mind, would you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? No, not at all. You can always test your sword with Wangxi, Qi Zhongdao, Qi Changxing, Wan Mingzhu, Han Bailing, and the rest of them. I'm really not in a hurry. I can wait in line behind the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators. Catching his breath for a moment, Li Yao rolled his eyes and said, There are truly all kinds of wonders in the world. I find it hard to understand why such a great man like Wangxi would brutalize his body to work as a eunuch in the royal palace. With his wisdom and talents, would he not distinguish himself under a different identity? Yin Liren smiled and said, You don't get to choose a lot of things at first. You feel depressed. You are bothered for decades. But when you get to choose and you look back, you feel that it is all unimportant and that the choice does not mean anything. Just like I choose to be a dwarf. That's not the same. Li Yao frowned and said, You are born with such a body, Brother Yin. But going to the royal palace as a eunuch, on the other hand, you are wrong. With weird brilliance beaming out of Yin Liren's eyes, he said, I wonder, have you ever heard of such a notion as natural eunuch before, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Li Yao was greatly surprised. Are you trying to say that Wangxi is a natural eunuch, Brother Yin? It is just a groundless rumor. Who knows that it is true or false? It is impossible for other people to get to the bottom of it except for himself, Yin Liren said. Of course. Li Yao smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that none except the lunatics who want to be killed would have the courage to ask the question right in front of Wangxi's face. Hey, I'm told that you are a natural eunuch. Is it true? Not necessarily so. Yin Liren scratched his nose and spoke as if it were not a big deal. I once asked him right to his face. I also plan to cut open his pants with my sword and see what's what. I wasn't judging, Li Yao said. Everybody has their curiosity. It is perfectly normal even if you truly were slightly interested. To be honest, even I want to know Wang Shi's secrets. But I'm truly not interested. Emotionlessly, Yin Liren said. I only meant to infuriate him, rip apart his shell of absent-mindedness, so that he would launch the most furious, insane, and brutal attack toward me. So, that's the reason. Li Yao blushed, feeling that he was not as good as Yin Liren. The sword maniac was obviously a man free from lowly entertainment. He was a real, pure swordsman. Yet, Li Yao was imagining him as being so nasty. It was indeed petty. Pettiness was fine. Li Yao moved on and asked, "What then? Did you cut his pants?" Then he ran off. Ran off? Yes. Before my sword aura reached him, he fled, holding his legs. So, it is possible that Wang Shi is indeed a natural eunuch. If he was just castrated normally, since he was already a world-famous eunuch, he wouldn't be acting so weirdly, right? I don't know. Unless he has a sword growing between his legs, I'm not very interested in the stuff around a man's groin. If you are interested in that, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you could take off his pants yourself if you find Wang Shi in the future. Well, Li Yao deeply frowned. He ignored Yin Liren's last remark and pondered on the peculiarities of Wang Shi. At first, when he heard Wang Shi's astonishing theories from Yin Liren, Li Yao's first reaction was, naturally, that Wang Shi could be a spy of the Imperium of true human beings. But on second thought, his first reaction could have been wrong again. First of all, the timing was not right. Although Wang Shi did not become a powerful eunuch until 10 years ago, he had been lurking and accumulating his strength for decades. His endeavors included establishing the intelligence and assassination organization Ghost Character, together with his training period deep inside the royal palace. The guy must have lived in the ancient sages sector for more than 60 years. His background must have been very clear for him to be admitted by the Forbidden City and become a trusted subordinate of the Emperor. It was impossible for him to be a mysterious person who jumped out of nowhere. The spies of the Imperium of true human beings might have reached the ancient sages sector 60 to 70 years ago. Should they have jumped near the ancient sages sector after a super long-distance space jump with unbelievable luck? Even if the odds might be 1 billion, it was still possible for them to appear here. The real problem was that if the spies of the Imperium of true human beings had reached the ancient sages sector so early, they would have had plenty of time to collect resources, analyze the intelligence, and establish the space gate to summon the expedition army of the Imperium. Then, by the time Li Yao landed on the ancient sages sector, it would not have been such a vintage and traditional scene that he saw. Chances were that he would have seen the graceful ancient cultivators shooting Vulcan machine guns and the cavalry of Ghost Sheen fighting together with crystal warships. Since such a thing did not happen, Li Yao could only conclude that even if the spies of the Imperium of true human beings did exist in the ancient sages sector, they should be at a similar phase to him. They were also accumulating their initial resources and intelligence and preparing to establish the space gate. Secondly, if Wang Shi was truly a spy of the Imperium of true human beings, there would have been absolutely no reason for him to discuss so many topics with Yin Liren that would raise suspicion, such as those regarding the world beyond or crawling out of the ancient sages sector. Li Yao, the ill-intended spy of the Federation, for one, would never say such things. Who is Wang Shi exactly? I'm so curious about him. Li Yao sighed. For a moment, he even lost interest in practicing the sword arts with Yin Liren. Right then, long horns echoed below the mountain. Afar and near, colorful, glittering lanterns were ignited on the entire 100-blade mountain. Looked at from a distance, a brilliant dragon seemed to have surfaced from below the ground. It was the welcome ceremony of the highest scale in the Purple Pole Sword sect. An honorable guest must have arrived. Li Yao and Yin Liren looked at each other because they both sensed the anxiety in the welcome ceremony. Besides, both of them were elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect, but they had not been informed that any honorable guest was going to visit. Very soon, Orchid Angel Linglanin flew over to the God-shocking mountain on her flying sword and respectfully asked the two elders to go to the sword-washing pavilion and have a meeting with Master Righteous One. After only 3 months, Qi Zhongdao, who claimed to be the leader of all the cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty, arrived at the Purple Pole Sword Sect again. When Li Yao and Yin Liren stepped into the sword-washing pavilion, the grand meeting hall of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, all the leadership of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, including Dan Fengzi, the head, were making small talk with Qi Zhongdao and his companions. They had just decided the new distribution of interest during the Dragon Spring meeting. Naturally, their conversation was not as tense as the previous one. However, the ambience was certainly not enthusiastic either. If anything, it was even more depressed than the vibe of the Dragon Spring meeting. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao observed Qi Zhongdao with great interest. The leader of the cultivators, who was essentially a moderator of all affairs, was truly a very interesting fellow. Of Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, Dan Fengzi, as well as the juniors including Orchid Angel Ling Lanin, everybody agreed that Qi Zhongdao was a mannered man. How mannered? For example, if Qi Zhongdao had borrowed an amount of money from a guy, agreeing to return the principal with the interest at a certain time, yet the guy accidentally slept with Qi Zhongdao's wife. Then, after Qi Zhongdao killed the guy with one attack, when the day to pay the debt came, he would still return the principal sum and the interest to the guy's tomb, without missing a penny. Of course, such a thing could never happen, but that was the basic idea of how mannered the Iron Saint was. During his chit-chat with Yin Liren at the Dragon Spring meeting, Li Yao pointed out the mysteries regarding the fourth sword for him and somehow raised the position of both of them in the world of cultivators. But on the other hand, it was a slap right to the face of Qi Zhongdao, who was the victor of the match. He essentially dashed upward by stepping on Qi Zhongdao's face. Li Yao had thought that Qi Zhongdao would hate his guts and even retaliate. It could not be helped. It was impossible to rise miraculously in a short time without pissing off anyone. That was a price that he had to pay. Li Yao had made preparations for Qi Zhongdao's vengeance, but he did not expect that, although Qi Zhongdao's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, the guy had remained silent the whole time. In the end, he had even acted as if nothing had happened and reached an insignificant business deal with the Purple Pole Sword Sect on behalf of the Grand Mystery Sect, which was almost a public concession. Later, in the secret meetings where the leaders of hundreds of sects were gathered and interests large and small in all fields were divided, Qi Zhongdao's methods were even greater eye-openers for Li Yao. The thousands of sects that were essentially a mess with the entangled interests and their grudges old and new. Qi Zhongdao, however, had a certain skill that allowed him to pick out the clues in the mess. He was able to divide the interests according to the capabilities and the range of activities of the sects, while ensuring that most of the sects could accept the arrangement, however reluctantly. If some of the interests were not divided at all, he could also come up with a suitable dueling arrangement for the two parties. The champions of the two parties, the rules of the duel, and the criterion for victory were all proposed by him, and none of the parties involved disagreed. What astonished Li Yao the most was that when it came to Master Spiritual Vulture, who had just smacked his face hard, he also tried his best to steal a proportion of interest from the sects, including a fairly good natural paradise and the annual protection fees in the transportation trade, and offer them to Li Yao for free. At that time, Qi Zhongdao said such things to him. Master Spiritual Vulture, since you are able to suppress the 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage easily, and you can discuss and fight with a great swordsman like Yin Liren, you are definitely among the most distinguished nascent soul stage cultivators in the ancient sages sector. For such an unparalleled expert such as yourself, even if you do not have appropriate resources, you will certainly plunder them yourself later. It is certainly not an issue to plunder them, but you are new here, and you are not familiar with the rules of robbery in the Great Qian dynasty yet. For cultivators, the rules are our supreme authority. If everybody fights for resources according to the rules, even the tension between the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect today will still not be a big deal. We will divide the interests exactly according to the rules. After the result is out, we will still be fellow cultivators, and we can still cooperate with each other. However, if somebody does not worship the rules and intends to knock over the entire table, disrupting all the other cultivators' lives, they will be public enemies. Today, I admire your expertise and offer you the resources that you deserve. They are the rules that the cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty have given you. However, after you accept the items, you will be a member of the cultivator community of the Great Qian Dynasty. I don't care what you did in the Southland of Sorcerers in the past, but the Great Qian Dynasty has the Great Qian Dynasty's rules. Even if you are not interested in helping the weak or serving justice, every nascent soul stage cultivator should be a well-respected senior here. I hope that you cherish your identity. Slaughtering someone's entire family after a dispute is absolutely forbidden here. Crimes such as killing the innocent and extracting their souls for training are all considered evil and crooked. They are the greatest taboos here. He also understood why the leader of all the cultivators was still Qi Zhongdao, but not and never Yin Liren, even if the latter's combat ability was slightly higher than the former's. After 3 months, Qi Zhongdao was even darker and thinner, and his face had no expression the whole time. Rust seemed to have grown on the iron shell that covered his face. A febrile typhoon is here. After Li Yao and Yin Liren were seated, Qi Zhongdao went to the topic without greeting them at all. Li Yao had heard of such typhoons before. They were a supernatural disaster. Different from the Heaven's Origin sector, the Ancient Sages sector had been locked for 100,000 years. The spiritual energy had nowhere to escape. So, its density here was much higher than that of the outside world. The overabundant spiritual energy had some side effects other than making it convenient for the cultivator's training. As far as Li Yao knew, there were at least 2 major disadvantages. Firstly, because of the overly abundant spiritual energy that nurtured all the creatures in the world, the animals and plants in the Ancient Sages sector were much larger than their counterparts in a regular world. They were also more prone to mutations and could turn into demon beasts or demonic plants more easily. Some of them were quite brutal, posing a threat to ordinary people and low-level cultivators. Most of the mountains in the Ancient Sages sector were surrounded by the most overwhelming primitive forests nurtured by spiritual energy. The forests where there was no sunlight all year long were frequented by all kinds of terrible monsters that could never be annihilated. For some of the most infamously dangerous areas, even the nascent soul stage cultivators did not dare march into them alone. That was the reason the local cultivation sects thrived. However, it was also the objective reason for the sects growing into independent kingdoms and an effective central government never really being established. Because the states and the prefectures in the world were all blocked by the dangerous zones, the court, which supervised everything from the capital city, could not reach the local areas. The second disadvantage would be the natural disasters. The more abundant the spiritual energy was, the fiercer the reactions, and the more unsteady the force fields of the entire Ancient Sages sector. Their manifestations within the atmosphere and above the crust were shocking, extreme weather conditions. The supernatural disasters, which contained such furious spiritual energy that even the cultivators had to step back in fear, were anything but unusual. In the Heaven's Origin sector, the rarely seen thunderstorms or sandstorms on the Grand Desolate Plateau were just common weather phenomena in the Ancient Sages sector. Even landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, and other natural disasters of a low intensity could escalate into supernatural disasters instantly if the furious spiritual energy that they carried caused a resonance. A febrile typhoon, on the other hand, was one of the most dreadful natural disasters in the Ancient Sages sector. It had originally been a superstorm generated on the tropical oceans. However, while it was marching toward the continent, it had mixed with the gales that wandered below the atmosphere and contained tremendous violent spiritual energy. As a result, it would evolve into the highly destructive febrile typhoon. According to the nature of the spiritual energy mixed, the febrile typhoons would show different characteristics. Some of the most freezing febrile typhoons, after landing, would turn everything in their path into a snowy world. All the creatures would be frozen. Some of the febrile typhoons that contained the power of thunder were like a bunch of lightning dragons rolling on the ground. Whatever they caught would be electrified into ash. However, most of the febrile typhoons were still related to the spiritual energy of the fire class. Such febrile typhoons were flowing flames that left a scorching inferno wherever they reached. Even if the victims of the disaster survived, the crops in the farmland would certainly be destroyed. The term febrile typhoon meant the wind that could burn anything in the first place. If it was just that, the febrile typhoon was still far from a supernatural disaster. The most dreadful thing about the febrile typhoon was that there was no telling what mysteries the electromagnetic fields inside the febrile typhoons had, but the creatures killed miserably by the febrile typhoons, and even the dead bodies that were swept over by the febrile typhoons after they died, could mutate and become the most hideous ghouls. According to the information that Li Yao had collected on his way on the Sorcerer's River, it was an overstatement that Han Yuantai blamed the rise of the White Lotus cult entirely on the jade crystal pellets the other day. The jade crystal pellets were certainly part of the reason, but the most important reason that the White Lotus cult was never annihilated was that the febrile typhoons would make the dead walk again and turn the remaining souls into deadly ghouls every time that they passed by. Whenever the White Lotus cult was dwindling away, it was not unusual for a febrile typhoon to pass by and transform countless poor peasants into ghouls who would become available soldiers of the White Lotus cult again. The febrile typhoon of this year is particularly rough. 3 days ago, a febrile typhoon landed and savaged the southeast, causing grievous damage. On top of that, in 10 days, another febrile typhoon of a larger scale will probably march northward, very close to the southeast shoreline. If it slightly deviates from the trajectory and lands again, there's going to be a catastrophe. Qi Zhongdao explained the situation in the southeast to the people of the Purple Pole Sword sect. To make matters worse, the 2 febrile typhoons happen to arrive at a time when the Sorcerer's River is in the middle of the spring flood season. The water level is high and the wind is strong. The flood of the Sorcerer's River has been unusually large in recent decades. Should the dams collapse and the Sorcerer's River changes its course, it is very possible that a large area will be flooded. Too many people will lose their homes or be killed in the flood. Their remaining souls will not disperse so quickly. When the febrile typhoons blow at them, they will very likely turn into the most brutal ghouls. If an army of 1,000,000 ghouls tramples on the prosperous land in the southeast, the place will be hopelessly ruined. Naturally, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu will not let go of such a heavenly opportunity. According to the message that the Grand Mystery Sect has received, Wan Mingzhu's ghost shadows have appeared near East Peace County. It is very possible that she will lead thousands of ghouls to attack East Peace County. The news cast the people of the Purple Pole Sword sect into silence. Even Li Yao's eyelids were twitching. East Peace County was a famous city in the southeast of the Great Qian Dynasty. Although it was not nearly as large as Divine Capital, it was even more prosperous and flamboyant. For thousands of years, it had always been an important town for training in the southeast. Dozens of cultivation sects had headquartered near East Peace County. If East Peace County was attacked by the White Lotus cult's ghoul army, even if it was nothing but a bluff or a gesture, it would be a shocking piece of news. The Heaven Battering Army in the northwest would certainly be boosted by the stimulation, and Goshin's people in the dark cloud prairies would be more ambitious than ever. The 33 sects near East Peace County have sent out a call for help, hoping that the fellow cultivators everywhere can give them a hand to save East Peace County from the looming catastrophe. As of now, Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple has already moved to the southeast to appease the deceased. It is said that fellow cultivator boss Xiaoyu the Beggar is also wandering around the homeless peasants to calm everyone down and cope with the natural disaster together. Li Yao's interest was suddenly aroused. If a rank of top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector was made, Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple and boss Xiaoyu the Beggar were certainly the two that he admired most. In the 3,000 sectors, religions and schools whose grand wish was universal salvation were not rare. In the ancient sages sector, such a lineage was known as the Stupa Temple. Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple was a truly wise and awakened cultivator. Although his capabilities were on par with the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, he was never involved in the conflicts in the world of cultivators, but focused his full attention on dealing with natural disasters. Wherever there was a natural disaster, there was Master Bitter Cicada. He provided food and water, mollified the deceased, and pacified the living. His prestige was unparalleled among the ordinary folks. Basyayu the beggar was the same. His main focus was not to provide food for the victims, but to deal with the officials, nobles, and cultivation sects that earned a great fortune immorally during the natural disaster. He often humiliated the shameless officials and cultivators in the most hilarious ways. Even according to the standard of the modern cultivation civilization, the two seniors could be called real cultivators. Liao had long meant to get in touch with them, but he had never found a chance. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was also an important person, or rather, an important ghost, on Li Yao's observation list. Li Yao would like to witness the charm of the mother of all ghosts with his own eyes. 1/3 of the training resources of the Great Qian dynasty are yielded from the southeast. Nobody will benefit if the place is destroyed. Staring at Yin Liren and Li Yao, Qi Zhongdao said, I believe that your sect is well aware of the interest in the region and will send reinforcements. However, if we set our target as resist the natural disaster and dispel the ghoul army, as we did in the past, it will not solve the problem from the source. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu is the source of the riot. The ghouls will come back again as long as Wan Mingzhu is not eliminated. Therefore, I'm hoping that we can work together to remove the White Lotus cult and execute Wan Mingzhu. It's not going to be easy to kill Wan Mingzhu. Dan Fengzi, leader of the Purple Pole Sword sect, suddenly remarked. Wan Mingzhu is a top 10 expert. She is also an unpredictable ghost without a real entity who can be attached to anyone alive. It is not easy to catch her, much less kill her. It was not an excuse but a well-grounded concern. For those at the level of Li Yao, Yin Liren, or Qi Zhongdao, it was one thing to defeat them, and it was another thing to kill them. The latter was 10 times more difficult than the former. Li Yao and Qi Zhongdao could not defeat Yin Liren, but if they were determined to run away, with their life-saving skills and tools, it would be almost impossible for Yin Liren to kill them. The two of them were still living people with bodies of flesh and blood. Wan Mingzhu, on the other hand, was just an unpredictable ghost. So, it would only be more difficult to execute her. If we don't take the chance to remove Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, Han Bailing, and other evil rebels, there will be endless trouble later. Wan Mingzhu is indeed the mother of all ghosts, but fellow cultivator Yin, Master Spiritual Vulture, Master Bitter Cicada, fellow cultivator Ba Xiaoyu, and I are certainly on par with her, if not slightly better. As long as we find Wan Mingzhu and fight her together in a suitable trap, the odds are very high that we can execute her once and for all. Well, Dan Fengzi hesitated and hinted at Li Yao. Right now, the troops of the court have been dispatched to East Peace County to settle the riot. The elites from the Ghost Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, Flying Spirit Island, the Monster Taming Pavilion, and hundreds of other sects are on their way to the southeast to slay those evils too. Turning a blind eye to Dan Fengzi's hint, Qi Zhongdao went on. We don't need to talk more about our responsibility to slay evil and serve justice. I want to add one thing. This time, the febrile typhoon and the flood season have overlapped and will certainly evolve into a supernatural disaster. Many sects in the southeast will certainly be uprooted. After the natural disaster, large vacant areas that are not protected by the cultivation sects will be left behind. By then, won't all the people count on the 6 major sects to supervise the situation for them to live a better life? If we don't go there and simply allow the local smaller sects to fight each other, chances are that there will be a catastrophe even more dreadful than the supernatural disaster. The meaning between the lines was obvious. He was instigating the Purple Pole Sword sect to start a turf war there. Dan Fengzi smiled, nodding, giving neither approval nor disapproval. He said, slay evil, serve justice, and help the people are what all righteous people should do. With a natural disaster incoming and the people in an abyss of suffering, the Purple Pole Sword sect will certainly do our best. However, as you have seen, Master, to host the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago, the Purple Pole Sword sect used up all our accumulated resources. We are now still slowly recovering. This is too important an issue that requires deliberation. If we are indeed sending a large batch of Imperial swordsmen to go to the southeast, we will have to make thorough plans. You must excuse us, Master. Of course. There was neither frustration nor delight on Qi Zhongdao's face. He turned to Yin Liren and said, "Fellow cultivator Yin, thank you for going easy on me in the battle 3 months ago, so that I was not humiliated in public. Other people may not know this, but I absolutely agree with Master Spiritual Vulture. Your sword is indeed unparalleled. But I do wonder, is the unparalleled sword in the world enough to slay the mother of all ghosts in the world?" Yin Liren blinked. His bald forehead was suddenly shining, and even his breath became hotter than before. Master Spiritual Vulture. Qi Zhongdao turned to Li Yao. "Since you have come to the great Qian dynasty to earn a name for yourself, after the supernatural disaster, won't the vacant prosperous land in the southeast be the best stage for your performance? I look forward to fighting side by side with fellow cultivator Yin and Master Spiritual Vulture to slay the evils there." Not caring about Dan Fengzi's extremely awful expression, Qi Zhongdao finished his remark slowly before he left the room. Dan Fengzi zhou get. He made a gesture to the elders on the spot, but led Li Yao to a fine cottage next to a waterfall behind the sword-washing pavilion. As the leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect and Yin Liren's senior brother, Dan Fengzi was also an extraordinary sword cultivator. However, his abilities in making judgments and decisions were even sharper than his sword, which could be seen by his methods in hiring Li Yao as a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword Sect. Li Yao could become a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword Sect and be given twice resources. But if Li Yao refused, the Purple Pole Sword Sect would rather go against Li Yao than ask for his help. Li Yao thought quite highly of Dan Fengzi. He believed that the leader was a person whom he could communicate and negotiate with. In a certain extreme scenario, he could even consider hiring the entire Purple Pole Sword Sect as a whole and regroup it into a certain Purple Pole mercenary group, which would command and manage themselves and carry out relatively large strategic operations. The reward of the contract could be an assembly line of modern flying swords or an assault warship that was best at close-distance battles. Everything was negotiable. "Are you planning to go southeast, Elder Spiritual Vulture?" While Li Yao was making plans, Dan Fengzi went directly to the topic while he looked at the waterfall outside, which was brushing the rocks. "I'm tempted." Li Yao had thought of an excuse. "As you know, leader, we barbarian cultivators are best at playing with poisons and ghosts. Although I have received the heritage of Yin Zhu, a sword forger from Great Zhou, I never forget where I come from. Since Wan Mingzhu claims to be the mother of all ghosts, naturally, I want to check out how capable the ghost is. Besides, Master Righteous One does have a point. After the supernatural disaster, a lot of sects in the southeast will have been destroyed. Does the Purple Pole Sword Sect not want to fill the vacancy in the southeast with the chance?" Dan Fengzi smiled and shook his head. "You might not know the whole of it yet, Elder Spiritual Vulture. You must not believe everything that Master Righteous One said. This issue is definitely not so simple." "Oh!" Frowning, Li Yao cackled. "Was the noble leader of all cultivators lying?" "Not exactly," Dan Fengzi explained patiently. "Firstly, Elder Spiritual Vulture, you spent most of your life in the Southland of Sorcerers, and I'm afraid that you don't know how tough the febrile typhoons are. The febrile typhoons are essentially super gales that have landed on the ground with immense, violent spiritual energy that will seriously affect the souls and veins of the cultivators. If caught in a febrile typhoon, even nascent soul stage cultivators have to summon all their spiritual energy to resist it. One moment of carelessness, and the febrile typhoon will invade their body and soul, resulting in a decline in their cultivation. The greatest headache with the febrile typhoons is that they seem to have wisdom that allows them to search for the cultivator with the highest cultivation within the range of their rampage automatically. They will cause the greatest damage to said cultivator, while the cultivators of lower levels and ordinary people will suffer much less. Nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me will be their primary targets if we enter the febrile typhoons." Li Yao furrowed his brow. "Is that so?" In fact, he understood it perfectly. The The specialists in the Star Glory Federation had long figured out the reason of the common phenomenon in supernatural disasters. The higher a cultivator's level was, the more immense the spiritual energy inside their body would be. The spiritual energy would generate a powerful force field. When the force field caused by the supernatural disaster approached, it would naturally interact with the most powerful force field first. A more vivid metaphor would be that, during a thunderstorm, the lightning would always hit lightning rods and trees first. The higher the lightning rod and the trees were, the more likely they would be struck. The high-level cultivators, just like lightning rods and trees, were the first ones to take the blow. The devastation of the febrile typhoons is just the beginning of the disaster, Dan Fengzi said. Based on our experience in the past, after every febrile typhoon, there will be a large batch of victims. When the victims die miserably, they turn into aggressive ghouls full of hatred. Although such ghouls are insignificant in capabilities and can cause little damage to nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me, when there are too many of them, it is possible for them to corrupt our soul and make our mind impure, which can be quite troublesome. Since you are from the Southland of Sorcerers, Elder Spiritual Vulture, you must be aware of some methods to baptize the aggressive ghouls. However, I believe that the methods only allow you to deal with 100 or so ghouls at most, right? What can you do if hundreds of thousands of aggressive ghouls present themselves in front of you? Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, Ba Xiaoyu, Elder Spiritual Vulture. Altogether the 5 high-level nascent soul stage cultivators, with dozens of regular nascent soul stage cultivators, seem to be an invincible army. However, if 1,000,000 ghouls come at us at the same time like a tide, it will still be almost impossible for us to resist. The most critical issue is even if we kill all the ghouls and even uproot the White Lotus cult, so what? What benefits are there? High-level demon beasts have demon cores. The powerful spiritual animals have beast crystals and spiritual bones. A perilous adventure in the dangerous land can yield a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that we want. So, it is worthwhile to execute the devils, however risky it is. However, if we engage with the army of ghouls, even if we try our best to blow apart their souls, we will gain absolutely nothing. Instead, the broken pieces of their souls might pollute our soul and belief. It is definitely not worth the risk. So, that's the case, Li Yao sneered. Isn't Master Righteous One implying that the Purple Pole Sword sect can grab a piece of land in the southeast? Isn't it a benefit? On the contrary, it is the greatest disaster that might even spell the doom of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Dan Fengzi said solemnly. You must have heard an old saying before, Elder Spiritual Vulture, the tall trees are hit first. Do you know why I insisted that junior brother Yin not kill Qi Zhongdao in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Because Qi Zhongdao is a man who values rules, and he is the only one who can manage to maintain the balance of the great Qian dynasty? That's only part of the reason, Dan Fengzi said. More importantly, I didn't want junior brother Yin to win in the first place. I intentionally wanted him to lose. Oh, Li Yao was slightly dazed. His eyes suddenly glittered. Why? Master Spiritual Vulture, do you know which sect is the largest one in the world? Dan Fengzi asked back. Li Yao frowned. The Grand Mystery sect is well acknowledged to be the largest sect. However, when Wangxi was in power, with the connections with him, the Purple Pole Sword sect had hopes to assume the position, too. Wrong. With a weird smile, Dan Fengzi replied, It's not the Grand Mystery sect, nor the Purple Pole Sword sect, but the thunderous Qian Hall. Li Yao's facial muscles were twisting, as he replied coldly, An eyesore, of course. Exactly. Therefore, the greatest sect in the sword is certainly not a position worth bragging about. On the contrary, it is a death sentence for anyone who bears it. After pondering for a moment, Dan Fengzi said, when a late emperor was on the throne, to balance the sects in the world, and especially to deal with the Grand Mystery sect, the largest sect in the world, he supported the Purple Pole Sword sect through Wangxi, allowing the Purple Pole Sword sect to quickly expand. His purpose was to raise an enemy for the Grand Mystery sect so that the royal family could take advantage while we are fighting. Although the Purple Pole Sword sect understood the late emperor and Wangxi's aims, many issues were actually not up to us. The fact that the late emperor was willing to make use of us proved that we were at least worthy of being used. So, we might take a chance and have a go. It was a pity that the Grand Mystery sect was still too deeply rooted. Thousands of years of heritage and accumulation cannot be shaken overnight. When the late emperor passed away and Wang Shi fled in panic, there was still a gap between us and the Grand Mystery sect. We failed to develop to a point where nobody else dared mess with us. But at that time, we were already showing our power to the full extent. At that point, Li Yao interjected. But I'm told that the new emperor is different from the old emperor. He has already conceded to the cultivators. Otherwise, Wang Shi's forces wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Just because the new emperor wants Wang Shi dead doesn't mean he will lower his head to the cultivators. Dan Fengzi chuckled. Killing Wang Shi was perhaps just a move he played to ease the major sect's alert when he was new to power and did not have much support. Or maybe it was because he was not able to trust the late emperor's subordinates and wanted to raise his own Wang Shi. All in all, according to the intelligence I've collected from various sources, Emperor Phoenix is certainly not someone to be underestimated. He might be a man 10 times more dreadful than Wang Shi. According to the tradition of the ancient sage's emperor, after an emperor passed away, he would be designated with a special posthumous title. When the emperor was still alive, he would be addressed under the year name. Right now, it was year 2 of the Phoenix. So, the incumbent emperor was called Emperor Phoenix. In the world of ancient cultivators, strength was power. For many nascent soul-stage cultivators, the so-called emperor was merely a butler who organized the resources in the world on behalf of them. They did not have much reverence. Dan Fengzi and Li Yao were both in the nascent soul stage. It was not unusual for them to not address the emperor in a more respectful way. This year is year 2 of the Phoenix, but Phoenix is not in the collection of names that our ancestors made. It is an unorthodox name. The year name should have been Light Marshal, Dan Fengzi said. The year name was proposed by the new emperor himself, meaning that the Phoenix will be reborn from the fire. It is the first sign of his ambitions. Many ministers object to the year name, but the new emperor insists on it. The debate remains unabated in the court even to this day. It is quite a fuss. Many ministers are trying to fix the orthodox year name. The issue has been called debate of decorum by many people. In fact, it doesn't really matter at all what exactly the year name is. This is just a way for Emperor Phoenix to show his power. It is evident enough that he will never be content with hiding in divine capital and being a carefree emperor. He definitely wants to achieve something. When a new local official comes to the office, they have to adopt certain extreme policies to intimidate the local magnates. Emperor Phoenix is new to the throne. This is exactly when he is whetting his saber, looking for a target to demonstrate his power. The Purple Pole Sword sect is deeply connected to Wang Shi and the late emperor in the first place. In recent years, we have been too heated too. That's why we are involved in the case of the eunuch's conspirator. The Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago seemed to be an occasion where the other sects threatened the 100-Blade Mountain. But was Emperor Phoenix really not behind it? In our own headquarters, we would not be scared even if the Grand Mystery sect came together with the other 4 major sects. But if the thunderous Qianhao, the real greatest sect in the world, was also behind everything, it would be something that the Purple Pole Sword sect couldn't resist alone. That is why I wanted Junior Brother Yin to lose the battle. It was partly meant to show our weakness, and partly to transmit some of the interest to the Grand Mystery sect with the opportunity. It would be better if we reached a real alliance with the Grand Mystery sect, so that we could cope with Emperor Phoenix's possible moves later. However, we did not expect that Master Spiritual Vulture would suddenly show up, leading to unanticipated changes in the situation. It was truly, Li Yao coughed in embarrassment. He did not know that there were so many backstories to the Dragon Spring meeting, which made him look rather naive. With a conflicted expression, Dan Fengzi said, "The Purple Pole Sword sect boasts the 100-Blade Mountain, which is an intersection of the various mother lodes in the world. We produce the finest weapons and magical equipment. We also have a group of strong swordsmen. The only thing that we are short of is a large area of farmland where we can plant jade crystal pellets and plantations where we can raise heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Both of the two things can be found in the southeast, the land of honey and milk. If we expand to the southeast, as Master Righteous One said, and even grasp a certain prefecture or county, we will have mines, farmland, elite soldiers, and unparalleled experts such as Junior Brother Yin and you, Elder Spiritual Vulture. If I were the Emperor, I would have trouble eating and sleeping when there was such a super sect. I would definitely write the name of the sect next to my bed to remind myself every day that I have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Cold sweat popping out, Li Yao shrieked. Damn Qi Zhongdao. How sordid he is! Not exactly. Dan Fengzi smiled bitterly. I believe that Master Righteous One is definitely not someone who intentionally plays tricks. He is sincerely considering for the entire community of cultivators. He wants all the cultivators to be united no matter what, to fight the natural disasters, evils, barbarians, emperor, and all other things that do not value rules. It's a shame that, although he is a mannered cultivator, this is an era without manners and rules. Master Spiritual Vulture, don't be fooled when he said that the elites from the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Flying Spirit Island, Thunderstorm Valley, and the Monster Taming Pavilion were all out. It was probably an overstatement. Not just the Ghost Armor Clan and everybody else. Can he really command the Grand Mystery Sect? Li Yao was dazed. As I recall, he seemed to be quite charismatic in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago. How can that be the same? Dan Fengzi was amusé. The Dragon Spring meeting was a time when 1,000 sects came to divide the Purple Pole Sword sect's interests. Master Righteous One was expected to withstand the top experts such as Junior Brother Yin. Naturally, everybody listened to him. After all, praising him as the leader of all cultivators wouldn't cost them anything. However, fighting a supernatural disaster and an army of ghouls for real is different. If they fail, they will have casualties and lose a fortune. If they win, they will attract Emperor Phoenix's hate too. What are the court and the Emperor for if the cultivators have done everything to deal with the trouble? Do you see it now? This is a deal with zero gains. You can neither win nor lose. Who will really listen to Master Righteous One and mind the business irrelevant to themselves? The business irrelevant to themselves. Li Yao was meaning to ask, if all the cultivators step back, what could the victims struggling in the febrile typhoons and flood do? But he did not ask in the end. He merely observed, so that's the reason. However, what do you mean by saying that Master Righteous One can barely command the Grand Mystery Sect? If he commanded the Grand Mystery Sect, he would be the leader instead of the Grand Leader. Weird brilliance was beaming out of Dan Fengzi's eyes. Do you like a senior nagging you about rules every day, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Li Yao pondered for a moment and realized the reason. Qi Zhongdao was certainly not a likable man, much less someone that other people found attractive and wanted to make friends with. The best treatment for someone like him seemed to be to enshrine him in the sky as a flag and a mascot. All in all, I've talked with you about so many things today, Elder Spiritual Vulture, because I don't want you to be bound to Master Righteous One without knowing what is going on, Dan Fengzi said sincerely. Although you agreed to only work as a visiting elder for 1 year, your contributions to the Purple Pole Sword sect will never be forgotten by the hundreds of thousands of disciples of this sect. Naturally, we don't want anything to happen to you. Since the 33 cultivation sects in East Peace County have sent out calls for help to all the cultivators in the world, the Purple Pole Sword sect will certainly dispatch reinforcements. Seeing Junior Brother Yan's shining forehead, I can tell that it will not be possible to stop him from meeting Mother White Lotus. However, you and Junior Brother Yin are different, Elder Spiritual Vulture. You should understand the benefits and drawbacks in all this. All in all, a trip to the southeast will be unavoidable. However, the Purple Pole Sword sect has no intention of expanding in the southeast. Our elite swordsmen will not be all sent out, either. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you and Junior Brother Yin must consider your own safety as your primary concern. It doesn't matter whether or not Mother White Lotus is executed. Li Yao took a long breath. Thank you for your enlightenment, leader. It appears that the White Lotus cult will not be annihilated yet again, will it? Indeed it won't. With a smile of derision, Dan Fengzi said, other than Master Righteous One, Master Bitter Cicada, and perhaps Boss Siyu the Beggar, how many cultivators in the entire world truly mean to get mired in the dirty water. I fear that you can't even find half of them. It was noon, yet the world was completely dark. The sullen clouds that could not have been more intense were wriggling non-stop and pressing down on the land, enveloping all creatures in the stomach of a monolithic beast leavening no escape. The lightning was striking down like waterfalls. The bolts looked like dragons that had crawled out of the clouds and ghost hands that were reaching toward the ground, raising bluish fire on the earth. The rain was much more than pouring. It was like another vast ocean in the sky was now running down because the sky was broken and was about to swallow the entire world. The lightning was already appalling enough, but the fierce wind was even more appalling. The fierce wind was the aftershock of the febrile typhoon. The spiritual energy inside that had nowhere to run to was savaging the land in blast. In the wind were the uprooted trees, the destroyed buildings, and the broken limbs of countless creatures. The wind was like a behemothing, invisible mincer that was mincing everything on the earth, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Not just the ordinary people and the low-level cultivators. Even the experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage did not dare ride their flying swords in such a thunderstorm. If so, they would be the primary targets for the furious spiritual energy between the sky and the earth. With the wind, the storm, and the lightning as the background, the flood in the Sorcerer's River was on a rampage. The Sorcerer's River had undergone drastic changes compared to what Li Yao had seen 4 months earlier. It should have been springtime. Many snowy mountains along Sorcerer's River had thawed. The melted snow flowed down along the river, increasing the instant flow of the Sorcerer's River by more than 5 years, leading to the unstoppable spring flood. If the Sorcerer's River, which spanned the entire Great Qian dynasty, had been a sleeping dragon, then the ravenous dragon had fully woken up and was raging to claim sacrifices to fill its belly. Boom! 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 The flood crests, each higher than the last, were crashing against the vulnerable dams on the 2 sides of the Sorcerer's River. The defense rune arrays deployed in the heyday of the Great Qian dynasty were releasing dim light. However, they had corroded and rusted after such a long time due to the lack of maintenance, and their defensibility was far worse than before. If the dams were broken, the flood would be surging out. The Sorcerer's River would even change its course altogether, leading to a large, inundated area. The consequences could be dire. That was the scene that Li Yao, Dan Fengzi, Yin Liren, and hundreds of imperial swordsmen saw when they were on their way to the southeast to provide aid. The flood, on the other hand, was not nearly the most dangerous thing at hand. Amid the surging tides raised by the flood, blood-freezing echoes would occasionally resound. The flood destroyed not only the homes of the ordinary people and the cultivators, but also the valleys and forests in the basin of the Sorcerer's River. A lot of ferocious animals that had been lurking in the forests were forced out, since the living environment of the animals had greatly changed, and the previous prey had been swept away by the flood. They could not help but look for new territory. During their search, it was inevitable that they would have fierce conflicts with other ferocious animals and even the cultivators. A lot of dragon-type animals are hiding inside the Sorcerer's River. Be careful, everyone, and consider your safety your primary concern. Don't do anything until we meet Master Righteous One and the fellow cultivators from other sects. Dan Fengzi roared desperately inside the storm. Faced with the pugnacity of nature, there was not much that the cultivators could do, even though they often considered themselves brilliant. They could only watch the lightning, storm, wind, flood, and animals in the flood crashing against the feeble defense rune arrays on the dams time and time again. "Leader, look over there!" One of the imperial swordsmen suddenly exclaimed and pointed at the flood. The tides of the flood were rising abruptly like a mountain soaring to the clouds. When they looked carefully, they discovered a bright purple dragon-type animal that was almost 100 meters long in the dirty flood. The front end of the animal even split into 3 hideous big heads. Each of the heads was packed with dense thorns that made them look like 3 gigantic iron thistles. Pooh! 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 The thorny dragon was quite weird. It opened its 3 bloody mouths and spat out 3 pearls the size of basins, which moved in the flood without meeting the least hindrance before they hit the dams brutally. Boom! A few defense rune arrays set up at the back of the dams exploded on the spot. The dams, which were already vulnerable enough, immediately revealed more than 10 shocking cracks that were quickly spreading. What is this animal exactly? It looks like a multi-horned bizarre dragon, but why is it so large with 3 heads? It has already accumulated 3 demon cores. Considering its enormous size, it must have been training deep inside the Sorcerer's River for hundreds of years. It wouldn't have surfaced had it not been for the once-in-a-hundred-years flood. Horrible, horrible. Another few crashes, and the dams will completely collapse. Let's get out of here quickly. Faced with the ferocious animal that seemed to have traveled to the present day from the primeval era, the Imperial swordsmen were all petrified. Elder Spiritual Vulture. Dan Fengzi's face looked extremely awful, too. I didn't know that the natural disaster this time would be so tough. Just the flood of the Sorcerer's River and the aftershock of the febrile typhoon alone are so powerful. I can't imagine what the places that were in the paths of the febrile typhoons have possibly gone through. The dams are about to collapse. Let's get out of here quickly. Should we get involved in the flood and have to fight against the lightning, storm, and flood, our souls will be shocked, and our cultivation will plunge even if we are in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao observed the shaking dams in front of him, but he was actually thinking about the farmlands and towns that he had seen when he passed the place for the first time on the Flying Sword. This area of the Sorcerer's River was the most prosperous land of the Great Qian dynasty. Naturally, it was also the most populated place. The population in a town there was often larger than the population of a city in the southwest. After the febrile typhoon landed, a lot of homeless victims had already fled westward along the Sorcerer's River, further adding to the population of the towns and villages nearby. If the dams collapsed, allowing the Sorcerer's River to change course, it would spell the deaths of the thousands of homeless victims. Li Yao could not wait and just watch such a tragedy. However, with the temper and personality of Master Spiritual Vulture, he should not be a man who would fight for the ordinary people without considering anything. Li Yao's hesitation was misunderstood by Dan Fengzi, who frowned and said, "Elder Spiritual Vulture, are you planning to take the 3 extraordinary demon cores? You must not. This dragon-type animal is probably a mutation of a multi-horned bizarre dragon. Judging from the size, it has already trained inside the Sorcerer's River for almost 1,000 years. Chances are that it already existed before the Great Qian dynasty was founded. Dragon-type animals are born with water. Right now, the surging flood has increased its ferocity. It is too risky to hunt it right now. If you are truly interested in the animal, we can always wait until it breaks the dams and escapes to the plateau. It will be much easier to be dealt with when it is stranded and the weather is better." Li Yao's lips moved. He was of a mind to ask Dan Fengzi if the guy had ever considered the ordinary people living on the 2 sides of the Sorcerer's River besides hunting the animal and taking the cores. But he forced back the words before he said them out. Dan Fengzi was talking so matter-of-factly, as if he were considering Li Yao's interests made him lost for words. Ho! 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 Right then, the 3-headed multi-horned bizarre dragon roared in the most deafening noise again. The 3 demon cores rushed out, and like 3 enormous magnets, attracted all the lightning nearby. Centered at the demon cores, 3 balls of lightning, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 green, were formed. Crack, crack, crack. The balls of lightning expanded quickly in the wind, and soon expanded to more than 10 meters in diameter. The storm clouds around them were disintegrated into mist, which surrounded the lightning hazily, further adding to the invincibility and indestructibility of the balls of lightning. Seeing that the 3 balls of lightning were about to crash into the dams, Li Yao was about to rush out to slay the dragon and loot the demon cores, his heart pounding faster than ever, when bold brilliance suddenly shot out of the dark clouds toward the multi-headed dragon overwhelmingly like burning golden arrows. Chi! 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 Hundreds of arrows immediately hit the multi-horned bizarre dragon, riddling it with holes and making it bleed hard. Because of the excruciating pain, the multi-horned bizarre dragon could only give up the dams and redirect the 3 balls of lightning toward the clouds. Boom! The balls of lightning tore apart the clouds and vanished into thin air. The only things left were 3 somewhat lackluster demon cores that were rotating in midair. Above the broken clouds, a moon-white cassock, surrounded by a dim, golden glow, was flapping in the wind, like a boat in the middle of a surging ocean. Right above the cassock, a monk was standing. He was possibly the most handsome man that Li Yao had ever seen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he truly seemed to have been carved out of an entire piece of jade or marble, and nothing, even time, which could corrode everything, could detract from his handsomeness by 1,000th. The only thing that slightly undermined his handsomeness was the vague bitterness that covered his face. If one was to appreciate it carefully, the merciful bitterness actually brought his appearance to a whole new level, where one could not even feel jealous or inferior to him. "Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple," Dan Fengzi exclaimed in a low voice. He was a real genius in training who was naturally wise, and he had been a top expert 70 years earlier. He was even believed to be the best expert who had the highest chance to step into the divinity transformation stage after Wu Suiyin and Meng Qixin. Even the proud sword maniac frankly admitted that, if Master Bitter Cicada had been focused on training in seclusion without caring about anything else, his achievements would have been far higher than Yin Liren's. However, Master Bitter Cicada's ambition did not seem to be the divinity transformation stage. Instead, he was really putting the mantra of the Stupa Temple, which was universal salvation, into practice and spent most of his time and effort on resisting the natural disasters and assisting the ordinary people. It was said that, in the past several decades, he had fought tsunamis dozens of meters high, extinguished a forest fire that had spread thousands of square kilometers, and suppressed a volcano near a prosperous town that had been about to erupt purely on his own. As a result, he had exhausted too much of his spiritual energy and been heavily wounded multiple times. His cultivation had stagnated and was even dropping. Master Bitter Cicada, who had half-stepped into the divinity transformation stage, was only on par with the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, if not slightly weaker, after decades of hard work. In the middle of the thunderstorm, Master Bitter Cicada was standing on a moon-white cassock with golden stripes and holding a rusted black staff in his hand. A ring of enormous glass pearls was draped over his shoulder. Every one of the pearls was the size of a fist and translucent. A lot of colorful runes were vaguely popping up inside the pearls and glittering. Moo! Master Bitter Cicada looked at the multi-horned bizarre dragon full of pity and sorrow, but his stomach unleashed such a fulmination that sounded like a bell being tolled. The pearls that were on his shoulder flew up one after another. In the end, the 18 pearls surrounded the multi-horned bizarre dragon and rotated quickly, as if they were shooting stars. "Buddhas in heaven and in hell, save the people now." "La!" Master Bitter Cicada chanted. His voice pierced through the clouds and was delivered to everybody's ears clearly. After each of his words, the brightness in the 18 pearls got slightly higher and more transparent. When the last word "lock" was uttered, the 18 pearls seemed to have melted into the air, and the octagonal, glittering runes sealed inside were all released. Crack! 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 The thousands of runes triggered a series of golden electric arcs that condensed into an overwhelming shackle, locking the 3 enormous heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. The multi-horned bizarre dragon screamed miserably and struggled hard, but it could not get away from Master Bitter Cicada's constraint at all. The 3 demon cores seemed to have frozen in midair. They shivered for a long time, but were unable to move at all. Casting a spell with the realized runes, Li Yao was secretly surprised. He felt that the pearls that Master Bitter Cicada used as a weapon had a similar attack mechanism to the member of the Panga clan that he had fought against on Kunlun. At that time, the member of the Panga clan had cast spells by declaring his spirit and will with sound waves, which attracted the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He had then constructed the spiritual energy into erratic models and outputted them into techniques of different natures. The pearls could also have been polished and modified based on a secret treasure from the Pangas civilization in the primeval era. Under the pearl suppression, the multi-horned bizarre dragon was unable to move at all and could only roar. Master Bitter Cicada sat cross-legged on the moon-white cassock. He half closed his eyes and put his palms together, his rusted staff resting in his arms. While he was mumbling the spells to himself, an air of transcendency and inviolacy was flowing out of his body. As his runes were activated, the shackle of golden brilliance triggered by the 18 pearls was tightened. Like an iron, it left deep stamps on the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Stinky, black smoke that even the storm could not quench soared into the sky. The multi-horned bizarre dragon was about to be suppressed by Master Bitter Cicada when the violent spiritual energy in the area had been searching for the fattest prey from the beginning. Li Yao, Yin Liren, Dan Fengzi, and the Imperial Swordsmen of the Purple Pole Sword sect were all lying low and concealing their auras, not daring to act recklessly in the thunderstorm. Even so, some of the lightning was even hitting their surroundings, and the electric arcs were swimming inside the veins and nerves crazily. But right now, Master Bitter Cicada had flown high into the clouds. He was also summoning all of his spiritual energy and activating his magical equipment blatantly. He was essentially turning himself into the most eye-catching lightning rod. Boom! Crack! When he activated the power of the pearls to the maximum, countless streaks of lightning lunged at him from every direction and hit his moon-white spiritual shield brutally. Electric arcs and sparks were spluttering non-stop. Struck by thousands of lightning, Master Bitter Cicada was shaking slightly, and a few streams of blood were zigzagging out of his eyes and mouth. Yet his face remained utterly unchanged. With exactly the same vague pity and sorrow, he continued outputting his spiritual energy, his soul, and his life, trying his best to suppress the multi-horned bizarre dragon so that it would not have a chance to destroy the dams. He was not fighting a multi-horned bizarre dragon. He was fighting the sky, the earth, and the violent spiritual energy in between that could destroy everything in their path. He was struggling against the thunder, slashing the clouds, and suppressing the running tides with his body that was not all that strong. The lightning became more and more frequent, and the thunder grew louder and louder. The crazier the storm was, the brighter Master Bitter Cicada's eyes became. Li Yao had never realized that a man's eyes could be so brilliant. Some sort of flowing liquid light seemed to be flowing out from the edges of his eyes. Boom! 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 The lightning was striking Master Bitter Cicada's head incessantly. The moon-white spiritual shield was dying like a candle in a storm. Master Bitter Cicada's skin had broken apart, but it was bright gold that was revealed below the fractures, as if a tiny golden Buddha resided within his immaculate body. Master Bitter Cicada gritted his teeth to persist. The rusted black club staff on his arms had already been dyed bright gold by his blood. It was impossible for him to compete with nature by himself after all. While Li Yao was hesitating, the multi-horned bizarre dragon had already caught its breath. Its 3 heads were all expanding crazily. The sharp horns that looked like thorny needles on the heads all turned blood red. Hew! 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 The thorny needles on the 3 heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon darted out like a storm toward Master Bitter Cicada. Perhaps Master Bitter Cicada could have evaded, but if he dodged, the multi-horned bizarre dragon would break free, and after a tiny crash, it would destroy the dams. Therefore, Master Bitter Cicada did not dodge at all. Instead, he roared and threw out his black staff, which revolved rapidly in front of him and formed a bright golden shield. After a series of clanging noises, most of the thorny needles were blocked. However, a handful of them penetrated through the shield silently when thousands of lightning were hitting Master Bitter Cicada brutally. Pa! 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 All the needles exploded abruptly into powder before they had the chance to touch Master Bitter Cicada's body. But they distracted Master Bitter Cicada after all, allowing lightning that was thicker than Li Yao's thigh to strike Master Bitter Cicada's skull. Boom! Master Bitter Cicada grunted. Blood-stained electric arcs seemed to be squirting out of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth simultaneously. The runes that were used to suppress the multi-horned bizarre dragon faded, and the 18 pearls reappeared. The multi-horned bizarre dragon took the opportunity to dash upward, freeing itself from Master Bitter Cicada's shackles. The 3 demon cores that were frozen in midair returned to the multi-horned bizarre dragon. They rotated for a while, and attracting tremendous electric arcs, condensed into 3 bluish balls of lightning again, attacking Master Bitter Cicada together with the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Li Yao could not wait any longer. But somebody was even faster than him. Sword Maniac, Yin Liren roared. Immense spiritual from someone at the peak of the nascent soul stage was fully unleashed toward the multi-horned bizarre dragon in a sword aura that was hundreds of meters long. Voila! He appeared like a firefly that was holding a lantern on a dark night. He was so obvious and attractive that many lightning bolts that had begun lunging at Master Bitter Cicada changed their direction and ran toward him. Begone! Yin Liren's sword was not unsheathed yet, but the auras of the sword had already diverged into more than 10 sharp edges, slashing the lightning into twisted electric arcs, before the electric arcs were shocked into starry sparkles. It was not until this moment that a shining sword that was more than 20 meters long finally appeared in midair. Like a long, narrow magnet, it attracted all the electric arcs nearby to its body. The sharpness of the sword was immediately increased with the boost of the electric arcs. It was one of the primeval swords that Yin Liren had used during the Dragon Spring meeting. The black sword, which was the largest one of all, was already completely wrecked and beyond repair. The other 2 primeval swords were only riddled with cracks on the surface. After careful refinement, some of their power could still be restored. Therefore, Li Yao had asked the disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect to collect the powder of the black sword that had completely collapsed. After mixing and refining it, he had added the powder to the other 2 primeval swords as materials of enhancement. It was sort of recycling. After Yin Liren's sword slashed out, the multi-horned bizarre dragon's 3 heads retreated at the same time. Having no time to harass Master Bitter Cicada any longer, the animal quickly summoned the 3 demon cores, trying to block Yin Liren's enormous sword. However, the sword that was dozens of meters long, under Yin Liren's manipulation, was as swift and agile as a soft sword that one could bind to their waist. Drawing a weird curve in midair, the sword crawled in through the gaps among the 3 demon cores. The very next moment, the middle head of the multi-horned bizarre dragon was chopped off. You want to go? Not so fast. Leave your demon cores here. Amid scary chuckles, a green shadow lunged toward the top of the multi-horned bizarre dragon like a vulture that had opened the wings. Of course, it was Li Yao who pretended to be Master Spiritual Vulture. Storm, thunder, and flood. The violent spiritual energy between the sky and the earth. They were also rushing toward him overwhelmingly. Such a magnificent view of the sky breaking apart and the lightning surging out reminded Li Yao of the happy period of crazy training in the thunderstorms deep within the grand desolate plateau in the Star Glory Federation. Fighting the sky and the earth brought him endless pleasure. He was a guy who could slay tornadoes, storm, and thunder. You can go to hell if you have come to me, Li Yao shrieked. The green flames of spiritual energy around him condensed into 2 enormous, sky-blocking wings. After one flap, the lightning and clouds that were coming at him were all shattered. Then, the 2 wings were closed together. Under the precise control of his telepathic thoughts, the spiritual energy in the wings reformed. A monolithic claw took shape, which snatched right toward the heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. The multi-horned bizarre dragon had just suffered a heavy blow and lost the most important head. It was in such agony that it did not notice the traps that Li Yao had hidden in the green fire at all. Hardly had the animal escaped from the snatch of the claw when it was caught precisely by a trap made of dozens of monocular mica threads. Chi, 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 chi. As it desperately fled toward the Sorcerer's River, Li Yao pulled hard. The molecular mica threads cut off its tough scales, rough skin, and sturdy flesh, deeply embedding into the bones all over its body. The animal was like a fish that had bitten the hook. However hard it struggled, it would only make the hook even tighter. Having been training for hundreds of years, the multi-horned bizarre dragon had long gained basic intelligence. It knew that now was a time of life and death. If it could not eliminate the weird threads that had been embedded into its body, there was no way that it could run away. After struggling down for a moment, it changed the methodology and simply attacked backward toward Li Yao by hitting the surface of the river with its enormous tail. Heal! Yin Liren's second primeval sword was unsheathed. The two swords were like another two dragons when they fought the rest of the two heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Master Bitter Cicada took the opportunity to jump up from the moon-white cassock. Picking up the black staff, he batted the 18 pearls out, which rushed deep into the multi-horned bizarre dragon's body, through its wounded neck with long exhaust flames like shooting stars. Dong! Master Bitter Cicada knocked the staff in midair. As if it had hit solid ground, a deafening noise was raised. Centered at the point where the staff hit the ground, complicated and dazzling rune arrays appeared out of nowhere and stretched out. At the core of the runes were 3 overlapping swastikas, which were surrounded by 18 Buddhas in different postures. As the 18 Buddhas glittered one after another, 8 dull noises echoed inside the multi-horned bizarre dragon's body. The parts where the noises originated bulged out violently at first, as if they had swallowed an iron ball, before they quickly withered as if all the bones had been removed. The animal turned from a dominating dragon into a soft earthworm, losing all ability to fight back. Shua! Li Yao's molecular mica threads cut off the remaining 2 heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon easily. The body of the animal, which was essentially a mountain of meat, fell into the Sorcerer's River and soon disappeared into the currents. When Li Yao, Yin Liren, and Master Cicada, 3 super nascent soul-stage cultivators of the ancient sage's sector, joined hands, a multi-horned bizarre dragon could not get away despite the interference of nature. The demon cores are mine now! Li Yao burst into laughter on purpose, finding an excuse for his precious attack. Pretending that he was greedy, he controlled the molecular mica threads to pick up the 3 demon cores that were rotating in the air. But after he raised his head, he discovered that Master Bitter Cicada did not bother to look at the 3 demon cores at all. He did not even catch his breath first as he dived deep into the Sorcerer's River. What's he doing? Li Yao blinked in bafflement. But he vaguely felt that yet another round of tides was sweeping close from further up the Sorcerer's River. Considering the vulnerability of the dams there, if the defense rune arrays were not repaired as soon as possible, perhaps the crash of the tides alone was enough to collapse the dams, and the multi-horned bizarre dragon was not even needed. Is he going to crush the incessant tides on his own until the storm stops? As if hit by lightning, Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded. He had never thought that such an extraordinary person as Master Bitter Cicada could be born in the world of ancient cultivators. Looking at Master Bitter Cicada marching toward the tides on his own above the Sorcerer's River, Yin Liren frowned and asked, "What's on your mind, fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture?" "I'm thinking." Li Yao rolled his eyes for a long time and finally said, "Brother Yin, your unparalleled sword is already fast to the point that it can't be any faster. It is enough to kill any person in the world. But I wonder, is it capable of slaying the incessant tides?" Slaying the incessant tides? Touching his bald head and looking at the other bald head in the flood, Yin Liren's nostrils flared. Interesting. The overwhelming storm lasted a day and a night. It was not until the next day in the morning that the lackluster sun finally revealed itself, reluctantly, in the broken morning glow. Thanks to Li Yao, Yin Liren, and Master Bitter Cicada, the canal that the members of the Purple Pole Sword sect were on did not have a tragedy of collapsing dams, but other places were not so lucky. Dams collapsed seriously and less seriously everywhere. When Li Yao flew up hundreds of meters, everything that he could see had been drowned in water, except for the relatively high places that had turned into lone islands and long bridges. The victims whose homes had been destroyed by the flood were crammed onto the islands and bridges like ants, spreading out aimlessly. They were homeless peasants, the greatest headache for the court and cultivators. For the court, the homeless peasants were the greatest cause of riots. For the cultivators, when alive, the homeless peasants that were nothing more than ants and weeds were certainly nothing to be scared of. However, should the evil warlords such as Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu get involved and absorb the aggressive souls that had died miserably in the natural disaster, they might be turned into violent ghouls after a few battles, which would be quite a headache. Therefore, resisting the natural disaster and appeasing the homeless peasants was not only the court's responsibility, but a responsibility for all the cultivators. It was especially so for the cultivation sects that were rooted in the southeast, because if they did not do anything, they would be the first to be wounded by an insurgents. Seeing that countless homeless peasants, with their ragged clothes and numb faces, had even lost the ability to cry and were simply moving with the crowd in desperation, Liao did not know what to feel. There were, of course, natural disasters in the Star Glory Federation, too, such as floods, earthquakes, and tsunamis. However, for the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation, resisting the natural disasters was a duty as important as slaying evils. One for all, and all for one was certainly not empty talk. The central government had a thorough, well-tested emergency relief mechanism. When it was fully functioning, there was no way that the flood would be so severe. Even if there were homeless victims, they would be properly taken care of soon and certainly would not be left alone to count on themselves. While he was sighing, Liao's eyes were keen enough to notice a moon-white figure amid the dense crowd. It was Master Bitter Cicada. Liao was very curious about the mysterious monk. The previous night, to resist the tides, he had marched into the flood time and time again until his spiritual energy had been exhausted, and a few high-level cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword sect had saved him. It did not occur to Li Yao that the guy was out again after a rest of only 4 hours. What was he doing among the disaster-stricken people? Li Yao's curiosity was aroused. He landed near Master Bitter Cicada. When the homeless peasants saw that a deity was landing from the clouds, they were so ashamed that they all fled away. Even if they fell into the dirty water, they did not dare to draw close to Li Yao. Some of the white-haired old men were even kneeling before Li Yao, dragging the children whose hair was dry and yellow. Li Yao's heart almost broke. As Master's spiritual vulture, it was naturally inappropriate to treat everybody as an equal. He could only frown and take the courtesies while forcing him to look at Master Bitter Cicada instead of the dirty faces. Amid a bunch of muddy peasants, Master Bitter Cicada's moon-white robe was polluted too. Even his bald head was blemished with sludge and dirt. But his face was still as immaculate as white jade. It seemed to be glowing from inside. He was sitting cross-legged in the middle of mud. In front of him, however, was a skull that was monolithic and hideous and almost as large as an elephant. It was one of the heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Master Bitter Cicada's fist-sized pearls were hovering above the head and emitting gentle light that was nurturing the head. The vague aggression and brutality that lingered in the multi-horned bizarre dragon's head gradually dispersed while Master Bitter Cicada was reciting the sutras. He is appeasing the soul of the animal. Li Yao was greatly awed. I'm told that the stupid temple claims that everybody is equal and everything has wisdom. But I didn't know that Master Bitter Cicada is so merciful that he would even go through the trouble of appeasing the soul of an animal. What a remarkable monk. All done. While Li Yao was secretly complimenting him, Master Bitter Cicada finished his technique. The 18 pearls flew back to his shoulder, and he stood up, supporting his black staff. Stretching out his arms, he clapped his hands and smiled. The poison inside the skull of the animal has all been eliminated by this monk. You are free to eat it now. After saying that, he waved his staff. After a crack, the bone broke apart, and the brains spurted out. Li Yao, you have been separated from your hometown, but do you have mayors or anyone in charge? If you don't, asking any respected seniors to divide the meat for everyone will also be fine. Master Bitter Cicada's words were plain, yet they seemed to boast marvelous power that made all the homeless peasants line up obediently and elect more than 10 respected seniors for distribution. It was an order without any chaos. It was not until then that Li Yao realized that Master Bitter Cicada went through so much trouble to purge the head of the multi-horned bizarre dragon with his own spiritual energy because he was preparing food for the hungry peasants. All the victims of the disaster were ordinary people whose consumption was little. If a head of the multi-horned bizarre dragon was ground into powder and mixed into water, it was indeed enough to support thousands of people for a couple of days. After finishing the distribution, Master Bitter Cicada finally nodded at Li Yao with a smile and acknowledgement. Then, crazy noises echoed from the handsome monk's belly. He had been working in the flood for a day and a night too, and must have been very hungry himself. Rubbing his stomach, Master Bitter Cicada walked to an empty spot nearby. Li Yao followed with great curiosity. The homeless peasants naturally could not thank Master Bitter Cicada enough. However, seeing that the two deities were about to talk, they did not draw too close and simply kept their distance. A big pit had been dug at the center of the empty spot, in which some wood and grass was smoldering. Other than the smell of burnt plants, there was also a weird flavor that Li Yao could not recognize. Master Bitter Cicada sniffed and, probably feeling that the food was ready, squatted near the pit. He wiped his staff, which was stained with mud and brains, with a corner of his moon-white robe before using the staff to lift up the twigs and wood that covered the pit, revealing a cluster of black things. After a boom, a sour and smelly scent suddenly rushed into Li Yao's nostrils. Li Yao craned his neck and glanced at the pit, only to almost vomit out what he had eaten yesterday in disgust. Inside the pit were a few pieces of beef covered in mud. It was a way to cook chicken. If the food had been properly cooked, there should be a fragrant odor. However, beef was too large and thick for such a cooking method in the first place. The fire was not strong enough, either. As a result, the beef was still half raw, with blood flowing out. There were also tremendous guts in the pit, which looked black but released colorful pus at the first touch. When all the beef was combined, it should have made up more than half a bowl, but they had been soaked in the flood for so long that they had all deteriorated. However they were cooked, the stink was too intense to go away, haunting the pit. Li Yao had never been picky about food. Fine dining was certainly great, but the most regular snacks on the street could be enjoyable too. However, he found the highly rotten, stinky meat that had been soaked in the flood for too long very repulsive. Master Bitter Cicada, on the other hand, took out a handful of powder that Li Yao did not recognize and sprayed it onto the pit, managing to suppress the stench. Then he jabbed his staff and picked up a bleeding bull's leg before he clenched the hoof with both hands as if the leg were a saber. Extending his neck, he bit the leg comfortably. After only 2 mouthfuls, there was almost only the bone left. Master Bitter Cicada was not satisfied. His teeth shining, and with cracking noises echoing non-stop, the leg bone of the bull was gnawed section after section as if it were sugarcane. Eventually, there was not the slightest residue left. Li Yao was stunned. He had never seen it coming that the most voracious man whom he had seen in his life would actually be such a good-looking monk. Master Bitter Cicada chewed the leg until there was nothing left. Then he picked up his staff again and stabbed a block of ribs in the pit. It was not until he grabbed the ribs that he realized that he had company. Smiling at Li Yao bitterly, he said, "This monk has a large stomach that the beef here can barely fill. So, I will not offer anything to you, Master Spiritual Vulture. Doek excuse me." Li Yao was still in a trance, watching the guy rip apart the ribs and suck them into his belly as if they were noodles. Li Yao did not come back to himself after a long time. He stammered, Do monks eat meat too?" "Of course." Greasy and surrounded by the stench of meat, Master Bitter Cicada was holding the ribs in his mouth, but faint pity and sorrow still lingered on his face. There was no telling whether it was because the food was too awful or because he was feeling sorry for the bull that had ended up in his stomach. Pushing the residue at the corner of his mouth into his mouth with his thumb, he sighed. How can a monk have the strength to save people without eating meat? The statement truly made no sense. However, Master Bitter Cicada indeed boasted such charisma that even the most ridiculous words in the world, if spoken by him with such a poignant expression, would force other people think whether or not they made sense after all. Batting his eyes for a long time, Li Yao frowned. Even if you want to eat meat, you should eat the meat of the animals that contain tremendous spiritual energy. Do you not have a cosmos ring that stores food? There were a few pieces in the beginning, Master Bitter Cicada explained casually. However, there were too many peasants on my way here. The food has been divided by them. Even so, you should at least get some fresh meat. Li Yao could not help but observe. A lot of dead pigs and cows are drifting in the flood, not to mention the incessant river fish. Although the pigs and cows are mostly decayed, too, some of the meat must be edible. Why do you have to eat such filthy food? The fine meat on the pigs, cows, and the fresh river fish are naturally offered to the homeless peasants, Master Bitter Cicada replied. The deteriorated meat, however, is certainly not edible for ordinary folks. If they eat it, they would suffer diarrhea until they died of dehydration. But it doesn't matter for this monk. It tastes slightly sour, but it is still good enough to provide nutrition for me. Li Yao was greatly moved and lost for words. He could only hold back his shock while he watched Master Bitter Cicada swallow the half-putrefied meat one mouthful after another. Although he was eating the most sour and greasy roasted beef in the middle of the mud softened by the flood, Master Bitter Cicada was so casual and comfortable, as if he were enjoying the finest tea in the world with the most delicate utensils in the most peaceful chamber, while appreciating the beautiful landscape out of the window. Master, taking a long breath, Li Yao calmed himself down and looked for a topic. It was with your help that we managed to block the multi-horned bizarre dragon yesterday. We retrieved 3 invaluable demon cores. I am certainly not a greedy man. According to the tradition of the Cultivators, the 3 demon cores should be divided evenly among you, me, and Sword Maniac, Yin Liren. You are very welcome, Master Spiritual Vulture. But dividing them evenly is not necessary. Master Bitter Cicada waved his hands generously. How can we do that? Li Yao could not have admired the ascetic monk more. He said earnestly, I heard your name a lot when I was in Southland of Sorcerers, Master Bitter Cicada. Now, I have come to the Central Plateaus to make a name for myself and even establish my own sect one day. If word gets out that I took your demon core, won't I be too ashamed? You deserve the demon core, Master, and you must keep it. You misunderstood me, Master Spiritual Vulture. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. This monk meant that the multi-horned bizarre dragon was found by me in the first place. Most of its strength was exhausted by me when this monk hunted it all the way down. It was this monk who launched the critical strike too. Therefore, it is only fair that this monk takes 2 of the 3 demon cores. This monk was going to visit your sect and ask for them after this monk finished the beef. But now that you have brought it up, Master Spiritual Vulture, it is even better. This monk can tell that you are not a petty man. You are not going to argue over a demon core with this monk, are you? Huh. If you think that is too much, Master Spiritual Vulture, we can always negotiate, Master Bitter Cicada said solemnly. How about we each side have 1 demon core and divide the third one? This monk will take 80%, and your sect will take 20%. Do you find it reasonable? How? How can the demon core be divided? Ask the auctions in Divine Capital to appraise and sell them. We'll divide the income, Master Bitter Cicada said unhurriedly. Of course, if your sect thinks that it is too much trouble, you can offer a price to me. If this monk is satisfied, this monk will directly sell it to your sect. That way, the intermediary fees for the auctions can be saved. Li Yao was rendered speechless. Master Bitter Cicada continued, guzzling the meat. Why are you quiet, Master Spiritual Vulture? Do you think that my price is too high? We're not in a hurry. It can be negotiated slowly. Not exactly. Li Yao scratched his nose and smiled. I did not expect that you would be so straightforward as to talk about money directly. We do not know each other. What else can we talk about if not money? Master Bitter Cicada frowned. Do you want this monk to preach the Dharma to you? Li Yao, right? It doesn't matter what the final price is. But if your sect can afford it, this monk would like to sell my share to your sect and trade it for food, medicine, and clothes. Does your sect have time to collect resources, I wonder? If you can collect a large sum of food in a short time, this monk can slightly reduce the share. We can divide it 50-50. 50. Oh! Master Bitter Cicada's eyes were shining. The pity on his face dispersed for a moment, as if the sunshine was beaming out of the broken, dark clouds. He looked even more handsome and extraordinary than before, for only one moment. Then the next moment, the vague bitterness flowed up again. "What's your condition, Master Spiritual Vulture? It's not been very long since I broke out of seclusion, and I'm short of magical equipment and materials." Li Yao thought hard for a long time to come up with a reasonable excuse so that he could offer his demon core for free. Gold, silver, copper, steel, agate, emeralds, and such are abundant in the Purple Pole Sword sect, but rare demon cores and animal bones are less easy to find. This overwhelming flood have driven countless ferocious beasts to the plateau, giving us a great chance to collect the cores and bones. You'll be the one taking advantage this time, Master. But next time we run into a troublesome animal, I'll need you to help me to hunt it. No problem. Master Bitter Cicada clapped his hands and said, "That is exactly what this monk does for a living. With a decent price, not just hunting demon beasts and collecting cores and bones. Even if you have other needs, Master Spiritual Vulture, such as exploring the residences of the previous dynasties, sweeping the primitive forests, or if you need to build up your power when you establish your sect, or if you need an expert as a bodyguard when you are being chased after by an enemy, I can satisfy all your needs. Also, the prices of my services have been clearly listed. Every cultivator knows my reputation." After saying that, he picked out a thin handkerchief from his pocket and threw it to Li Yao. Li Yao picked up the handkerchief and looked, only to discover that it was a price list written with tiny, golden characters, listing the prices for hunting demon beasts, fighting as muscle, having a duel as someone's champion, and a lot of other services. Once more, Li Yao was dumbfounded. Shouldn't a monk be living in seclusion and studying the sutras? How can you consider slaying demon beasts and fighting other people your main business? Living in seclusion and studying the sutras will not save any victims of the disaster, even if the Buddhas are woken up by the recitals, Master Bitter Cicada said. In a mortal world, can you ever get the food in your mouth and the clothes on your body without real money? Even so, Li Yao said, appeasing the deceased and holding religious ceremonies are both ways to make money. Buddhism is not popular in the ancient sages sector, Master Bitter Cicada said. This world belongs to the Grand Mystery sect. Appeasing the deceased and holding religious ceremonies are too unrewarding. Also, this monk does not know how to recite sutras, but only knows fighting. Hunting demon beasts and fighting on behalf of others are much more straightforward. Li Yao was even more surprised. Isn't it a creed of the Stupa sect that all creatures are equal and we must be merciful? Regarding hunting demon beasts as your business, Master, I'm afraid it's a little bit. The pity on Master Bitter Cicada's face grew even more intense. In the years of peace and prosperity, this monk naturally values mercy. But right now, people are starving everywhere, and everybody is caught in the abyss of suffering, leaving this monk no choice but to do what I have to do. As for the all the creatures are equal part, it doesn't matter whether or not I kill the demon beasts. Take the multi-horned bizarre dragon, for example. Today, this monk was slightly more capable than the animal. So, naturally, it was killed, skinned, and eaten. However, if it had been more ferocious and swallowed this monk whole, this monk wouldn't have complained at all. Wolves feed on sheep, and sheep feed on grass. You can eat me, and I can eat you. What's the difference? This is the true meaning of all the creatures are equal. About that, scratching his head, Li Yao still felt that it was weird. This multi-horned bizarre dragon was almost 100 meters long, with 3 enormous heads. I'm afraid that it was already 700 to 800 years old and boasted certain wisdom. It was still not similar to grass and trees. Was it? Did you not feel guilty at all when you killed it, Master? With a smile, Master Bitter Cicada replied, You are too obsessed, Master Spiritual Vulture. Since all the creatures are equal, then not just 700 to 800 years. Even the great animals that have lurked for 7,000 to 8,000 years are no different from a weed or a dry tree off the road. Are they? While this monk was on the way here, I saw too many victims who lost their homes. They uprooted weeds and bark on dry trees, devouring them without bothering about the consequences. Yet, they were unable to digest the food and soon died. Quite a lot of lives were lost. The victims are lives. The weeds are lives. The trees are lives. The multi-horned bizarre dragon was a life too. If this monk had chosen not to kill the multi-horned bizarre dragon, many lives would have perished where this monk couldn't see. There would still have been blood on this monk's hands. What's the difference? As if hit by a bat right on the forehead, Li Yao felt his ears humming. He asked respectfully, "Is this the Dharma?" "Yes." Solemnly, Master Bitter Cicada nodded slightly. "This is the Dharma. Those who listen to this monk interpreting the Dharma will be charged too. You have seen the prices, Master Spiritual Vulture. Please." Master Bitter Cicada extended his greasy hand over. When Li Yao returned to the Purple Pole Sword Sect's temporary camp at a loss, the astonishment on his face had not entirely disappeared. Dan Fengzi, leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, knew exactly what had happened after seeing Li Yao's face. "Master Spiritual Vulture, did Master Bitter Cicada beg for alms from you?" Li Yao nodded. "Not exactly alms. I offered the demon core of the multi-horned bizarre dragon that belonged to me to Master Bitter Cicada for free and agreed to exchange the 2 demon cores for food, medicine, and clothes. He promised that when I was going to explore residences, relics, and secret treasuries in the future, he would try his best to help me once. It's a fair deal." Dan Fengzi smiled. Although Master Bitter Cicada's cultivation has remained stagnated for decades and is even slightly dropping, he is definitely still one of the few top experts in the world. Even junior brother, Yin, might not be able to defeat him. You have definitely profited by trading a tiny demon core for his help once, Master Spiritual Vulture. If the disaster were less severe, I'm afraid that Master Bitter Cicada wouldn't have made such a promise so easily. You must cherish the opportunity, Master Spiritual Vulture, and do not redeem the favor easily. As for the food, medicine, and clothes, that will be the least of your concerns, Master Spiritual Vulture. They're all on me. To show respect for you and Master Bitter Cicada, what you are going to get for the 2 demon cores will certainly be more than they're worth." Li Yao nodded. He could not help but remark, "How can there be such a monk?" "Everybody is baffled," Dan Fengzi said. He had a good shot at advancing into the divinity transformation stage with his unusual talents. Yet, he was stalled by the ordinary people in the mortal world. After decades of lingering, he is moving farther and farther away from the divinity transformation stage now, and is probably never going to advance into it for the rest of his life. I do wonder why Master Bitter Cicada has been doing all that. Rolling his eyes, Li Yao asked. Master Bitter Cicada also showed me a price list. There are all kinds of services, such as hunting demon beasts or fighting as a champion. Does he always earn money in such a way? Yes. It's not a big secret among cultivators. With a decent price, he can take whatever task, Dan Fengzi said. It is not unusual for a cultivator to seek wealth. After all, the resources necessary for our training must be traded with money. However, the resources that Master Bitter Cicada earned through hunting demon beasts and exploring relics at the risk of his own life are mostly traded for food for the relief of the victims of disasters everywhere. The Ancient Sages sector is too large a place. Natural disasters never cease. There are countless victims of disasters every year. It is not something that you can help. Are his endeavors any different from a moth darting toward the fire, trying to extinguish the burning flames? This is pure idiocy. Moth darting toward the fire. In a trance, Li Yao suddenly thought of something. He squinted and said, "Odd. If Master Bitter Cicada is so strong, and he is willing to accept any task with a decent price, how come the Purple Pole Sword Sect or the Grand Mystery Sect did not hire him to help in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago? Who says we didn't hire him?" Dan Fengzi frowned and said, rather angrily, "Master Bitter Cicada came to us, stating that the 5 major sects, including the Grand Mystery Sect and the Thunderstorm Valley, paid him a certain amount of money and asked him to threaten the Purple Pole Sword Sect together with them. However, he was still hesitating because he was going somewhere else for disaster relief. Therefore, if the Purple Pole Sword Sect was willing to pay 70% of the price, he would not join them. What choice did we have except to pay the money obediently?" Li Yao was amused. What an interesting monk. Right then, On Li Yao's mercenary observation list, Master Bitter Cicada had already surpassed Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, and become the one that fitted the Star Glory Federation's ideology best and deserved to be hired most. While the two of them were talking, Qi Zhongdao had finally arrived with the reinforcements of the other major sects that had come to relieve the disaster and execute the ghosts. Dan Fengzi was not wrong. The reinforcements who came with Qi Zhongdao were sparse, their flags not straight. There were few disciples below every banner, who were not half as magnificent as 3 months ago when they threatened the Purple Pole Sword sect. It appeared that dividing the interests and rescuing people in a disaster were indeed different. Most of the cultivation sects that were not headquartered in the southeast showed very little interest in the mission. The few cultivation sects that had sent their best, they were actually planning to fish in the dirty water. Seeing that the leader, the Sword Maniac, Master Spiritual Vulture, and other elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect had all arrived in respect for the summoning of the leader of the great Qian cultivators, Qi Zhongdao was somewhat moved. He hurried to descend and meet with everyone. After some small talk, Dan Fengzi asked about the latest situation in the disaster area. Qi Zhongdao shook his head. Hoarsely, he replied, "Not good." The real trouble was the southeast seashore, where the febrile typhoon savaged. The febrile typhoon had affected 3 states, 9 counties, and 70 prefectures, devastating more towns than anyone could count. It had also triggered continuous forest fires, burning a lot of farmland and settlements to the ground. Too many folks had lost their homes. Their number was 100 times larger than the disaster victims that the cultivators could see before them. The disaster victims were not problems per se, because they were not much of a threat to the cultivators. The real problem was that, since most of the victims were short of clothes, food, and medicine, and they were already dying because of the wounds caused by the febrile typhoon and the dirty water that they were soaked in, there was a good chance that they would die in the end. There were peaceful deaths and unpeaceful deaths. For those who died of old age, their soul was relatively steady, and it was easy for them to disperse and be relieved for eternity. But for the victims who were starved to death in the febrile typhoon and flood, who were killed because they ate too many plant roots, and who died miserably because their wounds caused by the febrile typhoon got infected, their soul contained powerful hatred and aggression. When the negative emotions were taken advantage of by guys, such as Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, they could easily turn into ferocious ghosts and threaten the cultivators. Based on past experience, the great disasters were always followed by plagues. During the plagues, the army of ghouls would march forward fearlessly. The ghostly fire would blossom everywhere in the prosperous land in the southeast as fast as lightning. A big army of ghouls has already appeared near East Peace County, with fire that looks like a white lotus above their heads. Even in broad daylight, they still dare to appear on the main road, trying to block the transportation between East Peace County and other places and assassinate the scouts and cultivators flying out of East Peace County. They are apparently making preparations for the army of ghouls to attack the city. The 10 or so towns to the south of East Peace County suffered the heaviest blow after the febrile typhoon passed. Countless folks were killed, but when the cultivators of the sects nearby went to investigate, they only saw a whole area of dead bodies and found absolutely no remaining souls. It was obvious that all the remaining souls had been taken away by Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu and refined into ghoul soldiers. This time, the White Lotus ghouls are assaulting on a large scale exactly at a time when the febrile typhoon and the floods are happening. It is not to be underestimated. The entire southeast may be affected. The southeast of the Great Qian Dynasty is the most important agricultural region for the cultivators. Half of the jade crystal pellets for the cultivators are grown here. Before, the fertile land in the northeast could also be established into farmlands, but the main roads to the northeast have all been cut by the Dragon Wolf cavalry of Ghost Qin. It is impossible to develop the northeast for now. We cannot allow anything to happen to the southeast. Should the White Lotus Ghoul army trample on all the farmland, the prices of rice and wheat will certainly soar. Chances are that starvation will happen even among the cultivators. If so, the competition between sects will become even fiercer. All the rules in the world of cultivators will disappear. With a dark face, Qi Zhongdao elaborated on why they had come such a long way for disaster relief and to eliminate the White Lotus cult. Qi Zhongdao was not a merciful monk like Master Bitter Cicada. Everything that he did was for the interests of the cultivators. He would not bat an eye if thousands of victims were killed, but it was utterly intolerable if those victims could be turned into deadly ghouls and sabotage the southeast farmlands under the lead of Mother White Lotus. There were thousands of training techniques in the ancient sages sector. However, there was one fundamental training principle that transcended all other methods. Nobody could do anything without food. Cultivators boasted marvelous capabilities. The functioning speed of their cells, nerves, and muscles was 10 times, and even 100 times higher than that of the ordinary people. To maintain the activity of their cells, they had to devour an astronomical amount of food every day. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to starve themselves. If they fed on regular food and meat, they would require a huge amount of provisions, and they might not be full after consuming 100 kilograms of food. In the meantime, such food could only keep their current level from falling at best. If they intended to progress, they had to feed on the meat of the animals that boasted tremendous spiritual energy or food such as jade crystal pellets. The animals that boasted tremendous spiritual energy had to be hunted. They were not readily available for low-level cultivators. The rice and wheat grown in the farmlands where spiritual energy was dense, in comparison, was the foundation for the cultivators' training and for a cultivation sect to exist. Half of the farmlands were located in the southeast, which was also the better half with the most spiritual energy. If the southeast farmlands were destroyed by the White Lotus ghouls, there would certainly be a food crisis among the cultivators in the harvest season in the latter half of the year. Qi Zhongdao unfolded a map of the Great Qian dynasty painted on goatskin. Mystic rays were slowly rising up, congregating into an uneven sand table where the mountains, rivers, and towns were all detailed. He pointed at the sand table and said, "Right now, the 5 main troops of the court are marching to the southeast at top speed. As all you fellow cultivators know, most of the soldiers of the court are ordinary people who can barely move forward in the flood. It will take them at least a fortnight to arrive at East Peace County. During that half a month, it will be our job to help stabilize the situation. We have 3 missions in total. First of all, pacify the victims and prevent them from getting killed by coldness and hunger and turning into hateful, restless ghosts. Secondly, protect the farmlands from the scourge of the army of ghouls. Thirdly, if possible, find Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu and execute the mother of all ghosts. This is indeed great kindness. With everyone's help here, the folks in the southeast will finally have a chance to be saved. You are all making great contributions, fellow cultivators." Master Bitter Cicada, who had been informed and come over, put his palms together and asked, "But I wonder, where will the food for the homeless victims come from in the next half a month?" Qi Zhongdao slashed his hands. The Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, Thunderstorm Valley, Flying Spirit Island, the Gold Armor Clan, and the Monster Taming Pavilion, as well as many other large sects, have dispatched a sizable batch of emergency food that will be delivered in a couple of days. This was the first time that Li Yao had heard of the Purple Pole Sword Sect providing a large batch of food for the disaster area. After a momentary daze, he somehow had a better impression on the cultivation sections. Whatever their purpose was, supporting the disaster area with precious food would save a lot of victims. It was indeed worth commending. Li Yao could not help but glance at Dan Fengzi, the leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, only to discover that Dan Fengzi was wearing a weird smile. Sensing Li Yao's eyes, he scratched his nose and turned his face. Taking a breath in relief, Master Bitter Cicada thought for a moment and asked again, "Then, what are the victims going to eat for the next couple of days?" After hearing that, Qi Zhongdao's face was even darker than before. His cheeks cramping, he said coldly, "I'm afraid we'll have to ask the local sects in the southeast to provide food. This is a local affair of the southeast after all. How can the local sects idle by, while the foreign sects are doing everything we can?" After listening to Qi Zhongdao's explanation, Li Yao finally realized that not every place was demolished in the febrile typhoon and flood. There were still some paradises in the area. They were the headquarters of the local sects in the southeast. It was needless to mention East Peace County, a splendid city where dozens of sects were headquartered. Even the sects in local towns had mostly established their headquarters against the mountains. The headquarters were often magnificent and impenetrable. They were also surrounded by defense ruin arrays and barriers. Floods, febrile typhoons, and other natural disasters would be hard-pressed to breach their defenses. Even when the bureaus of the cultivation sects were destroyed, they were often the last establishments in the local area to be destroyed. Therefore, when a natural disaster was nearing, most of the cultivators would reap the rice, store tremendous assets, and escape into their headquarters in advance. They would defend the strongholds and would not be active in the outside world until the natural disaster was over. Since the Sorcerer's River downstream was a kingdom of swamps and the southeast was basically drowned, the headquarters of the cultivation sects had essentially become lone islands where tremendous resources were stored. However, it was certainly not easy to open the lone islands. 350 kilometers from here, it's the headquarters of Roaring Tiger Hall. Pointing at the edge of a rather high mountain on the mountain, Qizhongdao said, Roaring Tiger Hall is one of the few most famous sects in the southeast. Two-thirds of the farmlands in the entire West River stage belong to Roaring Tiger Hall. Roaring Tiger Hall first thrived based on the farmlands. Then, they monopolized the transportation business along a stretch of the Sorcerer's River and accumulated tremendous wealth. They have spent 20 years hollowing Heavenly Tiger Mountain and establishing the magnificent Roaring Tiger City. Roaring Tiger City has been built next to the mountain and is extraordinarily spectacular. When it was built, an enormous tiger apparitions array was already buried deep beneath the ground. Also, more than 100 crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista have been forged in the critical locations in the city. It is essentially an impenetrable fortress. Roaring Tiger Hall boasts 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage. They are the dominators in the West River state. Hearing that the febrile typhoon and the flood were coming near, they collected all the resources, escaped into Roaring Tiger City, and shut the gate. Because Roaring Tiger City is the highest place in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby, it has not been damaged at all in the natural disaster. Right now, hundreds of millions of disaster victims are gathered below Roaring Tiger City, and millions more are still running toward the place. If Roaring Tiger City keeps their gates shut without letting anybody in or any grain out, there will be great trouble soon enough. Chapter 1424 Uneasy Ghosts Below Roaring Tiger City. It was obvious that the super nascent soul stage, who was the nominal leader of all the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty and supported by the ultimate treasure of the ancient sages sector, was more than infuriated. Qizhongdao's words made a lot of sense. Naturally, Liao and the rest of them followed his command. The high-level cultivators from dozens of sects, carrying their vivid banners, rushed toward Roaring Tiger City like almost 100 rainbows with their own unique techniques. While they were on their way, Liao approached Dan Fengzi and asked, Leader, I didn't know that the Purple Pole Sword sect would be so generous as to provide food for the disaster victims. Is it true? Dan Fengzi chuckled but hesitated. Looking at the high-level cultivators of other sects nearby, he said in a low voice, There is more to the matter. We'll talk about it later. All in all, we only need to follow the Grand Mystery sect's lead. Whatever the Grand Mystery sect does, we do exactly the same. Pausing for a moment, he said again, Later, after we arrive, you must tread lightly, Elder Spiritual Vulture. Roaring Tiger Hall boasts 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, 10 at the peak of the core formation stage, and countless low-level cultivators. It is one of the most distinguished sects in the entire southeast and stronger than many sects in East Peace County. Also, Roaring Tiger City, their headquarters, is a city that has recently been built in the past 10 or so years. The Tiger Apparitions Array is a first-rate defense array. The Crouching Tiger Cannon is also very powerful, remote magical equipment. On our side, although we have many sects and experts, and the 6 major sects seem to be joining hands, most here are not united at all. Who is willing to be the first to march forward and take the blow of 100 crouching tiger cannons in the middle of the Tiger Apparitions Array? What's more, Those who are capable of flying tens of thousands of kilometers above the inundated area in only a couple of days are all high-level cultivators. Therefore, it's all the leadership of the major sects who have come on the trip. Look, even our imperial swordsmen have had to stay in the camp at the rear because they can't follow us. Now that we are short of an army of mortals and low-level cultivators to consume the array and the cannons, there will be a great loss if the high-level cultivators attack all by themselves. What do you mean, leader? Bulging his eyes, Li Yao pretended to be surprised. Are you going to assault Roaring Tiger City? It all depends on Master Righteous One. Dan Fengzi blinked and said, everything is obvious now. To weaken Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu's power and prevent her from gathering an army of ghouls to attack East Peace County, we cannot allow too many disaster victims to die in hatred and remorse. To prevent the disaster victims from dying in hatred and remorse, they must at least be fed so that they will die with their belly full if they have to. But where can we find food exactly? Other than East Peace County, which is surrounded by the White Lotus Ghoul Army, the fortresses of the cultivators scattered in the southeast are the only places with a storage of food. But will the local cultivators behave nicely and simply offer their food? Roaring Tiger Hall is the largest cultivation sect in the southeast outside the ones in East Peace County. I assure you that countless pairs of eyes are focused on Roaring Tiger Hall right now. If Roaring Tiger Hall is willing to provide the food, other sects will certainly follow the example. If we can't bite the hard bone that is Roaring Tiger Hall, the other local sects will certainly refuse to offer a single grain of food. After pondering for a long time, Li Yao said, Master Righteous One's words make a lot of sense to me. If the White Lotus Ghoul Army savages the southeast and destroyed the farmlands, the rice and wheat for the cultivators will be highly insufficient, which will do nobody any good. Do the local sects not bear the big picture in mind at all? Big picture? Dan Fengzi chuckled. Look, Elder Spiritual Vulture. Roaring Tiger City is here. Lowering the tip of his sword, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked afar. Before he saw Roaring Tiger City, he heard cries, screams, shouts, and moans that were soaring into the sky first. Victims, hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, in a series of thick black torrents, were flowing incessantly from various directions toward the highest place in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby, Roaring Tiger City. But they were all blocked outside the city by colorful screens of light, only to form a camp of disaster victims, which was like a hell on earth. Inside the camp, cries were echoing everywhere. Disaster victims in ragged clothes who looked like walking dead were crammed together. Some of the disaster victims only had their last breath. They had been dragged to the same place, waiting to die. Extending their dry, thin arms where veins were bulging, they were snatching at the sky. There was no telling what they were trying to catch. Some of the younger and healthier folks were kneeling toward Roaring Tiger City, begging the deities to let them into the city. Many men kowtowed on the rocks, so hard that their heads were bleeding until they fell to the side and stopped moving. A lot of disaster victims were searching for trees, weeds, rats, earthworms, anything that could be put into their mouth. They were fighting and mauling each other like animals for nothing more than a tiny earthworm. Bright, black auras were soaring from the disaster victims who were catching their last breath. Floating in midair, they condensed into what looked like dark clouds. Some scarlet things were vaguely condensed inside the clouds. As the disaster victims screamed, they got redder and redder. Like eccentric eyes, they gazed at the ground coldly, full of gloom, hate, wrath, desperation, and other negative emotions. The auras gave Li Yao an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Even the circulation of spiritual energy inside his body more or less stagnated. He was feeling nausea like the ordinary people who were naturally disgusted when faced with spiders or centipedes. The unrest souls and the devastating auras. Dan Fengzi exclaimed, I didn't know that such intense, unrest souls and devastating auras had gathered in this place. It appears that Mother White Lotus will gain an army of aggressive ghouls with no effort. Reciting the sutras, Master Bitter Cicada moved out of the crowd and ran into the devastating auras above the moon-white cassock. Almost 100 black air masses that looked like skulls were immediately formed inside the devastating auras. Shrieking, the skulls lunged toward Master Bitter Cicada. The pity and sorrow on Master Bitter Cicada's face grew even denser than before. He shook his enormous pearls and then swung them with his staff. With his staff as the axis, the pearls rotated rapidly and released colorful mystic rays that sprayed on the 100 skulls. The skulls made of black air masses were frozen in midair. They trembled violently before blossoming like buds, revealing ragged, fuzzy shadows in the middle of the black air masses. The unconscious souls seemed to have just woken up from a dream and did not know what was going on. As Master Bitter Cicada recited the sutras, they seemed to be reminded of everything in their past. The devastating auras around them dispersed, and peace and delight returned to their faces again, before they gradually turned into pure, transparent mist. In the end, with sighs of relief, they left the world entirely. All the unrest souls had been appeased by Master Bitter Cicada. The sky, which had previously been haunted by gloomy winds, finally re-embraced sunlight. The nausea of Li Yao and the other high-level cultivators finally disappeared. The so-called soul was actually a collection of very special waves. After a person died, without the support of enough energy and materials, they would soon disappear. However, if their soul received a tiny bit of energy and managed to maintain the previous frequency and form for a while without collapsing, it would turn from a soul into a ghost. The aggressive ghoul referred to the highly unsteady and interferential field that contained tremendous negative emotions in this collection of special waves. The highly interferential field, if powerful enough, would be able to affect the real world, like the magnetic field of a magnet could attract and affect many metals and even add magnetism to the metals. If the interferential field invaded the brain of ordinary people, triggered the bioelectricity, and manipulated one's optical, audio, and central nerves, it was possible that the victim would see all kinds of terrible hallucinations. The central nerves and bodily fluids of the person could also be affected, resulting in wounds and changes to the human body, such as bloodshot eyes, uncanny laughter, weird posture, instant increase of hair and fingernails, and so on. When the aggressive ghoul was too strong, it could even block the original soul residing inside the body and assume its place. It was what the ordinary people called run into a ghost, or possessed by a ghost. A human being's potential was infinite. For ordinary people, they did not know how to activate the potential in the normal state. The most likely time for them to activate their potential was the moment before their death. If they died peacefully, without regret, their potentials would rarely be activated. However, if they had unaccomplished wishes, if they died a painful, miserable death, or if they had not reaped their revenge, it was possible for them to activate the full potential inside their brain when they were dying, which would lead to a reaction that resembled a supernova outbreak in the brain cells and turn themselves into powerful ghosts. If that was everything, with the cultivator's tough body and soul, they would not be scared of a few aggressive ghouls that used to be ordinary people when alive. But the real tricky issue was that changes in quantity would cause a change in quality. Hundreds of thousands of disaster victims had been gathered in the same place. Because of hunger, plague, coldness, and other reasons, their deaths were the opposite of tranquil. A lot of aggressive ghouls would be generated after they passed away. Some of the aggressive ghouls would even resonate and integrate, upgrading into ghoul generals and ghoul kings that were even more belligerent. The ancient sages sector's case was relatively better. Because the world was closely wrapped in a thick, dark nebula, spiritual energy and probe equipment could not leak in. Therefore, the extraterrestrial devils did not know about the existence of the sector. In the 3,000 sectors outside, at the age of the ancient cultivators, devils and ghosts often came together. When countless restless souls and aggressive ghouls congregated into an overwhelming army, and when the intense negative emotions broke out of the sky and spread to the universe, the extraterrestrial devils that were wandering in the universe would perceive it. Then, the extraterrestrial devils would arrive and build up the army of ghouls with the tenebrum energy that sometimes even corrupted living people. It would be an out-and-out catastrophe. It had happened before when the population of an entire planet was transformed into an army of ghouls and demonic cultivators who destroyed the cultivation sects and civilizations in the sectors nearby. However, it was exactly because the ordinary people in the 3,000 sectors nearby boasted an ultimate checking method, which was introducing the extraterrestrial devils. The cultivators paid more attention to the harmony with the ordinary people and tried to leave the extraterrestrial devils no chance. Also, in the Great Dark Age, which lasted 30,000 years, ordinary people and cultivators suffered cruel tyranny together and gradually turned into a community of shared destiny, which was the bedrock for the modern cultivation civilization. In the ancient sages sector, there was no such thing as the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils. The most advanced ghoul that an ordinary person could turn into was Mother White Lotus Wanmingzhu. It was not enough to shake the foundation of the cultivators' reign. Perhaps that was the reason that the cultivators had hardly changed their attitude toward the ordinary people for the past 100,000 years. Thinking to himself, Li Yao observed Roaring Tiger City at the end of the camp of the disaster victims. After only a quick glance, he complimented in his heart, "What a well-constructed stronghold." The city was established next to a steep mountain that looked like a tiger that had just woken up. It was Heavenly Tiger Mountain, a famous mountain in the southeast. At the end of Heavenly Tiger Mountain, Roaring Tiger City, which was entirely piled up with giant black rocks, truly looked like a monolithic tiger head that had opened its bloody maw. Although Li Yao was still dozens of kilometers away, he could still feel that intimidating aura declaring that it would rip everything in its way apart. It was said that when the city was built, Roaring Tiger Hall purchased the demon cores and bones of almost 10,000 dragon-type and lion-type animals with a fortune and buried them around the critical locations in the city. After 10 years of hard work, the Tiger Apparitions Array was finally built. The defense array and the city had been integrated into one. When it was fully activated, 10,000 of lions and dragons seemed to be guarding the city day and night. It was almost on the level of the protective arrays in the headquarters of the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect. Behind Roaring Tiger City was a steep mountain, but in front of the city was a deep, bottomless river. Dangerous tides were spluttering out of the dark currents all the time. Observed from a distance, there were even shadows of bizarre boas and crocodiles in the river. They were all the animals domesticated by Roaring Tiger Hall. As long as the drawbridge in front of the tiger mouth was pulled up, it would be practically impossible for regular cultivators to march into the city from the land. Then if they were to attack from the sky, Li Yao noticed that hundreds of holes were riddling the towers in the shape of tiger heads. Although he could not tell what was inside exactly, he did feel a breathtaking killing intent that even made a nascent soul-stage cultivator, such as himself, feel alarmed. They seemed to be the firing holes of the crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista. The crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista were famous remote magical equipment in the ancient sages sector. When Li Yao was in the Purple Pole Sword sect, he had retrieved a few blueprints and objects to study. Although the two magical equipment were rather crude in terms of functioning mechanism, they could still be very powerful once a lot of high-purity crystals were placed inside. When dozens of crouching tiger cannons were shooting together, they could indeed pose a certain threat for a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Li Yao did not dare underestimate the ancient cultivators' magical equipment. Even the stone axes and spears of primitives could be lethal weapons. He deduced the battle pattern of Roaring Tiger Hall when they were defending their headquarters. First of all, they would probably activate the Tiger Apparitions Array and release the souls of the 10,000 lion-type and tiger-type animals to harass the invasive cultivators. After all, high-level cultivators could be very fast. The nascent soul-stage cultivators could burst into the speed of sound very easily. As long as they were stalled by the souls of the animals for one moment, the 100 crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista would certainly open fire on them. Even a nascent soul-stage cultivator could be burnt and blackened. It was needless to mention that Roaring Tiger Hall had 2 nascent soul-stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage in the first place. With the advantage of the home field, together with the defense rune arrays, barriers, and 100 cannons, it was also an iron egg that could not be chewed, boiled, or grinded. No wonder the people of Roaring Tiger Hall were so brazen as to refuse the request of the leader of the great Qian cultivators. Li Yao noticed that a glamorous ship was floating in midair not far away from Roaring Tiger Hall's fortress. The floating ship was more than 100 meters long. Sails made of rainbow-like feathers were hanging above. 2 rows of sophisticated floating rune arrays had been carved at the bottom. 12 objects that resembled quants protruded out, too. Every time that they waved, colorful ripples would spread out in the air. The ship had a quaint style. It was the largest flying boat that the ancient sages' sector could produce. It was also probably the oldest prototype of the crystal warships in the modern cultivation civilization. On the flying boat, the banner of the Grand Mystery Sect was flying. It was the mobile command center of the cultivators who were reinforcing the southeast. Around the flying boat were many enormous cranes, falcons, griffins, and tigers. Many cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the boat in brilliant halos, as they demonstrated their power and competed with the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City. The intimidating auras inside Roaring Tiger City were soaring up to the sky. The Tiger Apparitions Array had been activated to the maximum. It was truly roaring incessantly like a tiger and dragon. The souls of the animals were lunging at the flying boat without disguising their hostility and triggering explosive sounds after they crashed into the spiritual shield of the flying sword. Even the banner of the Grand Mystery Sect was shaking in midair. While the two parties were in a stalemate, once the high-level cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, especially Li Yao, Yin Liren, and Master Bitter Cicada, joined them, the morale on the Grand Mystery Sect side was greatly boosted, and many people began cheering. Li Yao observed coldly, but felt that they were just a bunch of mobs. This was very similar to the occasion where the major sects threatened the Purple Pole Sword Sect 3 months earlier. In terms of ostensible capabilities, there were more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, and they were certainly at a great advantage. However, the nascent soul stage cultivators who belonged to different sects were not interested in disaster relief at all. They were there paying lip service purely to show respect to Qi Zhongdao, and also to see if they could gain anything along the way. Besides, the attack was not justified. The Roaring Tiger Hall was a well-respected sect after all. How could the cultivators attack their headquarters when they had done nothing wrong? Even if they attacked, who would be the first to charge forward and take the blow of the Tiger Apparition Array and the 100 crouching tiger cannons? 20 or so nascent soul stage cultivators from different sects, each having their own ill intentions attacking together. It was just a dream. The nascent soul stage cultivators cared about themselves most. The idiots, such as Master Bitter Cicada, were few. Most of the nascent soul stage cultivators craved to advance into the divinity transformation stage. They paid so much attention to their body and soul that they were even careful when they clipped their fingernails. They had no grudge with Roaring Tiger Hall whatsoever. Without enough gains, why would they attack Roaring Tiger Hall's well-defended headquarters? Li Yao observed for a while and noticed the casualness on every nascent soul stage cultivator's face. He then glanced at Dan Fengzi. Dan Fengzi stepped forward without an expression and pulled his sleeve softly. "Calm down, Elder Spiritual Vulture. You must calm down. This is not a time to show off like the Dragon Spring meeting. The 2 nascent soul stage cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall will be fighting with their life for real. Should they be willing to heavily wound 1 or 2 enemies at the cost of their own lives when they are in fury? Won't it be very unlucky if any cultivator runs into them? We all hang around in the world of cultivators. There will be a time when we will meet again. Peace is gold. Peace is gold." Not just Dan Fengzi, the nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators from other sects were all whispering and reminding each other not to lead the charge. Shwa, 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 shwa. Hundreds of eyes were cast to Qi Zhongdao simultaneously. Their meaning was obvious. "Big brother, rest assured and go now. The hundreds of lackeys behind are here for you. If anything goes wrong, we will throw 1,000 pieces of magical equipment over and demolish Roaring Tiger City." Qi Zhongdao's face was so gloomy that his facial features were barely recognizable. Without saying anything, he soared above Roaring Tiger City and said loudly, "Where is the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall?" Dao wants to have a talk with him. Excuse us, Master Righteous One and fellow cultivators. A muscular man who had a golden beard and looked truly like a giant tiger crawled out of the dense cannons and ballista. He clasped his fist toward the sky and said emotionlessly, "A few days ago, my father tried his best to resist the natural disaster. Although the safety of the local area was ensured, he was also heavily wounded and nearly mentally deranged. Right now, he is still resting and cannot greet Master Righteous One and other fellow cultivators. Please do forgive us."